Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei Had Legendary Swords. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. As Eyes returned, Rias Gremory asked as she walked into the room to meet with her servants inside their clubhouse, waiting for the last member to return. It had been 10 days and they had finished their training, growing a lot stronger and having more trust into each other to form a formidable team in the raiding game against Razor Phoenix and his peerage, even new members like Asia or Rainier. However, their most important member, Ria's trump card in this battle, still hadn't returned yet. She tried to text him the past few days to see if he was doing alright, but out of 25 texts she sent him, he only answered one of them and simply with a thumb up symbol. She was afraid that something might happen to him. His grandfather seemed like someone that could break a rib with just a flick of his finger, and no normal human could break the wall as well as the door down just by knocking on it like that. Issei was a devil, so he was a lot stronger than normal human, but that old man was his teacher, the one who taught him how to fight. She was afraid that he would accidentally cause too many injuries on her knight to the point he couldn't fight with his full strength. Relax, Rias, I'm sure that he will be fine, Aino said comfortingly as she put a hand on her best friend's shoulder. Yes, Issei-san will return to us in time, Asia said with a nod of her head. I'm sure that he will. Rainier smiled, but their words didn't make Rias less worry about it. Then, from a large blue magic circle in the middle of the room, the head maid of Gremory household appeared and looked around. She could see that they were worried about something, and the atmosphere was tense. Am I interrupting something? Graia asked with her usual tone. Not at all, Rias answered with a shake of her head, so it's about time to get started. That's correct, Graia replied, nodding. My lady, I believe that you should know that Lord Lucifer will be watching the game tonight. Brothers watching, Rias said in shock, but then sighed nonetheless. Didn't he have work? He can't just drop everything to watch every little thing I do. My lady, as this raiding game was his idea, Surzach-sama felt that it was only proper to observe personally. Graia answered, waving her hand to creating a magic circle on the floor. However, I've ensured that all of his work has been complete prior to tonight's game. Okay then, Graia. Rias nodded her head. Understand. If I'm not mistaken, then Issei Hyoudou. However, before he could finish asking that question about the absence of Rias Gremory's knight, they suddenly heard a battle cry following by the sound of something moving with extreme speed through the air. Before neither of them could wonder what was about to come, something crashed onto their clubroom through the wall above them. It was Hyoudou carrying Issei on his shoulders. I give my boy back to you, he shouted as he dropped Issei down to the ground. Due to the impact of crashing through the wall, the knight lost his balance immediately and landed on his ass. Gremory for the win, he shouted again with a laugh and crashed through the next wall, disappeared without a trace. For an old man with massive build, he moved really fast, maybe as fast or even faster than the speed of a normal knight. For some reason, they couldn't help but think it was nowhere near his maximum effort. Monster was the thought of everyone in the room, even Graia. Eyes, Rias called out as she kneeled down next to Issei as he tried to pick himself up from the ground. Hey Butchu, the knight made a nervous smile, hope I make it back in time. Eyes, Rias smiled and made the signs as well. Yes, I was so worried. I'm sorry. He smiled warmly at her and stood up. Eyes, where are your earphones? Aino couldn't help but ask, pointing to her ear to let Issei know what she was talking about. The knight then made a sheepish laugh and reached into his pocket, pulling what used to be his magical earphones out. Rias widened her eyes slightly at the broken pieces of the magical earphones. My grandfather got excited about with this kind of technology, so he took it off to see how it works. After that he tried to put it back together and then, well, you got the idea. Issei made an apologetic face and scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, Butchu. Don't worry, Eyes. Rias shook her head. It was something she had expected anyway. She then helped him got up to his feet and dusted his shirt from the pieces on the broken walls. It's time, Ajo-sama. Before Rias could ask about the result of his training, Graia spoke up. Please, would you all step into the center of the magic circle? The peerage then looked at each other before nodding their head as they all followed after Rias, who walked into the magic circle. As they were about to teleport away, Kiba couldn't help but glance to his comrade. There was something different about him that he couldn't tell. But in truth, all the while, Issei was trying to keep a straight face, but in truth, he was freaking out. Line break. In a flash, the Occult Research Club was teleported from the clubhouse to an alternate space built solely for the match, taking the appearance of Kyo Academy itself but with a purple sky instead of a normal one. Hello everyone, I'm Graia, a maid from the House of Gremory, and today I will be the arbiter of the raiding match between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. Graia announced loudly, in the name of my master, Surzach Lucifer, I will be keeping my eye on this match. By using both Rias-sama and Razor-sama's opinion, we created this battlefield, which is a replica of the school, Kyo Academy, which Rias-sama attends to in the human world. All the while, Rainier helped him know with what Graia was talking about. A location where both teams were transported will be their base. Rias-sama's base would be the Occult Research Cub's clubroom located in the old school building. Razor-sama's base would be the Student Council's room located in the new building. For the pawns to use promotion, please head to the enemy's base to do it. Issei was the knight, so he didn't have to worry much about the promotion rule, but Kiba, however, would be a different story. He would only be able to use his full potential if he could promote himself to the knight. Being a pawn wasn't going to help him archive the speed and grace necessary for what he was trained to. Reiner, however, would need to become the queen to increase her power. Everyone, will you all please put this transceiver in your ears? Aino said and gave everyone an earphones-type transceiver. She also gave Issei a pair of them and he could finally hear again. Rias then said it while putting it in her ears. At the battlefield, we will be using this to communicate with each other. She turned to Issei and smiled. That's why I told you not to worry about it. Your earphones were created by the same technology of your hearing aids, so you can hear as well as communicate with us from a disdain. She then gritted her fist with a forced smile. I couldn't help but get the feeling that Super Old Man might beat you up too much, so I asked the creator to prepare one for me. I see. Issei nodded his head. Thank you, Butchu. So they would receive the orders through this transceivers. Now it's the time for the commencement of the battle. Also, this match will continue till dawn in the humans' time. So, game starts now. Ring ringed. The school bell rang, and the match was started. First we have to take down Razor's pawns. It will be troublesome if they all promote into queen. Rias said it while sitting on the sofa, looking quite confident. Aino, meanwhile, was preparing tea for everyone. Butchu, you seem pretty calm, Reiner said in surprise as the way their strongest member were acting. Reiner, the battle just started. The rating game is originally a game that doesn't finish in a short time. There are times when it becomes a blitz, but mostly it's a game that takes very long. Just like the actual chess game. I see. Reiner nodded her head. The rating game has a meaning only if you use the battlefield to the fullest. Rias continued to say usually the base would be a fortress, a castle, or even a tower. There are forests and rivers between the two bases and we battle using those areas. This time the school is our stage. Rias called when she saw her knight started spacing out. Why yes, Rias couldn't help but feel a little suspicious at the way Issei was acting, but she shook it off nonetheless, thinking it was just because he was getting worried about the rating game against powerful opponents like that. Kiba then stepped forward and spread a map on the table. It was broken into grid that was very similar to a chessboard, divided into grids, and there were English alphabets and numbers on it. Rias drew a circle around the old school building and the new school building with a red pen, marking her territory and Razor's base. There's a forest near our base. It's safe to assume that this is also our territory. In other words, the new school building would be Razor's territory. It's quite possible that there will be an ambush when you enter their territory. The school field is visible from the new school building, so it's dangerous to pass through here. Then do we have to go through the sports ground to get to the new school building? Rias chuckles at her Reiner's question. Normally, yes, but the enemy will also know that. So he'll have his servant positioned at the sports ground. He'll have his knight or rook positioned at one of the clubrooms located in the sports ground. No, if it's a sports ground, you will need a person with mobility. So he'll have one knight and 3 pawns, a total of 4 servants positioned here. Then he'll have control of the whole sports ground. Then Kiba says his thoughts. Butchu, it's about the gym near the old school building. Shouldn't we occupy this location first? If we capture it here, then we will have a route to the new school building. The gym is a passage to both of the buildings, so we could also restrain the enemy's movements. Rias nodded at his opinion. Yes, I also have the same opinion. First we will capture the gym. In terms of location, the opponent may have his rook positioned there. Since it's inside a building, it would be better to use the rook with destructive power over knight with mobility. Hyoudou and Koneko, you two set a trap in the forest. Take another map with you and make sure you mark the places where you set the trap in. I will make a copy afterwards and hand it to everyone. Yes, Roger. Kiba and Koneko nodded their head, receiving a pair of weird-looking toolbox from Aino. Everyone else will be on standby until they finish setting up the trap. Oh, Aino. Yes. After Hyoudou and Koneko returns, can you cast illusions and mists around the forest and the sky? Obviously a trap that only reacts to Razor's group. That's how the start of the match will be like, though it seems like this battle will become intense midway through it. So I'll leave the issue regarding the mists and the illusions to you, Aino. I understand, Butchu. Aino confirmed. Butchu. Issei decided to raise his hand into the air. Can I say something? Go on. Eyes. Rias nodded her head, bringing the cup of tea to her lips. Jichin stole my swords. Immediately after that, the crimson hair heiress spat out the tea, creating a thin mist in front of her face. The others were shocked as well. What? Rias asked in shock. How did this happen? We came to visit the Eye's Grand Shine so my grandfather could show me the place. Then he took me to a nearby forest and started camping in 10 days. Rias' jaw dropped in shock. He said it was to make up to the time he didn't get to see me. After 3 days, I started to get impatient and started training on my own. After he went to sleep, the next morning, I couldn't find my swords anywhere. But why didn't you put it into your pocket to mention? My grandfather was right there. What was I supposed to do? He could get suspicious if the swords suddenly disappear and reappear just like that. Issei said he probably stole my swords. So, in 10 days Hayato Jai-sama didn't just break your earphones. Issei nodded his head, but he also took you to a camping trip. Issei nodded his head again. He then stole your sword and hid them away somewhere you couldn't find. Issei nodded. At last 10 days for nothing. Guys, so much for the trump card. I'm so sorry. Sigh, this went out of my expectation. Rias put a hand on her forehead and said I need to rethink our strategy. You know, Kiba could provide me the swords with sword birth, Issei pointed out and reached into his jacket also. I found this in my pocket this morning. I think Jichin left it there. He pulled out a roundel object, black in color and had multi-ancient patterns on it. It appeared to be very old. What is this? Rias asked curiously as she took it from his hand. One of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan, Yada no Kagami. Kaya, Rias cried out in surprise as she nearly dropped the mirror after hearing that why Yada no Kagami eyes. This is a national treasure. To no, Issei nodded his head. I was supposed to guard Ai's grand shine, along with that mirror. Jichin showed it to me. I will put it here then. Rias put the mirror down to the table with shaking fingers, as if she was afraid that she could break just by holding it in her hand. Can believe that I actually get to seem let alone touch this, she muttered with her eyes wide. She is crazy for Japan. Akino whispered to Ai's, I believe Japanophile is the right word. Oh, but you. Kiba spoke up as he opened the door. We will go set up the traps now. The leader nodded her head, giving the permission for him and Koneko to leave the room. Everyone else will be on standby until they finish setting up the trap. Rias ordered them, as they all nodded their head in understanding. Line break. Here you go, Ice-gun. With his sword birth sacred gear, Kiba was able to create a perfect replica of Ai's swords. However, be careful with them. They're demonic swords but don't have all the power like the sword Rias Butchu gave you. I could be broken, and won't parry enemies' attack when fully charged. I don't need those attributes to be dangerous, Kiba. Issei told him as he took the swords. Alright, Rias stood up and said to them, Asia will be on standby with me. But we will be going after we get a signal from Ai's and the others. You definitely cannot be taken down. It will be over if we lose our healer. Why yes, Asia also replied energetically even though she was nervous. Their winning factor was to protect Rias since she was the king, but also Asia as well. Akino, I trust you to move when you think it's the right time. Yes, but you. The strongest servant, Akino nodded her head. The outcome would be decided with her move. Rias stepped forward after she checked everyone. Now then, my adorable servants. Are you ready? We can't turn back now. Our enemy is Razor, who is said to be a genius from the immortal house of the Phoenix with a promised career. Now then, let's go and blow them away. Yes, all of them replied together and headed off. Ai's, Koneko and Kiba left the old school building and according to their plan, would approach enemy's base through the gym. They needed to get Kiba there so he could promote to Knight. If they could archive this, then they would have 2 speedsters with incredible swordsmanship in the battle. Rainier, meanwhile, would go with Akino, much to her displeasure, but followed after her king's order nonetheless. Ice and everyone, please do your best. Give them hell, Issei-kun. He could hear Asia and Rainier cheering for him from afar and couldn't help but smile at that. Forget about your grandfather, Rias said through their communication devices. Just fight like you always do and believe in yourself. I'm sure that no one could stop you. Thank you, Butchu. Go, my knight. There was no more turning back for him. Issei hardened his gaze and charged ahead of Kiba and Koneko and ran into the gym. Presence. Enemy. Koneko alerted them the moment they stepped into the gym. Even before he could notice their presence, a loud voice echoes within the gymnasium. We know you are there, servants of Gremory. We watched you coming inside. That was a voice of a woman. If they already knew, then there was no need for us to hide ourselves. Then there are 4 female devils standing at the court. One of them was a woman with a china dress, the twins with green hair, and there was also the blue-haired pawn that tried to attack Issei with a new martial arts stick in her hand. If he could remember right from Ria's explanation while Kiba and Koneko were away, the woman with the china dress was the rook, the twins were the pawns, making 3 pawns and 1 rook. The china dress woman made a kung fu stance and the small girl makes a stance with her stick. Lastly, the twin girls grabbed their chainsaws with a smile and activated them, making dangerous sound. Disassembling time, both of the twins said that happily and swung their weapons around. I will leave the pawns to you, Ice-senpai, Kibe-senpai. I will take care of Catch Kiba. Issei then suddenly threw one of his sword to Kiba and charged forward. Wait, Ice-gun. But the knight reached for the earphones of his and removed them from his ears, cutting all communication with his teammate. As he charged forward, Issei took his sword back and held it against his waist and his free hand on its handle, making a stance while running with his body crouched low. Butchu explained to him very clear before. When they took a certain amount of damage and got into a condition where they could no longer fight, they would be forced to retire and get teleported out of the battlefield. The destination was a place with medical equipment. That was why it's alright even if they're hurt badly. It's not like they would die or anything if he go all out. Aka used the blade. In an action far faster than what he had been doing from the beginning, Issei twisted his body around and dashed forward. At the same time unsheathed his sword, making a round, relentlessly slashing movement, leaving a white and bluish afterimages of his blade on the path. He then stopped behind the 3 pawns and rook of Razor, putting the tip of his sword into its sheath and made a hard push. Click. The moment the arm guard touched the black sheath, Razor's servants cried out in pain and fell down to the ground before they were forcefully teleported away. Sharp cuts then suddenly appeared on the walls of the gym and they slowly fell down, collapsing in a loud collision with the ground. Razor Phoenix Sama's 3 pawns and rook retries. Those were some cruel words to Razor and the rest of his servants as his servants were teleported away. Hyoudou, Ice, Koneko, what happened to Jimri is called out to all 3 of them, but Kiba was the one who answered that. You won't believe what just happened, Butchu, the pawn said as he looked at Issei with wide eyes. Ice-gun, he unsheathed his sword. But before any of them could celebrate it, Issei suddenly turned his body around and ran as fast as he could toward Kiba and Koneko. He couldn't hear, but his sense was strengthened because he didn't have to focus in hearing, so he could feel the heat approached him from behind. But it was already too late. It happened. Bang! A sudden explosive sound was made at the same position Kiba and Koneko was at. Kiba Koneko, even though he was a pawn, his speed was far superior than normal devils, so he managed to push himself out of the explosion. Koneko, however, wasn't as fast since she was the rook. When the smoke was clear, Issei widened his eyes when he saw Koneko lying on the floor while smoke's arisen from her. He dropped his swords and kneeled down beside Koneko, holding her in his hands. Kaneko's uniform was torn as if she was dragged into a bomb. There were parts of her uniform that were gone. Take. As Issei checked Koneko, Kiba shot up to his feet and stood beside them, holding his sword protectively while glaring at the woman flying on the sky with her devil wings spread. It was his queen, Razor's strongest servant. Fufafu. When you hunt a prey, the best time to take them down is when the prey accomplished something, because that's the time when the prey is the most vulnerable. It's enough for us to sacrifice many of our pieces in order to take down one of you. Your group has a small number of members to begin with. That alone will be enough to give a huge damage to your group, right? Even if you defeat us, you cannot defeat Razor-sama. It's useless to resist. The purple-haired woman laughed as if she found it amusing. Senpai Koneko muttered as he grabbed Issei's hands and made a sorry sign with her other hand. Rias told them to study sign language to communicate with Issei while they were at school, so she knew a few signs. I'm sorry, I wanted to be of more use to Butchu and everyone. There were tears in her eyes. Koneko's body then got enveloped with light. The body started to fade and then it disappeared from his arms. Yubeluna then put her hands towards him, casting a spell to take out the remaining two standing before her. But before she could do anything, Akino appeared and flew down between them, standing protectively in front of her comrades. Ura, I will be your opponent. Razor Phoenix-sama's queen, Yubelunessen. Or should I call you the bomb queen? Akino came between us as if she is trying to protect me. I don't like that name because of its bad taste, priestess of lightning. Though I was hoping I can fight you. You Tokun, you and Ice can get out of here. I will take care from here. However, she was surprised when Issei suddenly shot up, grabbed his sword from the ground and charged forward recklessly, heading straight to Yubeluna. What a reckless knight, and I thought you will have more grace than. But she was then kicked to the back of her head with an unimaginable amount of force that she thought her skull had been cracked open. After image, Kiba gaped in shock at that. Issei shot down faster than Yubeluna could get up and held his sword with both hands before slamming it down the queen's head. Yubeluna gritted her teeth and brought her staff up to block it. What is wrong with you? The bomb queen asked in frustration as she was kicked to the chest by Issei. All the grace, the honor code of a knight was thrown away, and now he was like an angry warrior engaged in the fight to avenge his comrade. Seeing the queen in trouble, the other members of Razor's peerage came into action and tried to get to her, but their path were blocked by Kiba and Akino. Their numbers far surpassed them, but with her power Akino was managed to hold them back. Kiba engaged the two knights in a battle of sword fighting, creating multi-swords to aid him in the battle. However, he was soon knocked down when the other rook, Isabella, joined into the battle and caught him by surprise. This moment were enough to allow the knights to get past him and charged at Issei. Isuke and Kiba knew about Issei's habit better than anyone else, so luckily enough, the moment Issei turned his head to his direction, Kiba threw the katana he was holding to Issei, who caught it with his free hand and blocked Cirrus and Carlomene's weapons at once. He was forced back a little because of the Zweihander's power, but soon them back with something not many knights had, extreme physical strength. He didn't get physical Rias training for nothing. As Issei got the swords in his hand, Cirrus and Carlomene suddenly got a chill ran down their spines when a cold and sadistic smile appeared on his face. He then pulled his unsheathed sword back and thrust forward in a lightning-fast movement, making spear-like force appeared around the tip of his sword, blasting the two knights back. Issei then suddenly outstretched his hand. His action made the scabbards of his swords forcefully removed, revealed the blades. The knight then ran forward, violently slashing with both swords with the speed that none of Razor's knight could dodge. They were cut mercilessly, their clothes torn apart and their fleshes gushed with. The moment Issei stopped his onslaught, with his shirt and face soaked with, was the moment that Cirrus and Carlomene were teleported away for emergency treatment. Issei Hyoudou said as he looked at his grandson from the original school building, somehow managed to look into the alternate dimension with only his naked eyes. So, you finally decide to come out after all these years, he stated calmly, but if anyone was there they could hear the wariness in his tone. He didn't know that his grandson could get out of control this quickly. Back into the dimension, both sides stopped their fighting when they heard a cold yet cruel and evil laughter coming from the Knight of Rias Gremory. The laughter got louder and louder as a purple aura then flared around Issei's body, shocking those who knew him. Slowly, the knight turned his white face around and looked at them, his eyes cold, and there no longer held any warmness of Issei Hyoudou in them. Isuke and Akino called out for him, but she was then found herself caught by Kiba and pulled away from the battlefield. Yuyutokun. That thing is not Issei-kun. The knight cried out, we need to get out of here. Before Akino could make a retort, she heard Graia announced. Razor-sama's 1 rook, 2 knights, 5 pawns, 1 bishop retire. Her eyes widened in shock at the announcement. Line break. Ravel, being the only one left, fell down to the ground with tears in her eyes. Her dress were literally destroyed, but all thanks to her healing factor, she managed to remain in the battlefield. All she saw was the knight disappeared for a total of 1 second before pillars of light suddenly surrounded the entire battlefield and disappeared as fast as they appeared in front of her eyes. The next thing she knew, she was the only one left on the battlefield, as all were teleported away. As Ria's knight approached her, Ravel tried to back off from him. What was approaching her wasn't a man, he was even worse than a monster. The thick purple aura around him gave out the amount of lust and creepiness that was far from her imagination. As it lowered itself down in front of her, looking at Ravel with a hint of curiosity, Ravel finally saw its eyes. And she passed out the moment later. The thing stood up and casually walked toward the old school building, where the Yata no Kagami was locating. Line break. Are you still going to continue to fight even though all of his servants, save for his sisters, were taken out of the battle? Razor paid little care to them, as he was very close to victory. Kneeling in front of him was Rainier, as she had returned to protect Asia the moment she knew Razor was approaching their territory. Her body covered in burn mark and most of her clothes had been destroyed. If it wasn't for Asia, she would have been taken out quickly. Rias wasn't too far behind her. She too was breathing hard, as she had been fighting Razor shortly after Issei destroyed the gym. There was little she could do to him, even combining with Rainier's spears of light. There wasn't much damage they could land on him before it was healed instantly. Shut up, Razor. Rias said, you're the only one left in this battle. There is no way you can take all of us once my servants return. Her mind wandered around Eyes, the only one she believed other than Aquino could put that much damage to Razor's peerage. Razor casually raised his hand and blasted Rainier, who created a shield of light to protect herself, but it was soon destroyed and the fallen angel was teleported away from the field, much to Ria's and Asia's horror. Rainier Onisama, Asia cried out with tears in her eyes. See, Ria's Razor asked, no matter how many servants you have left, it will only take me a simple spell to eliminate them from the battlefield. The power of a pure devils were far superior than anything, even when they combined their power. He then pointed his hand to Asia. Surrender and I won't hurt that none much anyway. His fist then engulfed in golden flame. No, Rias cried out and stood protectively in front of her. Forfeit, now, Razor said louder. However, he was cut off by a voice coming from inside the building he was standing on. The voice was low, but close enough for his devil sense of hearing to pick up on. When the Empress fell from the Thunder Hill, Rias widened her eyes when she heard that voice. Eyes' voice low, my great sovereign, a demon, but at the same time, it wasn't him. It was cold and somewhat cruel. The knight then made himself known as he busted through the rooftop of the old school building, landing softly between Rias and Razor, holding Yata no Kagami in his hand, which was glowing in a golden aura. Razor raised an eyebrow at Issei. Eyes, Ison. Asia tried to run to him, but unconsciously Rias held her back. Teres on the thunder, he then threw the mirror into the air, finishing with a cold and chilling tone from the depth of hell, come to me, Jito. A bolt of lightning then shot down from the sky and struck the mirror, making a blinding flash of light that was too much for the devil's eyes to handle. When the light died down, floating above them were no longer the legendary mirror, but a pure white katana with golden patterns of kanji along the scabbard. Electricity were cracking around the sword, as it was emitting so much raw power that Rias thought she was facing against the Mao himself. The sword then dropped down to Issei and he caught it in his hand. TCH, as if it had a thought of itself. Golden aura as well as yellow lightning then flared violently around the sword, like it was trying to resist Issei. But his hand then gripped the blade tighter and the lightning then shifted between black and yellow. Then a moment later they disappeared. Good girl, he said, chuckling darkly, then unsheathed his sword and raised it above his head. Don't know what is going on, but you have to stay out of my business, trash. Razor said loudly, bringing his fist back and making his wings bigger, shooting down to attack Issei. But he didn't expect Issei to come slash the sword down. All Rias and Asia saw at that moment was an enormous blast of pure white energy and lightning that swallowed Razor on its way through the alternate dimension. Even if Rias was behind Issei, she was blown away due to the unimaginable amount of raw power. She wrapped her arms tightly around Asia, shielding her from the burning energy. As Rias fell down to the ground and hit the ground hard, she could feel her consciousness slowly slipping away. But she could still see a Razor, his eyes and mouth wide in horror and his body covered in horrible injuries, fell before Issei and forcefully teleported away. Then, in the speed far greater than any human could archive, Hyoudou appeared and slammed his fist into Issei's stomach with the force she could feel even from here before making the next attack. But this time his punch was blocked by the lightning blade, but the after force was still more than enough to knock him away. Then, out of nowhere, a Kusuragama appeared and wrapped itself around Issei's throat, pulling him down and slamming him down to the ground. She then heard Hyoudou shouted out something as a woman with waist-length raven hair dressed in a small pink kimono and long purple stockings suddenly appeared and attacked Issei with furious slashes from the Kusuragama she was wielding. Multi-devils then appeared on the rooftop of the school building, including her brother. However, soon after that her consciousness finally got away from her. Aishin, come here. Hyoudou Furenji called out to his 3-year-old grandson, taking his eyes and attention away from a manga he was reading. There is someone I'd like you to meet. The small child's eyes turned to the person standing next to his grandfather, and saw a beautiful lady with golden eyes, hairstyled in the traditional haircut, with 2 bangs framing her face perfectly and the rest of her long black hair flowing freely behind her back, with 2 large strands of white mixed in. She was wearing a pure white kimono, but with a yellow oppai, and holding a pure white katana with golden patterns along the scabbard. "Whoa, Jichin!" Issei immediately shot up to his feet and ran at his grandfather. "Who is this pretty lady?" he asked excitedly, making the woman giggle softly at his energetic personality. "Issei, please show some respect." Hyoudou sighed before introducing with a huge grin, "This is Empress Hyoudou, and from this day she'll join us in your training." Issei widened his eyes at this and immediately bowed his head. "It's my honor to meet you, Hyoudou-sama. Please, the honor is all mine, child." Hyoudou smiled softly at him and got down on one knee so she could look at him in the eyes. "He sure look a lot like you when you're this age, Hyoudou." The old man only laughed at that. "Hyoudou-sama, are you really that Hyoudou in the story my grandfather told me about?" Issei asked curiously, looking at the Empress from head to toe. "Why yes, Issei." The Empress smiled warmly and ran her hand on his head before putting the sword forward. "I'm looking forward to the time we're going to spend with each other from now on, so let's be friend, okay Issei?" The child nodded his head rapidly, smiling at the beautiful, giggling Empress, whose face was then turned into a look of horror, with running down from the corner of his mouth as Issei stabbed the white katana, sugary no Ontachi, into her chest with an angry, full of hatred cry before pushing her back and across them, slamming her into the wall behind them, and stabbed his sword further into her flesh. Issei on the Empress muttered with a weak voice, as she then cried out of pain when a bolt of lightning from the sky struck her, sending 1,000 volts of electricity through her spine. The blade itself was then cracked with electricity, and even the child who was holding the sword wasn't spared from its power. But despite the fact that his shoulder and body, as well as his sense of hearing, were being torn apart by the electricity, Issei didn't cry like a normal child should when he was in pain. He was laughing a cruel and evil laugh that shouldn't belong to a child. When it was all over, Issei released the sword and looked at Hyoudou. His eyes slowly returned to normal and the cruel expression finally disappeared from his face. He then looked at Hyoudou with shock and horror. Tears flowed out from his eyes as he grabbed onto her body and cried. Hyoudou, with the last strength within her, reached her hand out to touch his cheek. "It's alright. You are safe now," but he couldn't hear it, because his sense of hearing was completely damaged and destroyed. "I will forever stay," but it was all she could muster during her final moment. In the moment eyes dropped down to the floor because of the pain was the moment Issei Hyoudou woke up from his coma. No, he screamed out and shot himself up, but before he could do or even see anything, he was pushed down to the bed again by an extremely fast woman, who held a kusarigama in her hands, lunged at him and pushed her knee into his chest, forcing him back to the bed, and held a sickle at his neck, the other sickle held above her head and readied for a strike. What she was saying something, but he couldn't hear it because he didn't have his headphones with him. Issei tried to reach his hands out to tell her to stop, but it was the moment he realized his arms were completely bound. Not just his arms, but his legs was also being held down a bed by chain and shackles. Those binding object must be magical, because he couldn't even move a muscle of his arms and legs. Issei Hyoudou busted into the room after hearing his grandson's cry and widened his eyes at what he saw. "Shigure, it's all right, he's back." "I don't trust it," the woman said as she pressed the sickle tighter into his neck, drawing some. "I must be a trick. Look at his eyes, Shigure." Hyoudou shook his head and said softly, "My grandson is back." Shigure turned her head back to look at Issei, directly into his eyes for a few seconds before taking back her weapon and removed herself from him and got down to the ground, though she didn't drop her guard and still had the weapon in her hand. "Jichin," Issei muttered when Hyoudou walked up to stand next to him, a soft smile on his face. "Issei, how are you feeling?" Hyoudou asked with the perfect hand signs. The Knight of Rias Gremory only shook his head. His hands were completely bound. There was no way for him to answer Hyoudou's questions with sign language. Since he didn't have his headphones on, speaking from this point would be a whole lot harder. Where am I?" Issei asked, trying to imagine hearing those words with his ears. "Riashin's home in the underworld." Hyoudou grinned and pointed around. "This is actually her room, you know." Issei widened his eyes in surprise at that and finally looked around, finally realized that he was lying on a bed that was too large for a hospital's bed and too comfy to be his bed at his house. Ria's room was big, at least as big as the entire second floor of his house, and painted mostly in pink, white and crimson. Every furniture within the room was high-class quality, and Issei could see many bookcases beside a gigantic wardrobe and countless action figures on top of them. There were many stuffed toys too, but they were put orderly at a corner of the room. Issei then snapped his head back to look at his grandfather as he remembered about Rias, his comrades, and the raiding game against Razor Phoenix and his peerage. "Where?" But Hyoudou then shook his head and put a hand on Issei's forehead. The other reached out to remove the binds on his grandson's wrists with just a flick of his fingers. Issei could see that the black-haired girl was looking at him warily while his grandfather was removing the shackles, but at least she didn't try to do anything other than that. "Rest for now, Issei." After removing all of the binds, he told Issei that. "What happened to me?" Jichin, Issei asked, bringing both of his hands up to ask Hyoudou as more and more memories about the raiding game and the dream was replayed within his mind. Till that moment, Issei could still feel it, the unimaginable power surging through his power the moment he held that white sword in his hand. His scars and ears arched painfully while he was using that as well. Could it be that it had something to do with that incident in the past? The knight couldn't stop himself from wondering. Hyoudou could only sigh at that question before making up his mind. The old, but powerful man reached his hand to pull a chair toward him and sat down. Promise me that you are not going to blame yourself for it, Issei. Issei widened his eyes at Hyoudo's request. The past is the past. What matter now is that you move on to the future. Issei looked at Hyoudou for a moment before nodding his head. Please, tell me. Line break. This is unacceptable, Rias Gremory said loudly as she glared heatedly at her brother, who was sitting on the lawn beside their parent. Eyes is my knight. Why am I forbidden to come and visit him, she asked, ignoring Akino, who was trying to calm her best friend down. Her peerage was also present, but aside from Akino, neither of them wanted to be a part of Ria's anger again. Asia and Reina were very worried about Aiza's condition, but in this matter, in front of the Mao himself and a group of high-class devils, family of their king, they had to keep their opinion for themselves unless they were absolutely necessary. Several days had passed since the battle against Razor Phoenix, and while the end wasn't what they were predicted, it was still a win for Rias Gremory, and the engagement marriage between Gremory and Phoenix was officially cancelled. There were rumors that Razor was hurt so much that his Phoenix's healing factor barely managed to save him from losing his mind to the pain. He was still recovering, but his mental was very unstable and chose not to leave his run in any circumstances. Issei, however, was taken down in a combined effort of her brother, his grandfather, and the woman with the Kusuragama, Shigure. Apparently before being put down, Issei attacked everyone on sight after Rias lost her consciousness and took down all the guards of the match and 3 members of her brother's peerage, including Graia, the strongest queen of the underworld herself. He lost his consciousness after his grandfather landed a very powerful blow and had been in a coma since then. The higher-ups of the devil faction wanted to hold in custody until they decided if he was a threat to them, but a woman came and stopped them from doing all of that, saying if they tried to do anything to him, they would have her and the entire Shinto pantheon at their enemies. The woman was Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and universe, the leader of the Shinto pantheon. And so, the Gremory were allowed to take care of Issei only when they had someone strong enough to watch over him all the time. Shigure volunteered herself, and apparently she had the same position as Issei in guarding one of the other 2 legendary sacred treasures of Japan. Because he is dangerous, that's why Rias. Then Alana Gremory, the lady of Gremory household and mother of Rias, said sternly, until we're sure that he poses no threat to us, you will be allowed to come and visit him. He is no threat to us, mother. Eyes just Rias snapped before trailing off, unsure of what she needed to say. We're still in the dark in this matter, Rias. Surzet shook his head. Usually Graia would stand behind him, waiting for her master's orders, but she was still recovering from the wounds Issei gave her and couldn't continue her duty for quite some time. Hyoudou refuses to let us know about Issei's condition. But apparently, as much as I can tell, he paused for a second before saying he was possessed by something extremely evil. What do you mean? That boy, Issei, you said in his profiles and documents you sent to me that he was a kind heart boy, wasn't he? Rias nodded her head. Well, a kind heart boy would never try to kill anyone. Eyes, on the other hand, nearly took away Graia's life while laughing like a maniac. Rias widened her eyes in horror at that. If it wasn't for Hyoudou, Graia with the crimson Mao sighed longingly after that also. Someone like him doesn't have enough mental ability as well as power to wield and restrain a sword at that caliber to fight against a group of extremely powerful devils yet. You saw it, didn't you, how he restrained the sword as it tried to resist? Rias lowered her eyes and nodded her head. Tell you, not even I can control Shugure no Ontachi. Only the ones who are chosen by it can wield the sword. Shugure no Ontachi, Rias repeated in confusion. Is that Empress Jito's sword, the sword that represents the regalia of Japan, and it seems it has fused with Yata no Kagami, one of the 3 sacred treasure of Japan. Surzet nodded his head. I have an encounter with that sword and one of its past wielder in the past, who I believe that you already know. Aiza's grandfather, Hyoudou Jai-sama. Yes, an extremely powerful man, even if he's only a human. Hyoudou is not someone you should take lightly. Rias and her peerage couldn't help but nod their head, since everything he had done to surprise them so far was nothing but inhuman anyway. That sword, Shugure no Ontachi, is passed down from generation after generation, so Aiz must be its current wielder. The Furinji has been guarding Ai's Grand Shrine, the place that is holding both the sword of Empress Jito and the sacred mirror of Japan. This duty is always taken by the oldest male of the Furinji household, but Hyoudou only has 1 daughter, so she cannot take over that role. Aiza's last name, Hyoudou, must be from his father, Anasama. That sword, Rias decided to ask, and the others soon fell into silence. Is it a holy sword like the Kusanagi no Tsurugi? Because the feeling I had during that blinding attack, the white blast of energy, it burned her in Asia like the most powerful light-based magic. It was lucky that she wasn't caught directly in that blast. No, it's not a holy sword, it's the elemental sword. That blast of light is simply a release of its original power, lightning. Lightning? Akino asked in surprise. Yes, but with the power 3 times greater than original lightning. Being near it is enough to make your skin feel like it's being burned by light-based magic. And a single strike like that can kill almost anything and, as you can see, even overpowered Phoenix's regeneration ability. Surzech explained while most of its powers remains unknown. Shuguri no Ontachi, known as the most powerful elemental sword and placed as the 3 most powerful swords in this world, alongside with the ultimate holy sword Excalibur and the demonic emperor sword Gram. Wielding it is no easy task. He then pointed to his head because as far as I know from Hyoudou, that sword has its own thought and personality. And he compared it to a feisty, dominant woman. They all sweat dropped after hearing that, but it had clearly lightened up the atmosphere. I see Rias chuckled nervously. Anyway, being a wielder of a sword like that, as well as an important figure to the Shinto pantheon, I'm sure that Issei will be alright. Surzech smiled. Even holding him here is a little bit risky for us, so just stay on your guard until Hyoudou say otherwise. That won't be necessary. They all turned their head around and saw Issei's grandfather grinning at them while stroking his beard and giving them the peace sign. Issei is awake, you can all come to visit him now. Ria's face immediately brightened up after hearing that. The same could be said to her peerage. Oh really? Rias asked with a large smile before standing up from her seat and bowed her head to Hyoudou. Thank you, Jisama. She then turned to her servants and said, let's go, everyone. They all nodded their head and followed Rias after saying goodbye to Issei's grandfather and Ria's family. Is it okay for them to meet? Hyoudou, Lord Gremory asked. How is he? Hyoudou. Don't worry, Issei's condition has stabilized. Shigure is also there to watch over him in case anything happen. Hyoudou stated calmly, and he won't hurt your daughter, Gremory. Ryashin as well as the others have a special place in his heart. They meant a lot to him. Sigh, maybe I was worried too much. Then Alana released a sigh in relief while shaking her head. You have every right to, Venelenason. Your daughter has become my grandson's master, and while I don't want to admit it, Ryashin has gotten herself into some very serious trouble. He then made a strong, determined face, but I'll guarantee you that I will do everything in my power to help my grandson, to prevent an incident like this from happening ever again. I see Venelana made a small, grateful smile. Thank you, Hyoudou. I hope Issei is going to be alright. Surzech spoke up, or else my sister is going to be really angry at me. Don't worry, he survived worse. Issei is going to be alright. Hyoudou said before grinning at Surzech. Anyway, this really bring me back. Hyoudou laughed while looking at Surzech. How are you doing, young man? Still got your ass hanged to your girlfriend? Hyoudou, we broke up a few decades ago. The smile dropped immediately, but how about a cup of tea to reminisce about old times? Ho ho ho, yes, please do. Hyoudou grinned. Line break. Rias was chosen to be the one who was going to come into the room to visit him first, holding a pair of brand new magical hearing aid earphones in her hands, something that she made from the destroyed pieces of his old ones. Over the past few days she couldn't stop thinking about her knight, how he won her freedom for her by defeating Razor, but more importantly she couldn't stop herself from wondering if he was okay, or when he was going to wake up. As her servants waited behind her, her heart was beating strongly against her chest as she knocked on the door and called out for his name. She was finally able to meet him after all those days of waiting, and even considered herself to be extremely lucky because she got to meet him first. But of course, since Issei couldn't hear, the one who answered the door was Shigure Kasaka. Now that she was finally face to face with the Kusarigama wielder, who stayed inside her room all the time to watch over Issei while he was still in coma, Rias finally got a good look at her appearance. Shigure was a fairly tall and beautiful young woman with a slender frame yet remarkably curvaceous figure and well-endowed ass. She had long waist-length raven hair that was tied back in a high ponytail, peach skin, and light purple eyes. She wore a purple choker around her neck, dressed in a small pink kimono and long purple stockings, donning chainmail, and wore a black strap under her to keep the chainmail in place. Her most eye-catching feature were her eyebrows, which resemble lightning bolts. She was also carrying a Tsubulas Nadachi strapped to her back with makeshift grip of bandages wrapped around the hilt, and the Kusarigama she used to fight Issei was strapped to her hip. Hello, the girl greeted Rias. Is there anything you need? I would like to visit Issei, if you please, Rias said to Shigure, who nodded her head and stepped out of the way, opening the door further for her. Please come in, Shigure said, but please, be careful. So unlike Hyoudou, this girl was still wary about Issei. Thank you, Shigure-san, can you leave the two of us alone for a moment please, Rias requested, and Shigure, although she was hesitate for a second, nodded and walked out of the room and closed it, leaving Rias and Issei alone. Issei was still lying on her bed, his eyes still closed and pretty much unaware of her presence. Rias was unsure if she could wake him up, but since his grandfather said they could meet him, he must be awake and was simply resting. Rias walked closer and put a hand on his shoulder, gently shaking him to wake him up. A smile made it to her face when Issei opened his eyes and turned to look at her. Hey, my handsome knight, Rias smiled at him and couldn't help but notice that he didn't smile back. How are you feeling? Good, I support. The great thing about sign language was that no one would be able to detect the changes about your own emotions through your voice. But in Issei's case, who had gotten too used to language without sound, Rias could see some hesitation in his hands, meaning that there wasn't feeling very well. That's great, Rias smiled. Do you want to sit up? I can help you. Issei nodded his head and allowed Rias to help him up with his back leaned against headboard and pillows. Thank you, Butchu. Issei smiled gratefully. I have something for you, Issei. Rias reached her hands into her skirt pocket and pulled out the crimson earphones. Here, I fixed it for you. She smiled and handed him the earphones, which looked as good as new and still functioned properly when Issei pressed the button. Issei looked at his earphones for a moment before putting it on his ears, and finally he could hear once again. I hope I didn't mess them up, Rias asked him. They work fine. Issei turned his head around to smile at her. Thank you, Butchu. I'm glad. Rias smiled warmly. How is everyone? You know that we have Asia on our team. No, not them. Issei shook his head and said with a forceful tone, the ones that I hurt. Eyes, it's not your fault. Answer me now. He pressed again, this time a little bit louder and forceful. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Rias was taken apart by his reaction, and was now looking at him with her eyes wide in nervousness. I'm sorry. The knight looked away, lowering his head with his bangs overshadowed his eyes. Rias was hesitate for a moment, but she reached her hands out to wrap around his bigger one and squeezed comfortingly. I know it's hard for you, Eyes, but please don't blame you for this. Rias said soothingly, it's not your fault. You're not even yourself at the end of the raiding game. Asia's ability allowed her to heal them. Graia got the worst, but she is having a speedy recovery. Rias told him, choosing the right words to make sure that she won't make it worse for her knight. She is not called the strongest queen for noting, after all. But still, Issei trailed off. I could have hurt you and everyone too. Again, Eyes, you were not yourself. She then made a smile also. I believe that you'll never hurt me or Asia or anyone in this matter. Rias reached one hand up, putting it on his cheek, and gently turned his head toward her. I guess Hyoudou-sama has already told you this, but please, don't blame yourself for it. It's not worth shouldering everything by yourself, Eyes. You have me, have us with you now, and we'll do anything to help you. Issei smiled softly at her soothing words, and closed his eyes before nodding his head. Thank you, Butchu. Rias' smile brightened with his words and stood up from her seat, wrapping her arms around her knight in a tight hug, bringing his face to her chest, much to his surprise. Also, it's all thanks to you that I'm now free to choose whoever I want to marriage. Rias said as she leaned her head against the top of his head. You wanted to me, Eyes? I'll forever in your debt. Don't worry, Butchu, I'm glad that I could help. Truthfully, he wanted to be the one who did it, but what really mattered was that they had won, and now Rias was free from her engagement with Razor. I'm your knight, after all. A knight in a shining armor. Rias giggled and then released him from her hug. The others are waiting outside, right? Issei asked as he turned his head to look at the door. Yes, and they're dying to meet you. Rias nodded her head and pointed to the door. If you want, I can call them in and... No, Butchu, I should come out to greet them, since I was the one who made them so worry. Issei said as he pulled the blanket from his body and turned around to put both of his feet onto the ground. This is your room after all. Maybe it's time I return it to you. That is a no for you too, Eyes. Rias shook her head and tried to push him back to the bed, as gently as she could. You should rest, plus, I don't mind you using my room or anything. Don't worry, Butchu, I feel fine. Issei shook his head and removed her hands from his body. Don't worry about me, I'm tougher than. But the moment Issei tried to stand up, he fell. Eyes, Rias cried out and quickly shot her arms out to catch him before he could fall down to the ground. My legs, Eyes said in surprise as he was lowered down to the ground by Rias. The knight tried to move his legs and it did response to his command, but very weakly. Line break. It seems his body is not capable of handling that level of power from Sugary yet. Hyoudou said to Rias and her group while stroking his beard, watching his grandson from the other side of the room. Issei was currently receiving physical therapy by Underworld's best physical therapist, his hand holding onto a pair of bars at waist level and slowly taking each step with shaking legs. Sugary's power is extremely powerful lightning-based magic. Even the user won't be sparred from its overwhelmed power, result in losing control of some part of their body for a while without the proper treatments. You know how the brain control the body, right? Rias in a keynote nod of their head. The sword's power is so strong that it can disturb even the lowest electrical activity of the brain. He did use it to fight against Mao-class opponents after all, so this is something I should have expected. Is he going to be alright? Asia asked worriedly. This was the first time she felt so powerless and useless for Issei. She got the power that could heal any wound, and yet she couldn't even heal his hearing, and now his legs. He will. Hyoudou grinned. He has survived worse than that. They all knew that he was talking about the scars on his body. Even when the sword is now his, to be able to control Sugary properly at its greatest level of power. Not only did he need to gain her trust, train more in using her powers, but also has to train his body to endure the effect of the sword. He then raised his hand and flexed his muscles, grinning maniacally with his eyes shone like flashlights. At least to this level, Rias paled, as she could barely imagine what kind of training Hyoudou had gone through to archive a monstrous build like that. I would rather he's not. Rias chuckled nervously. He's fine the way he is now. She smiled softly while looking at Issei, who finally got a hang on walking again. By the way, hey Tosin, where is the sword? Gone for now. Hyoudou answered Kiba's question. To be able to summon it again, Issei has to read Empress Jito's poem. Each word is the necessary code for summoning. I see. By the way, Ryashin, can I make a request? Hyoudou then said. His voice suddenly became serious. Of course, Kisama. Until I found a way to help Issei, you must limit the amount of battle he gets himself into. Hyoudou said seriously. I know that it might be impossible because you're devils and all, but at least try to make the fighting easier for him. The more he succumbs into lust, the quicker he loses himself. There is something very cruel and evil living inside his soul, and it will take every opportunity to get out. I understand. Rias nodded her head firmly. Sigh, I'm too old for this, Hyoudou said as he pulled out a massive lollipop from his pocket. Shocking them, Issei is a kind boy and his heart is pure, but the moment he picks up his sword will be the moment the demon tries to take over. He will be nothing more than a ruthless, cruel killing machine. His heart will turn cold and his soul will be tainted in the of his enemies. The old man removed the wrapper and started licking it. Is there anything we can do to help him? Rainier asked, turning to look at her best friend's grandfather. Issei had done so much for her, that must be the right time for her to repay his kindness. Well, the answer is actually not that hard. Hyoudou laughed loudly, but I will let you figure it out yourself, young ladies. It's really not my place to tell you what you should do. Rainier nodded her head slowly and turned her head away. Like the fallen angel young woman, the others had also figured it out the answer for that question. Line break. Come in please, the door is not locked. A soft, feminine voice could be heard from the other side of the room after Issei knocked on the door 3 times. As soon as he was able to walk properly again, he came to this hospital, which was one of the best in the underworld, to visit Graia Lucifuge, the one who got the most beating from him and struck several times by bolts after bolts of lightning. While Phoenix Tears saved her life, Graia was still very weak and needed to rest, while the other devils had all recovered and returned to their daily work. Oh, it's you, Issei Hyoudou. Graia greeted him after Issei opened the door and stepped in. The silver-haired woman was sitting on the bed, with the white blanket covered up to her lap, wearing a simple, white outfit for patients at that hospital. Hey Graia, Issei greeted her. I came to visit you. He stated the obvious while rubbing the back of his head with one hand, holding a bunch of flowers in the other. Hope you don't mind. Of course not, please come in. Graia shook her head with a small smile and Issei walked in, removing the paper around the flowers and replaced with the old flower and flower vase on the table beside her bed. How are you feeling? Graia then widened her eyes a little because she and Issei asked that question at the same time. You first, Graia, Issei quickly added. I'm alright, there is no need for you to be so worried about me. Graia smiled. I'm tougher than I look, you know. Yeah, I heard that you're the strongest queen of the underworld, so I guess. Issei chuckled nervously before sitting down on the chair next to her bed. Anyway, I come to. There is no need for you to apologize, Issei. Graia shook her head. Surzut-sama told me about your condition, and even if he didn't, I would never blame you for some tiny scratches. She joked lightly before saying it's not your fault. But still, Issei trailed off as he looked away. People kept telling him that it was not his fault, but he was the one that struck them with lightning, right? How are you feeling, Issei? I'm fine mostly, Issei said as he glanced down to his legs. He still needed to receive physical therapy for a few more days. Walking normally was the only thing that he could do now, and harder actions like kicking or running at normal speed or ever at top knight speed was still too much for his legs to handle. I'm sure you will be fine, Issei, Graia said, smiling. After all, you're the blessing of the Shinto goddess Amaterasu on human. I wouldn't call myself like that. Issei chuckled in embarrassment while scratching the back of his head. I'm not that special. Everyone is special in their own way, you just have to figure it out what it is. Oh yeah, I will make sure to remember that then. Issei nodded his head before standing up. Anyway, I'm glad that you're okay, Graia. The maid smiled at his words. I will take my leave now, don't want but you to get all worry about me again. I see. Graia let out a soft giggle that Issei thought wasn't possible for a strict woman like her, but it sounded cute nonetheless. Take care, Issei. We will see each other again in the future. She lowered her head a little to Issei. Yeah, see you later, Graia. Hey, Rainier and Asia gasped in shock. So, like how I just explained, I, Rias Gremory, will also be living in this house. I might be inexperienced, but please take care of me, Oto-sama, Ako-sama. At that exact same moment, Issei walked into the living room and widened his eyes at what, or rather who he saw. There was a beautiful young woman with long crimson hair sitting in front of his parent, saying something to his parents with a smile on her face, and there was 2 other beauties, one with blonde hair sitting next to her with teary eyes and the other with black-haired, wearing unpleasant face, but both of them seemed to be in a very bad mood. He then remembered something Rias told him about when they were on the way back to the human world. Something about Rias said she would live with him from this point. She told him with mastery over sign language that she wanted to strengthen the relationship with her servant, after all. But he got the feeling that she forced herself to make that decision. Oh, what should I do? Issei-chan, Rainier-chan and now Rias-san, so I will be having 3 daughters now. His mom, after living with Asia and Rainier for a few weeks, started to adore them like her own daughters, so she was more than okay with another girl coming in, especially when they were both friends of her son at school and very nice to him. His dad, on the other hand, was crying hard. Our son is so lucky, he said through tears. I'm so happy that our son has all these girls to care for him. I can finally rest in peace now. Issei crossed his arms in annoyance. After spending so much time with the magical earphones, he didn't like it at all when he didn't know what the others were talking, especially when they're talking right in front of him and about him. Hey, Rias noticed him and made a greeting gesture with her hands, smiling softly at her knight. Issei made a small smile and raised his hand to greet her, before asking her what she was doing there, at his home with luggage standing beside her like that. I'm coming to live with you, Rias told him. I have your parents' permission, so from now on I am a member of this family. Rias stood up and lowered her head at him. So please, take care of me from now on. Oh, all right. Issei could only nod his head while scratching the back of his head. Do you need me to move your luggage to your room, Butchu? Of course, if you don't mind. Rias smiled and let Issei walked into the room and picked up her luggage, carrying it to the only spare room left at his house. Ison, I will help as well. Asia ran after him and poked him on his back to gain his attention while muttering, oh, looks like there's only hope for polygamy, but beauty will be against the teachings of God. But at this rate who? What's wrong? Issei asked, putting on his earphones after making sure that his parent was no longer in hearing range. It's nothing. When he asked her, she turned her head away in the other direction. Issei turned his head to look at Rainier, his best friend, who could only shrug and patted him on his shoulder. Rias soon appeared and followed closely behind them, holding a fancy-looking handbag in her hand. I have altered your parents' memories. You can wear those headphones as much as you want in this house, she told him with a soft smile, causing Issei to widen his eyes in surprise. As seriously, thank you, Butchu, he said gratefully, lowering his head. Anything for my knight, she smiled. However, in order to alter the entire town memories, I will need to. Don't worry, Butchu, you've already done enough, Issei told her, gesturing his hand to Rainier. Rainier-chan wanted to do it too, but I told her not to. I think it'll be better if I don't get too used to my sense of hearing. Well, if you say so. Rias nodded her head and opened the door of her new room for Issei and Asia. After they had finished arranging Rias' belongings into her room, Rias spoke up with a smile, clapping her hands together in front of her chest while looking at Issei. I want to take a bath. Yeah, let's take a bath together. She stepped forward and wrapped herself around his arm, causing him to blush a little at the feeling of her on his arms. I will wash your back for you. Issei made a sound of both shock and surprise. Butchu, I don't think a bath with Rias, his master, the girl he had a crush on for so long, was going to get naked and take a bath right next to him. He wanted to refuse, choosing to act like a proper and noble knight, but words caught in his throat. All right, let's go. She ignored it and dragged him out of the room. Hold it. Rainier appeared before them, stopping Rias from taking Issei anywhere. If you two are having a bath together, then so will I. Icegun and Butchu, don't leave me out of this. Me2, please let me join as well, Asia said with teary eyes, standing next to Rainier. I'm sorry, but this is how it is. Is it alright if this is a proclamation of war? Don't really care because I'm the winner, right? Icegun, Rainier asked him, but didn't stop glaring at Rias. I don't want to lose, but it seems like I will lose. Asia looked troubled, but she didn't back off. Issei swore that he saw sparks between them as Rias, Rainier, and Asia glared into each other's eyes. What are you guys talking about? Issei asked in confusion, looking between them. It seemed like his everyday life was going to get even livelier from then on. Two can't believe it, Momo and Rias Gremory gasped in awe amazement as she looked at the red dragon-like gauntlet on Momo's right arm. This sacred gear, it's listed as one of the 13 Longinus, boosted gear. Even Issei had to widen his eyes after hearing that name, while Momo just looked at him, totally confused. You mean the one that has the spirit of the Welsh dragon, D-Drag? That's the one. Rias nodded. Truth to be told, Issei had absolutely no idea what boosted gear was, because he didn't have much knowledge about God's artifacts. One of the main reasons he couldn't find out what Momo's sacred gear was and decided to bring her to Rias, who had vast knowledge about them. The only reason he knew so much about boosted gear and the creator that was sealed inside, its power as well as its characteristics, was because of Rainier, who told him her mission a couple of days after she became a devil. Apparently, his best friend took order from the leaders of the fallen angels to watch over Matsuda because they believed he had the boosted gear, but turned out it was just a regular sacred gear called Twice Critical, which had the power to double the power of the user for a certain time, while boosted gear had the ability to double the user's physical and magical power every 10 seconds. It was listed as one of the 13 Longinus, sacred gears with enough power to kill God. Azazel told Rainier to watch over the boy, and yet she decided to kill him after discovering the true identity of his sacred gear. His best friend was a scary woman indeed, which reminded him to never piss her off, as she could be quite scary if she wanted to. I don't know what is going on. Momo smiled as she raised the gauntlet up and looked at the green jewel, but I take that this sacred gear is awesome. It's beyond awesome, Mama-san. Rias corrected it as power beyond imagination, to the point it's enough to kill gods, she pointed out, making Momo widen her eyes in both shock and surprise. So it's a very, very dangerous weapon, then. The pink-haired girl chuckled nervously and decided to make it disappear. I heard from Issei-kun that sacred gears could have a variety of effects, right? So what is my power? You can double your physical and magical abilities every 10 seconds. It was Issei who answered his regular client's question. Double every 10 seconds, Momo repeated, shocked. Yeah, but you have to have the strength to handle that power. It's like carrying too much weight and you will reach your limit and get tired pretty quickly. Rias nodded her head. You're a regular human, so I don't think you can boost yourself more than 3 times. Hey, don't underestimate me. I work out every morning, you know. Momo pouted, crossing her arms on her chest. Also, what about the voice in my head I used to hear 3 years ago? It must be the voice of the dragon whose spirit is being sealed inside of your sacred gear. Welsh dragon, one of the 2 heavenly dragons, D-Drag. Rias answered. In the past, D-Drag fought against his arch-rival, the other heavenly dragon, the vanishing dragon Albion, in a battle that was interrupted by the angels, devils, and fallen angels, who were at war during the time. In anger, both dragons attacked the leaders of the three factions, which led to their bodies being destroyed and their souls being sealed into two separate sacred gears, with D-Drag moving into the boosted gear. Well, they must be pretty pissed off then. However, the problem is Albion, D-Drag's arch-rival. He was sealed inside a sacred gear called Divine Dividing, which has the ability to divide the power of its opponents by half after coming into physical contact with them every 10 seconds. Rias said unfortunately, it's destined for these two heavenly dragons to battle each other forever. Throughout the history of mankind, there are records about battles between their users. Sooner or later, you'll meet the possessor of the Divine Dividing and the two of you are going to fight to the death, I suppose. To the death, Momo laughed nervously. You're kidding, right? Unfortunately, I don't think she's kidding, Mama-san. Issei shook his head, but put his hand on her shoulder. But don't worry, I will protect you. Momo's eyes immediately lifted up after that and cooed. "Oh, you're such a knight in shining armor. If you pay but you in exchange for my protection, of course." "But since when did you become such an ass?" The pink-haired young woman cursed in English and hit him hard on his chest before turning to Rias. "Anyway, is there a way to help me? Rias-san, like training or something like that? Can you teach me to fight?" "You seem to accept all that pretty quickly, aren't you?" Rias asked, amused, and Momo could only shrug her shoulders. Momo was very optimistic about her life, so Issei wasn't surprised when he saw her like that, even though he could see some nervousness and fear in her eyes. "Of course I will help, but I cannot guarantee that it's going to be easy." Before Momo could say anything, Rias added, "But you can make it a little bit easier by becoming a devil." Even Issei had to widen his eyes in surprise as Rias' offer, but in the end, it was only logical for a high-class devil like Rias to want a powerful servant like Momo, who is the owner of a powerful weapon. "You mean like Issei-kun, become your servant and let you turn me into a devil?" "That's right. Well, how should I say this?" Momo looked away, finding the floor of Issei's room a little bit more interesting than usual. "It is a very tempting offer, Rias-san, but I think I will have to refuse," Momo said and turned her head back to look at Issei's master, using her finger to scratch lightly on her cheek. "It's not like I am dead or anything, right? You don't have to be dead to be reincarnated into a devil, Mama-san." "Oh well, what I mean is how about I save it for later? You say I might have to fight Divine Dividing possessor to death, right?" Rias nodded her head. "If I get killed by that person, or whoever they are going to be, you can still bring me back to life with those magic chess pieces of yours, right?" "Ah yes, I understand what you want to say now, Mama-san." Rias grinned. Momo Mamazono was smarter more than she gave her credit for. "Well, I think it's like a video game. 2 lives is better than 1, right?" "Yes, but only when you know how to play it right." Of course. Momo nodded her head before taking a look at the clock. "It's already 7:30. Aura, look at the time. I think it's time for me to leave." The pink-haired girl stood up and smiled as Rias and Issei. "Thank you, Rias-san, Issei-kun, for being honest with me. At least I will have the time to set up my mind and prepare for my rival." "It's all right, Mama-san." Rias shook her head with a smile. "Your eyes as friend, so you're my friend too. It's the least I can do to help you." She said, "I will send Eyes to tell you about your training later. For now, please be careful and call me immediately if anything happens." "All right," Momo nodded. "Come on, Mama-san, I will take you home." Issei spoke up and opened the door. Rias' magic circle could only teleport devil, so Issei had to carry her home, just like how he brought her to his place to meet Rias. "Aw, he's such a knight, isn't he?" Rias made a displeased face and crossed her arms together, but she didn't say anything. "All right, take me home, Issei-kun." She then made a sound of surprise and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck when Issei suddenly picked her up brittle style and ran out of the house with knight speed, leaving a long trail of dust behind him before leaping into the air and ran on the rooftops of houses. In less than 2 minutes, Issei arrived at Momo's apartment, after running and leaping from building to building with such speed that everything became a blur to Momo, as her human eyes weren't capable of catching up to intense speed. Again, that was way too fast. Momo pouted as Issei put her down to the ground. "Well, I thought you needed to go home as soon as possible," so Issei said, scratching of the back of his head. "Nah, it's fine, that was still one hell of a trip." The pink-haired young woman smiled. "So, I take it the two of us are going to spend a lot of times with each other from now on, am I right?" "Yeah, probably," Issei said, before questioning his regular customer. "Are you really okay, Mama-san? I mean to know about all those things. To tell you the truth, I'm a bit nervous and afraid of what's coming." Momo nodded her head with a soft smile, looking away suddenly. "I know that I'm the possessor of one of the most powerful weapons in the world, and I'm destined to fight the person who has the rival of the dragon that's sealed inside me. Sealed inside then. Not to mention that I'm about to learn how to fight properly, like you, and have to do it in real life, too." Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after hearing that, but decided to remain silent anyway. "It's actually not that hard for me to accept, especially when I have already accepted that supernatural beings like angels and devils are living around me." "I see," Issei smiled. "I guess I will be in your care, Issei-kun." She then turned to him and bowed her head a little, with her hands put together in front of her lap. "Please look after me from now on." "Of course I will, Mame-san." Issei grinned. "Anyway, see you tomorrow, Issei-kun." Momo pulled the key of her apartment from her skirt's pocket and opened the door. "You should also return to your home soon, before Rias-san and the other girls think that I'm trying to take their beloved knight away." "See you later, Mama-san." Issei nodded his head and left as soon as he heard the sound of the door being locked. It's almost time for dinner. The girls would be cooking, so he should get home as soon as possible. Line break. Are you ready? Issei-kun, Akino asked, licking her lips in an extremely usual way. Give me your best. Aknos and Issei nodded his head, but before Akino could get too close to them, Issei raised both of his hands to stop her. Hold on a second, I need to remove these first. Issei removed the earphones from his ears, making all the sounds disappear, and there was nothing left but silence. Well then, Akino raised her hand and touched his cheek, sending a massive pulse of electricity from her hand into his body. G-H-R-R, she purred sultrily when Issei fell down, holding his cheek and his body in pain, as he was shocked for the first time in a while. I could really get used to this training with you every day, Issei-kun. She climbed onto his lap and linked her hands with him and shocked him again. Rias and her servants cringed when they heard Issei's scream when he was shocked once again, followed by a sadistic laughter belonged to Akino. Seriously, of all the people, Rainier growled, glaring at Rias. It has to be that sadistic woman. You seriously think that Issei-kun is going to be alright after this? They had Asia there to ensure nothing would happen to their beloved knight. But it didn't change the fact that he would be shocked a lot from then on, and each shock from a woman like Akino, who very into BDSM, would definitely hurt a lot. She's the best option we can come up with, Rainier. Rias shook her head. Akino is a magic expert, Rainier, especially in lightning magic. She can shock him with a non-life-threatening surge of electricity with the minimum magic power. She picked out a scroll of paper from her skirt pocket, something Issei's grandfather gave her before he disappeared mysteriously once again, and unfolded it in order to wield Sugary no Ontachi again without getting any side effect. We need to get eyes to get used to electricity once again, and Hayato Oji-sama stated very clear that being struck by lightning rapidly is the fastest way. It's like sitting on an electric chair. Kiba smiled nervously while scratching his cheek. Only this time, that chair is sitting on you and keeps promising many, many shocks next. Hold on a second there, I thought we had to prevent Issei-kun from getting into fights. Of course, then why is he here? Training so that he can use that lightning blade, which he will use it to fight. Rainier pushed on. As much as I don't want to admit it, it's not something we cannot prevent completely. One way or another, battles will keep coming and Issei will have no other choice than to fight. Rias shook her head sadly. We can only stop Issei from fighting for too long, or getting sucked into his fighting spirit. I could get him strong enough to one-hit everything and end the fight in a few seconds. The other sweat dropped when they saw the exact same words on the note Hayato left for Rias, with a peace sign next to it. Sugary will provide him the power to do so, but I's in no condition to use it yet. So, let a sadistic woman shock him rapidly is a great idea. The Furingi are descendants of those who were blessed by Shinto gods, so they all pose higher physical abilities than usual, even for supernatural beings standard. As you can see, no human, or even most high-class devils, are capable of doing feats like Ajisama. Rias explained Issei is no exception. It's also the reason he was able to survive such injuries from that accident 10 years ago. So that's mean he have to withstand Sugary's power while using it. It's a bit risky to use that sword. Even the past wielders had to endure its power, because none of them was able to fully control the sword. Even Jai-sama, Asia asked in surprise. Yes, even him. Rias trailed off before returning her attention to her beloved knight, as he was trying to hold on for dear life after getting struck by a full bolt of lightning. Rias bit her bottom lips when she heard his cry of pain. Yet okay, maybe this is getting overbroad. Issei reached his hand out to grab one of his earphones and put it on his left ear while reaching his right hand out to stop Akino from continuing. Wait, Aknasan, I think it's enough for. But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes nearly buggled out of his sockets when his hand landed directly on Akino's right, getting a handful of her incredible soft and firm tit. Such action caused the sadistic queen to moan lustfully and got turned on even more than before. Ara, Issei-kun, how bold of you. She licked her lips and grabbed his cheeks with both hands. Issei closed his eyes tightly and waited for the shock. But it never came. You turned me on so much. How about I reward you for being such a good boy? How about I let you hurt me this time? Did you know that I enjoy being hurt just as much as hurting someone else? She whispered into his ear before licking his cheek, making the unfortunate boy shudder. Issei was speechless and didn't know what to say. But luckily, Rias came to the rescue and stopped Akino from doing anything more extreme by grabbing the collar at the back of her shirt and pulled her up to her feet. All right, I think that's enough for today, the crimson-haired young woman stated with a dead calm tone. Eyes, are you all right? Guys, Issei nodded his head slowly and took Rainier's hand so that she could pull him to his feet. My hair is a bit weird, isn't it? He asked, and the girls nodded their head with a giggle. Here you go. Rainier put both of her hands on his head and gently pressed his hair down, returning it back to its original style. Asia stepped closer to her friend and placed her hands on his hip, covering them in healing light. Thank you, Asia. Issei smiled when the blonde-haired girl started healing him with her sacred gear, making him feel a lot better than before. Think you can keep this up? Rias asked. I don't think this kind of training is good for your health. I think I can, but you. Issei nodded, but he wasn't so sure himself. Please, you don't have to worry about me. Of course I have to. Rias scolded him lightly. You're my knight, and nothing is going to change that. Thank you, but you. He could only smile at her. Line break. Issei would never expect his grandfather to randomly appear at his home when he and Rias decided to bring everyone to his home to have a meeting and use dinner with his family like that. And this is a picture of Eyes when he began his training. The man laughed loudly while pointing his finger to a picture on the album he was holding. The old but extremely muscular man spent most of the afternoon adding pictures that he brought with him from Mai into the Hyoudou family's albums, and then decided to show them to everyone. Ara, he is so cute. Akino giggled from Hyoudo's left, using the palm of her hand to cover her mouth. And this is a picture when Aishin went into the beach naked. Hyoudou flipped to the next page and showed them another picture, much to the brown-haired boy's displeasure. He couldn't remember much about his past after that accident 10 years ago, but it only made him feel more embarrassed. Hey, Aiknas and Hey Jichin, can you stop showing her those things? Ara, so this is Ice-senpai's embarrassing past. You also can't look. Konkachin, it was basically the worst thing that ever happened to any teenager boy. Small eyes. Rias, who was kneeling at Hyoudo's right, muttered with a low tone. Her cheeks were red, and there was a happy smile on her face. Eyes when he was a child. Eyes when he was a child. Eyes when he was a child. Eyes when he was a child, she kept muttering in satisfaction, which only made Hyoudo's grin become wilder and Issei became more confused. I think I know how Butchausen feels. Asia grabbed the older girl's hand. Her eyes were sparkling in excitement. So you also know how I feel. Rias nodded with a huge smile. I'm so happy. Ara, you look so cute, Aishin. Rainer sighed softly, holding one of the family albums in her hands. No wonder why you are so handsome now. Not you too, Rainerchen. He tried to take it back and jumped at her, but Rainer simply laughed and dodged to the side. Haha, don't worry about it. Let me enjoy your album a bit more. Sighing in defeat, Issei then turned his attention to the last person in the room, Kiba. But unlike everyone, he was staring blankly at the album in his hand, with his eyes wide in surprise. Hey, what's wrong? Kiba, Issei asked and looked at the only picture in the album. It was a picture of him and a young girl with a tomboyish hairstyle, standing beside each other with someone who seems to be her father. Like most of his past, Issei couldn't remember him, but he knew the girl from the stories his mother used to tell him when he was younger. She was the girl who used to live close by when Issei was in kindergarten, and usually came to his house to play hero play together. But when Issei went to primary school, she went to another country because of her parents' work. This Kiba pointed at the boy's father on the photo. To be more accurate, he was pointing at the sword the girl's father was carrying. In the past, Issei thought it was just a fake sword, because he heard that the father used to play with them a lot in their hero play. Do you remember this? Kiba asked seriously. I'm sorry, Kiba, but I don't remember much of my childhood. Issei shrugged before asking why. What about it? Things like this happen, huh? To find it in an unexpected place. Kiba laughed by himself, but his eyes were filled with so much hatred that it made Issei feel surprised and a little nervous. This is a holy sword. At that moment, Issei could never believe that photo was the start of a chain of events. It was an evening and the sky was beginning to darken. I got this, Issei said loudly while taking a few steps, raising his hand above his head and catching the baseball in his gloved hand. Even though it was hit with a lot of force behind it, it was actually no big deal for him to catch, because in his eyes, the ball was flying extremely slowly, and when he caught it, he couldn't feel anything at all. Nice. Issei-kun. Momo Mamazono, the one who hit the ball thrown by Rias, grinned and held up the baseball bat, pointing it at him. At this race, we're so going to win the ball tournament. Eyes, pass me the ball, Rias called out to him, and Issei only did just that, throwing it back to his mistress so they could continue training. You might wonder what his regular client was doing there, at Kyo Academy, training baseball for the upcoming ball tournament with them, the Occult Research Club. The answer was pretty simple. Yesterday, she became a second-year student of Kyo Academy, being transferred from Emanagawa High School by Ria's family, and quickly became a member of the Occult Research Club. Despite the fact that she wasn't a devil, Ria still accepted her in and allowed her to know about devil's business. Apparently, being the holder of boosted gear, she was known as Sekiryute, the Red Dragon Emperor or Empress, and was deeply respected by the members of the devil faction's higher status. As soon as they heard about Momo, they had been trying almost everything to have her at their side. Even some high-class devils had come to her house to ask her to become their servant, promising her many generous profits, until Momo politely refused after slamming the door of her apartment right into their face, summoned boosted gear to scare some, and Surzep's Lucifer and Gremory household decided to put her under their care. When she arrived at his class yesterday, Issei had also learned about her other life, and that she was also extremely famous in the human world. She was well known among them as Kamen Rider Pinky, the main protagonist in the TV series of Kamen Rider Pinky, and one of the more successful gravure idols in the world of entertainment, with her particularly seductive body. Natsuda and Madohama were two of many of her fans, and in their efforts of trying to get Issei to their side, they used to show him a picture of Momo in a rather skimpy two-piece swimsuit, and it became the reason why Momo looked familiar when they first met. Issei had never bothered to watch anything on TV because of his handicap, so of course he couldn't recognize her. Next week is Kyo Academy's ball tournament. It's a battle between clubs that we can't lose, said Rias with a firm voice. She was in high spirit. One of the Academy's biggest events, the ball tournament, was closing in. Overall, it was an event where they was going to play ball-related sports, such as baseball, soccer, basketball, tennis, and many sports like that. Those matches included contests between classes, genders, and obviously, there were also some between clubs, and that, including the Occult Research Club. However, what the clubs actually play would be announced on the day of the event, and in conclusion, they were practicing sports likely to arise. Training in the morning, lecturing at school, and practicing sports with his friends and doing devil's jobs at night. His stamina allowed him to do all of that in a single day without getting tired in the slightest. His daily life sure had become a lot more interesting than before, as long as it wasn't going to involve fights and battles. Batting practice is fine now. If it's baseball, then Koneko will be the fourth batter. Alright, the small girl with super strength nodded and replied shortly. No one was going to complain about that. Yufifufu, it seems our Butchu is in high spirit, said Aiknasen while giggling, appearing next to Issei. I think I understand. Issei nodded his head. She hates to lose, after all. She had always had that burning look in her eyes whenever she was about to enter a competition. Yep, that's it. Of course, there's no way that we can lose unless we make mistakes. As devils who were fundamentally stronger than most humans, on the sports day they would have to hold back. Naturally, they wouldn't have a hard match, but on the flip side, they had to learn the rules and features of baseball, which was the reason why Ria's making them practice. The only one that would get physical problem would be Momo, but it wasn't something they should worry about since she was really good at sports and had good reflex and above average stamina. Even if your brain knows, your body has to as well, Rias declared before returning her attention to Momo, holding the baseball ball behind her back. Momo, are you ready? As ready as I will ever be, Butchu. The girl nodded and raised her baseball bat. Well, I won't when Hakuryuku arrive. But Rias threw the ball, and once again, Momo delivered a successful hit to the ball, sending it into the air. Asia, it's on you, Rias called to the bishop, who became extremely nervous when she saw the ball flying toward her direction. And, she was too slow, so the ball hit the ground and bounced for a few times before going through Asia's legs. Needless to say, her sports sense was below exceptional. Combining to her clumsiness, she could even trip over nothing. Asia, if you fail to catch it, go fetch it, Rias gave out her order firmly. She quickly ran after the ball and picked it up before tossing it over to Rias. Next is Hyoudou. Momo nodded her head and hit the ball again, that time toward Kiba. There you go, Butchu hit the ball to Kiba. Since he was second fastest runner in their group, Issei believed it should be the piece of cake for him. Smack, however, much to everyone's surprise, including Issei, Kiba just stood there like an idiot and got hit in his head. Kiba, get a hold of yourself, Issei said loudly to Kiba, who then looked at him with a puzzled expression. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Kiba picked up the ball and threw it back to Rias. She caught it with a sigh. Hyoudou, what's wrong? You've been acting rather strange lately. It's not like you. I'm sorry. The pawn sincerely apologized. Rias was right. Kiba had been thinking about something serious lately. Even during discussions in the Occult Research Club, he would look somewhere else and not participate. As a second-year student like him, Issei could even hear that it became a hot topic in his classroom, and the girls were worried, at the same time excited over his expression. For someone who was always smiling, it was rather unexpected. Issei could see that Kiba started acting strange after he saw the photo in one of the albums at his house, most likely because of the Holy Sword. Rias could only shake her head and picked up the baseball manual on the ground, checking if she was doing everything right. By the way, Haisukun, did you know? Akino asked, looking at Issei with a smile. Know what? Recently, Butchu started a manual on love. A love manual? Issei asked in surprise. Does that mean she found someone that she likes? He asked, and Akino could detect a hint of disappointment in his voice. Issei's fondness for Rias was something she could see from the first day he arrived at their clubroom. Yufifufu, Haisukun, you don't have to worry about it. It'll be all right. It's impossible for Butchu to have a lover while you're not around. Akino reassured him, with a pat on his shoulder. If Butchu were in your shoes, she'd be deeply shocked. Yufifufu, it's also her first time. You'll be in trouble, Haisukun. He didn't understand what she was saying at all, so he asked. Okay, continuing. But before Akino could keep going, Rias put the manual down and announced. Well, I guess I should return to my position now. Akino nodded her head and left, but not before she whispered into his ear, I'll be looking forward to our next training session, Issei-kun. The boy shuddered, and couldn't help but consider about asking Rainier to help him train instead, since she was also really good at spells and magic, but wasn't a sadist. Line break. After they had finished lunches, Issei headed to the clubroom with Rainier, Momo and Asia, since Rias told them to be there before noon. Apparently, Rias and Sona, the other high-class devil at Kyo Academy, Rias' best friend and rival, wanted to properly introduce the new members of their peerage to each other, since they had never had an opportunity like that before, mostly because of Rainier, her little gang of stray exorcists and fallen angels, as well as Rias' first ever raiding game against her former fiancé. When they entered the room, Sona Shitori, or Sona Citri, the heiress of the Citri clan and the sister of the Mahu, Seraphal Leviathan, and the president of the student council, was already there. Sitting next to her was Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council, a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. The rest of the student council slowly made their way into the clubroom. Issei could recognize some of them, especially Matsuda, the infamous perverted baldy and Yule harassment paparazzi of Kyo Academy. The other male member of the student council, Sona's peerage, was Genshiro Saji, a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He was wearing the Kyo Academy boys' school uniform, albeit without the blazer, and his sleeves are rolled up. Other than Saji, Issei and Rainer had already met Sona and the other two before, so they didn't feel surprised like Momo and Asia. Oh Mamachan, Matsuda's expression lecherous as he tried to approach Momo. I didn't know that you would, but before he could get any closer to her, Issei held his hand up slightly and stood in front of the Red Dragon Empress, giving Matsuda a firm glare, which immediately made him back off nervously. Momo, meanwhile, sighed in relief and gave Issei a soft smile. She had experienced with stalkers and pervert paparazzi in the past, but none of them was nearly as bad as Matsuda and his pervert partner. The Kaichu, Shitori Sanosama's real name is Sona Citri. She's a high-class devil who is the next heir of the House of Citri. Seeing the confusion on their face, Akino explained the House of Citri is one of the 72 pillars that survived the Great War, just like the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. This school is actually controlled by the House of Gremory, but at daytime, it is the student council. In other words, the House of Citri is in control. The time of being in charge is split between daytime and nighttime. You guys are getting peaceful school life because Kaichu and us, the devil servants of Citri, are working at daytime. It won't be bad for you to remember that, you know, Saji explained before introducing himself. By the way, my name is Saji Genshiro. I'm in second year, and I am Kaichu's pawn, he declared proudly and offered Issei his hand. Issei Hyoudou, Rias Gremory-sama's knight. Issei nodded and shook the pawn's hand. So you're the same pawn as Matsuda? Yes, but actually, it damaged my pride very badly. For him, one of the duo perverts, to be the same pawn as me. What did you say? Matsuda gritted his teeth in anger and glared at his fellow pawn. Oh, you want to go at it again? Even if I look like this, I'm a pawn that consumed 4 pieces of pawns. The new member of Sona's peerage returned the glare with his own. Even if I just turned into a devil, I won't lose against you or even someone like Hyoudou. Their foreheads smashed against each other, and the two pawns glared into each other's eyes while gritting their teeth in anger. Saji, Matsuda, stop it right now. Sona spoke up and glared at them sharply. But Kaichu, the reason we came here is to introduce our new servants amongst fellow high-class devils, where we both have this school as our base. In other words, it is a meeting to introduce you and Ria's new servants, Hyoudou-kun, Rainerson, and Assassin. If you are my servant, then don't make a shame out of me. Besides, Sona then turned her head to look at Issei. Saji, you can't win against Hyoudou-kun right now. He is the one who defeated the third son of the House of Phoenix. Being Ria's only knight was not just for show, you know. Only knight? Saji asked in shock, looking at Issei with his eyes wide. That's mean you consumed 2 knights. The guardian of Ai's grand shine could only nod his head. And you defeated the Phoenix? I thought that it was Kiba or Hanjime-senpai who rescued Raya-senpai. Even Matsuda was in shock, and was looking at Issei with his mouth gasping like a fish on water. What about Mamachan? She's Ria's servant as well, he asked, looking at the pink-haired young woman. No, she is not. Sona shook her head. She's here because she's Sekiryute, the Red Dragon Empress and the holder of the legendary boosted gear. Both of Pawn's mouths dropped in shock, and Momo flipped her hair with a somewhat prideful smile. I am sorry. Hyoudou, Issei-kun, Rainerson, and Asia Argentasen. Sona lowered her head at them. My servant hasn't experienced as much battles as you two, so he still has some rude attitude in him. If it's okay, can you please get along with him? Yeah, we will. Rainer nodded and looked at Matsuda, who then immediately backed off and nearly tripped over when he saw her eyes, which greatly reminded him of the day she tried to kill him. There's a history between you two. As Saji approached Asia to greet her, Momo turned to her friend and asked curiously. Yeah, I tried to kill him. The young actress raised an eyebrow at that. Before becoming Butchu's servant, I was assigned by my leaders to watch over that boy because they thought he had the boosted gear. After a while, I thought he might pose a threat to the fallen angel with that dangerous sacred gear, so I tried to kill him. Momo paled, but Issei-kun pushed him out of the way and got struck with my light spear instead. Butchu saved him by turning him into her servant. I see. She looked away, but then snapped her head back to look at Rainer. Hold on, if you knew I had the boosted gear from the beginning, would you try to put a light spear through your heart? Rainer asked teasingly. Of course, but now, I probably won't. The Dragon Empress looked away and put her hand on her chest, sighing in relief. All right, Sona nodded and stood up. I think this is enough for introducing our rookies. Then we will pardon ourselves now. There's also a document which I want to finish during lunchtime. Kaichu. Sona Citrusama, I will be in your care from now. Issei spoke up and bowed his head at Sona. Following after her friend, Asia also did the same thing. Guys, please take care of us. Yes, let's get along. The student president replied and smiled at them. She then turned her head around to look at Rias, who was enjoying the tea Akino made for her with a smile on her face. Rias, I will be looking forward to the ball tournament, she said to her rival with a smile, before she left the room with her servant. Yes, me as well. Rias smiled back at her before saying to her new servants, get along with Saji-kun and Matsuda-kun, everyone. You will also meet the other members of the student council who are devils, but don't fight with them. since we are all spending our school life at the same school. Okay, she smiled. Yes. And Rainier? Rias glared at Rainier with her eyes half lifted and the smile stopped scaring Matsuda. No promise. The fallen angel shrugged her shoulder. All right then. Rias looked at Issei and flashed him a bright smile. Eyes, come over here and teach me show more signs. Unlike Rainier, she still had some troubles conversing with Issei through sign language, making it really difficult for her to talk with him while they were at school. Oh, all right then. The knight nodded his head with a small smile and sat down beside her. Do you want to learn it as well? Asia quickly claimed the spot next to Issei and said determinedly. Me too, Momo said excitedly and took her seat in front of him. I want to learn sign language too, so teach me. Isuka Koneko nodded her head in agreement and leaned in closer to hear it, but she didn't say anything. Ara, then I will join in as well. Rias pouted when her queen decided to step in as well. Body language is very useful, to say the least. But the crimson-haired heiress knew that it was just an excuse for the sadistic queen to get close to her favorite toy. You don't mind me joining, don't you? Issei-kun, she gave him an innocent look, something that he couldn't refuse. Aye, it's fine, Eiknosen. Issei nodded and raised both of his hands. So, since Mamachan and Konkachan are new, I will start with the basic as he taught the girl his language. Issei couldn't help but glance at Kiba, who was still deep in thought, and wondered exactly what had happened to him to have that kind of reaction as soon as he saw the holy sword. Line break. Bang bang. The sound of the start of the ball tournament echoed in the sky. Issei looked up and put a hand above his eyes to look at the sky. He could see some dark clouds approaching, and the weather broadcast said it was going to rain in the evening. He just hoped that it wouldn't rain until the tournament was finished, or else his master would get really upset, or his friends had to compete while it was raining. Sukmatokan of the Manga Research Club, Hashiake-sensei is calling you. Please come to the staff room immediately. The PA speakers, which are placed throughout the school grounds, were making announcements endlessly. All of the club members got changed into the PE uniform and gathered at one place. They were resting up till the start of the matches. But the club matches were at the end. First, there were the class matches. His class was going to compete in football, but Issei decided to not participate. Kiba and Koneko had to participate in their class match, which was baseball. The practice they did after school wasn't in vain. After that there was a match amongst genders. Then after lunch the club matches started. Issei did some light exercises as a warm-up and helped Momo with her own. Asia was stretching with the help of Rainier. Koneko was sitting on the plastic mattress on the ground reading the rule book for ball games. Kaba was still thinking about something. The boy had been spacing out for entire days, staring at the sky. Rias went to check the category sports for the club matches with Akino. After 10 minutes, the two great Onisama of Kyo Academy came back while smiling fearlessly. We have won this match already, she said. Butchu, so what are the sports we are playing then? Akino asked. Dodgeball. Line break. Butchau, come on, you can do it, beat her. Momo cried as loud as she could, cheering for Rias from the tennis court fence. She was the one who represented the girls of her class to compete against other senior girls. She was holding her ground quite well, hitting the tennis ball with strength and flawless skill, but her opponent, Sona Citri, was quite good as well. Kaichao Sema, Akayo, the girls were shouting with a shrill voice. Issei was wearing a cap to push his hair down to cover the earphone on his left ear, so he could hear everything quite clearly, even with just one ear. Yufufufu. It's wonderful that we can see a match between high-class devils in a place like this. Akino giggled while enjoying the match beside Issei. The knight nodded his head in agreement, because while the two of them were holding back, it was rare for him to see a match between high-class devils at a place like school. Here I come, Sona. Yes, you may. Rias. The two beauties exchanged words, and their determination to win burned like a dragon fire. Kaichao, please win. Like the members of the Orc, Saji and the student council were also cheering from the opposite fence. Take this Shidora-style spinball. The ball Sona had just hit went rushing towards Butchu, spinning rapidly in the air. That can't be good, Issei muttered with a very low tone, his lips barely moved. You are too naive. Take this Gremory-style counter. Rias tried to hit it back with her racket, but the ball changed its direction the moment it touched the court for the first time and went down, causing Rias to miss. 15:30. Nuu, it is Kaichu's point. The girls, who was cheering for Rias, cried in disappointment. You are doing well, Sauna. To be expected from my rival, Rias admitted with a smirk, gripping the racket's handle tightly in her hand. Yufufu. Rias, you haven't forgotten the promise where the loser has to pay for the udon with all the toppings at Kobayashi, have you? Sona asked, smiling slightly. Yes, I haven't. It will be my shame if you taste that before me. Rias grinned and got into position. That's why I will definitely win. Did you know that I have 108 styles of magic ball? I will accept that challenge. I will hit back all the balls that come into my Shitori zone. In the end, the final match between Rias Gremory and Sona Citri lasted so long that both of their rackets broke and they both got first places. Of course, normal rackets would break if they were used for intense rallies like that. Everyone, including the referee, had decided that it was a tie, but Rias wanted to win at all costs, so the participants turned to the spectators to ask who the winner was. Sona had a lot of votes, but Occult Research Club still won in the end because they had more famous members in the group and many more fans. Line break. After the girls had changed into their PE uniform, the team gathered together, and before they could head to the field, Momo brought out a small box from her backpack and showed it to everyone. Everyone, let's put this as a team. She opened it and picked out some headbands, which had embroidery Occult Research Club imprinted on them. I made this last night, so hopefully you will like it. Ara, you are well prepared. The first one to take it from her was Rias. Issei got one too and removed his earphone to put on the headband, tying a knot at the back of his head. It's good, Koneko said shortly, but that was all. Momo need to know that the cute white-haired mascot of Kyoto Academy really liked it. I gotta admit, they're pretty well made. You're quite good at home economics, aren't you? Rainier commented and put on her own headband. I'm still lacking in some aspects, but you know I am really interested in this guy, so of course I have to practice a lot to improve myself. She explained and gave Issei a meaningful look, but all he did was look at her in confusion. He then quickly put on one of his earphones when Momo pointed at his ear. Sorry Mama-chan, but what did you just say? He asked. Momo was still new to sign language, so he had to put it on to talk to her. Oh, it's nothing at all. She nudged him gently with her elbow and winked. Rias crossed her arms underneath her chest and pouted, feeling a little annoyed at how fast Momo was advancing. She was also a little surprised and amazed that Momo could do it with little to no hesitate. Aurora. Akino giggled with the headband on her forehead. Certainly the other clubs are also wearing an item to symbolize the team, like uniforms and caps. That's right, Aino-senpai. The pink-haired young woman nodded. That's why I also made them. She then looked at the box and widened her eyes when she saw there was one headband left. I'm pretty sure that I made just enough for everyone. She picked the headband up and looked around. Kiba-kun, you don't want this, she called out to the handsome pawn, but it fell into his deaf ear, and I thought he's a nice guy. Actually, he is. Give me that, Mama-chan. Issei offered his hand. Let me do it. The pink-haired girl nodded and gave Issei the headband. Hey Kiba, Issei called as he approached the Prince of Kyoto Academy. Put this on. Mama-chan made these for us, and showed Kiba the headband. Yeah, thanks, Mama-san. Kiba nodded his head at Momo. Let's concentrate on winning now. Win, huh? Yeah, winning is important. Kiba nodded, but Issei was sure that his mind wasn't in the game at all. Members of the Occult Research Club and the Baseball Club, please gather at the gym house. It was the announcement that called for them, and the Devils of Gremory household quickly got to the gym to start their match. Line break. Issei jumped to the left, caught the ball before it could hit Asia, the weakest member of their team, and sent it back to the owner, who got hit square in the head and eliminated from the match instantly. It actually wasn't that hard for him to catch the ball, and even Asia could do it if she had some more confidence, because the opponents were throwing it half-heartedly, with barely any strength behind. It was simply because they couldn't hit anyone from the Occult Research Club. Rias Gremory, one of the two great Onisama, the most popular school idol. You can't aim for her. Akino, one of the two great Onisama, the second most popular school idol, can't aim for her as well. Momo Mamazono, Graia idol and famous actress of Kamen Rider Pinky, the #1 beauty of Kyoto Academy's second year, you will never want to hurt her. Rainier, also a school's beauty and everyone's idol, can't aim for her. Asia, the angel and one of the most beautiful girls of the second year, and also a blondie, couldn't aim for her either. Koneko, a lollololly girl who was their school mascot, you'd feel bad if you hit her. Issei Hyoudou, enemy of every male student in the school, but the girls will hate you if you hit him. Can't aim for him. Last but not least, Issei Hyoudou, a handicapped second-year student. You'd feel really bad if you hit him, and the girls would definitely hate you for that. There was no way they could win against a team like that. Then suddenly, one big-built baseball boy came and aimed for Kiba, crying out for the entire school to hear, shit, I don't care whether I get hated, you damn handsome. He threw the ball at Kiba, but it wasn't something the second faster servant of Rias Gremory couldn't handle. That was Issei's thought, until he realized that the boy was still in his own word. Without a word, Issei ran toward that direction and knocked the ball before it could hit him in his face, which unfortunately counted as elimination. He could catch it, but in order to do that he would have to run faster, and that would be very inhuman in everyone's eyes. I have the ball, Rias called out and caught the ball with one hand, letting him know what she was saying with the other. You did well, eyes. She made the signs before pointing at the baseball boys. Now, it's time to hunt down the prey who took down my cute eyes. She made a very scary glare and sent it directly toward the opponent team, making them flinch and back off nervously. Issei quickly moved out of the field and watched the entire match on a bench. His club was basically slaughtered the opponent team, and Rias was the one scoring the most headshots to revenge her cute servant. Line break. Slap. There was a bitter sound which echoed along with the sound of the rain. Rias just slapped someone. It was Kiba. Rias was quite angry. For the ball tournament, the Occult Research Club got the first place. Even Issei and Asia had returned to help with the rest. But there was one person who didn't cooperate, and it was Kiba. He did contribute a couple of times, but he was doing nothing most of the time. Rias got angry at him a couple of times during the match, but he didn't seem to care at all. Even if he got slapped, Kiba still didn't make any expression, nor did he talk. Are you done now? The ball tournament has finished as well. We won't be practicing anymore, so can I take a rest until it's nighttime? I'm a bit tired, so I will take a break from the usual club activities. I'm sorry for my behavior today. Seems like I don't feel well today, Kiba said quietly and walked away in the rain. Kiba, you are really weird lately. Issei quickly caught up to his comrade and put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. It's none of your concern, Issei asked him, but all he got was Kiba's cold reply with a smiley face. Even I'm getting worried about you. Worried? Who worries about who? I think it's normal for devils to live by how they want. Well, I think I'm at fault for not listening to my master this time. It's troublesome a situation like this when we are trying to form a proper group. That's how we felt after we went through that bitter experience in the previous match, remember? Don't we have to cover for each other's weak points from now on? We are comrades. Comrades? Kiba then made a gloomy face. Yes, comrades. Issei nodded his head. You are always burning with determination, Icegun. Lately I started to remember the basic things. Basic? Yeah, that's right. The reason why I am fighting. Isn't it for Butchu? But he rejected it immediately. No, I'm living so I can seek my revenge. Holosword Excalibur. Destroying that is the reason why I am living. Kiba had a face with a strong determination. That time, Issei thought that he had just seen his friend's real face. Holosword Project? Issei asked in surprise after hearing Ria's first words of explanation about Kiba and his current problem. Yes, Hyoudou is a survivor of that project. Rias nodded her head slowly at his words. The four of them, Issei, Rias, Asia and Rainier, were currently in his room. It was raining pretty hard outside, and as soon as they returned home, Rias had decided to tell all of them about the dark past of her pawn. I heard about that project from Aziz-sama. Rainier explained there was a project several years ago inside the Christian church that aimed to make those who can wield the Holosword Excalibur. That's right. Rias nodded. Kiba was one of many test subjects. Rias said those words with disgust, and Issei understood why she felt like that. This is my first time hearing this, Asia exclaimed in both shock and surprise. There are demonic swords, swords that harness the power of demonic energy, and elemental swords, weapons that manipulate the elements of nature. Rias said holy sword, as its name suggests, is weapon with the power of holy magic. They are the ultimate weapons against devils. If we, the devils, touch the holy sword, then we will burn ourselves. If we get cut by it, then we will be terminated without a trace. It could be called the ultimate weapon for those who believe in God and see devils as an enemy. Even though there are numerous holoswords originating from all over the world, I still think the most famous one would be Excalibur. Even in Japan, it comes up in many books. It's a holy weapon that is created through means of magic and alchemy by those who reach the territory of God. But holoswords choose their wielders. I hear that only one person in a decade or so get chosen. Kiba is a sacred gear possessor that can create demonic swords, right? So isn't there a sacred gear that can create holoswords instead? Issei asked curiously. Kiba's sacred gear, Sword Birth, had the power to create any kinds of swords with any kinds of attributes he desired, going from demonic swords with unique powers to elemental swords with elemental powers, like a lightning sword like Shuguri no Antachi, if he had enough power to create something like that. It's not like there aren't, but if you compare it to the holoswords that already exist, it is kind of lacking. Of course, I'm not saying it's weak. Among them there is a sacred utensil included in the Longinus, just like Momo's sacred gear, boosted gear. The most famous is the sacred gear that was wielded by the person who killed Jesus Christ, the true Longinus. It's also said that the name Longinus was derived from it. Rias paused for a second before continuing, except, at this point, there isn't a holy sacred gear that can compete with Excalibur, just like no lightning spells is able to compete with the power of Shuguri. Maybe Durandal or Amano Murakumono Tsurugi can, but it's because these holoswords are too powerful. It's the same with the demonic swords and elemental swords. Hyoudou received artificial treatment to adapt to the holosword, particularly the Excalibur. So Kiba is able to use the holoswords. Rias shook her head at Rainier's question. Hyoudou couldn't adapt to the holoswords. Not only Hyoudou, but it seems like everyone who received a treatment similar to Hyoudou's couldn't either. I guess you have to be a natural-born wielder. Issei nodded his head in understanding. The people of the church decided to view the ones who couldn't adapt to the holoswords as defective products and disposed of them. Both Issei and Asia widened their eyes in shock after hearing that. Dispose Asia managed to utter some words, but too shocked to say anything else. Most of the people experimented on were killed, including Hyoudou, only because they couldn't adapt to the holoswords. It can't be. It's not an acceptable act by those who serve God. Asia spoke up once again, her eyes filled with tears and looked like she was about to cry. Issei could only look at her sadly. It's normal for one to cry when something she put her heart and soul believe in continuing to betray them. They, the people of the church, calls us devils an evil existence, but I think the bad intentions of humans are the greatest evil in this world. Rias ate it with sad eyes, and he couldn't agree more. Rias was a devil, yet she was very kind to him and everyone. When I reincarnated Hyoudou into a devil, that boy was swearing for his revenge even when he was in a critical situation. Because his talents were being used for holoswords since he was born, I wanted him to use his talents as a devil. Hyoudou's talent at using swords would be a waste for only using it for holoswords. But he couldn't forget about it, the Holoswords, and also those who were involved with the Holy Swords and the people of the church. About that, I think this photo was what caused him to act like this. Issei spoke up and handed the photo to Rias. Tiba said the sword in this photo was a Holosword, so Issei thought it was somehow related. Ria's eyes changed as soon as she saw the photo. Rainier widened her eyes when she saw it, while Asia just looked on curiously. Eyes, is there someone you know who is related to the church? You know I lost most memories of my childhood, right? Rias was about to say something, but Issei shook his head with a small smile. It's alright but you. Anyway, from my mother's stories, it seems there was a child who was a Christian living in the neighborhood when I was really small, and usually came to play with me. SSO, there is one near you, Rias muttered before saying no. There was a Holosword in this area about 10 years ago. It's so terrifying. Then that sword is really a Holosword. Yes, it's one of the Holoswords. It's not as powerful as the legendary Holosword I mentioned before, but it's the real thing. Then it must mean that this man is the Holosword wielder. Now I get it. I heard that my predecessor who was in charge of this area vanished, but it would make sense if this was the reason. But if I remember, Rias looked away and started muttering many things under her breath, and Issei had no idea what she was talking about. However, before he could ask, Rias shook her head side to side and smiled at Issei. Let's just go to sleep. Her declaration made everyone widen their eyes in surprise. Even if we think about it, it's not like Hyoudo's behavior will go back to normal. She grabbed the sleeve of her shirt and pulled it over her shoulder, and after that, she started to strip her clothes until she was completely naked, much to his shock and embarrassment. Oi, what are you doing? Rainier asked loudly. Boo Butchu, why are you taking your clothes off here? His face was beet red, but he couldn't stop himself from staring. He was a young man with crazy hormone, all right. Why, you also know that I can't sleep without being naked, eyes. Rias pointed out like it was an obvious thing, crossing her arms under her large S. I know. He shook his head, but not that I mean why you are taking them off in my room. That's because I'm going to sleep with you. Again, she stated it like it was obvious, causing Issei to become speechless. Rias then leaned forward and hugged his head into her large bosom, making his face even redder than before. Don't tell me that you don't want to live with your One-sama, eyes. Are you going to spend me back to my room just like this? Stop right there. Rainier stepped in and tried to stop Rias from continuing to do whatever she was trying to do. You can't do that. It's not right. Last time I checked, it's not right for human in their society. The crimson-haired young woman pointed out. We're devil and we've no problem over something like this. It's also perfectly normal for me to show my deep affection to my adorable knight. Rainier crossed her arms on her chest and huffed. She wanted to retort to her words, but couldn't deny her logic and admitted that she did have a point. Then I'm sleeping here as well. I'm also going to sleep with Ice. And suddenly, Asia spoke up and entered the fray. Much to his shock, she started stripping, going with her pajama shirt first before removing her pants as well, becoming just as naked as Rias. Much to his shock. Having enough, Issei decided to stop it before it could get any worse. But you are being a bad influence on Asia. Please put your clothes on now. She might be a devil then, but Asia was still a pure maiden. With Rias, a pure devil, around, it would only be a matter of time before she was corrupted and tainted with dirty thoughts. It's the last thing he wanted for a girl like Asia, not to mention that she was also his friend. Bad influence. Rias Butchu frowned and raised her eyebrow at his words. It's a harsh thing to say to me, eyes. You know that I sleep naked, right? You slept with me a number of times. This time it was Asia who responded to her words. Slept together a number of times. No. Ison and Butchausen, the Twilight Healing Wielder, started to shake and get teary eyes because it was a big shock for her. Rainier, please say something. He decided to turn to the last devil in the room and tried to get her to help him, as she was more responsible and reasonable than Rias. But much to his shock and the other two girls' surprise, Rainier started stripping as well. It was the first time he had seen Rainier's naked body, and got to admit that she did have a very seductive body, with large S and womanly hip. I want to sleep with Issei-kun too, if you don't mind, she said. If she wanted to sleep with him, Issei cried in his head as his mouth was blocked by the soft flesh of Rias' heavenly S. All she would need to do was ask. There was no reason for her to start stripping like Rias or Asia. TCH. First Asia, now you. I guess I have more competitor than I thought. Rias said in annoyance. Can you two please hand over eyes for tonight? Nope, don't want to. Rainier replied blankly. Her S jiggled as she walked on her knees toward them, and no reason for me to do as well. I don't want to. Too, I think I have the right to be spoiled by Ison as well. I also want to sleep with Ison. Rias pouted at their replies. It was clear that she wasn't pleased. Then let's make Eyes decide. She came to a conclusion and then turned her head down to look at him, giving him the look that was telling him to choose her. Her desire was so strong that he thought there was a force that was coming out of her eyes. Ison, you will sleep with me, right? Asia asked him with sobbing eyes. Issei-kun, are you really saying no to me, after we have spent so much together? Rainier asked seductively. She no longer had that cute, innocent look, as it was replaced with something more mature and more erotic, which combined with her nakedness, it was a killing blow to Issei. He was in a tight situation, and didn't know how to answer or which girl should he pick. They were all his precious people, after all. Before Issei could open his mouth, Rias, who was sitting on his lap with her knees straddling him, said in surprise when suddenly she felt something big and hard pocking against her ass. It seems our boy is excited. She cooed excitedly and caressed his cheek's eyes. If you ever need help relieve the stress, feel free to ask me, okay? He could only nod his head. His face was so red that he felt like he was about to pass out in embarrassment. Rias had already seen all of his body the night she healed him from his injury, and to say she was impressed was a huge understatement. Issei, meanwhile, was thinking about taking a cold bath before going to bed, as his erection would probably bother him in his sleep. It would definitely refuse to stay with 3 naked, incredibly beautiful and attractive young women sleeping next to him in the night. Line break. Iskun, you look pale, is there any problem? His earphones had been renewed and made from insulating materials, so he could hear Akino very clearly. Issei was currently in a room on the 2nd floor of the old school building, which was used by Akino. He heard that it used to be a classroom, but after the new school building was built and the school became co-ed for both male student and female student, it became Rias and the Occult Research Club's property. There was a tatami on the floor, and it looked like a traditional Japanese room, but reinforced with magic barriers and enchanting spells to make sure to keep what happening inside. Akino was extra daring today as she walked toward Issei and placed a hand on his cheek, blowing him before shocking him with her lightning-based magic, sending surge of electricity through his body. She had an innocent smile when she approached him, but it was turned into a sadistic and cruel smirk when she heard his cry of pain. Just when he thought he had gotten used to 300 volts of electricity, Akino tripled the electrical power to 900 volt, with enough power to shock him to the core and knock him back several feet. If he was normal human, he would have died long before Akino decided to increase the power of her magic. "Ah, you're so cute when you scream like that, Issei-kun." Akino put a hand on her cheek and cooed excitedly, licking her lips while drool was trickling down the corner of his mouth, giving her an extremely "you'll look, you're turning me on so much." She clicked her fingers and a yellow magic circle appeared above his head, sending a large bolt of lightning down Issei. Feeling the power and danger behind it, the knight quickly dodged, and the lightning missed him by inch, but he could feel the intense electrical powers very clear. Yes. One struck him on the back and it shocked him to the core, knocking him down to the ground face first. And I think Akino was becoming crazier and crazier with each training session they took together. The sweet and gentle Wanasama had disappeared and replaced by a vulgar woman who was extremely into BDSM. At first, he thought it couldn't be that bad. But when he saw the way she laughed and touched herself when he cried in pain, Issei didn't know who the real Akino Hanjima was anymore. We still have 45 minutes left, Issei-kun. Akino wiggled her index finger around and gave him a seductive smile, and you can believe that I'm going to make the last 45 minutes of today's training totally worth it. Electricity cracked between her fingers. Her eyes shone dangerously as she looked at Issei with lust. Crazy woman. Issei muttered while picking himself to his feet. "Give me your best shot," he cried, and was immediately struck in the chest, sending him across the room. "Never mind," the handicapped knight muttered. However, Issei had no idea that hurting Issei and making him cry out in pain was currently only half enough for Akino. "How about this, Issei-kun?" She then got a brilliant idea. Akino clicked her finger, summoned a wooden sword and threw it to Issei, who caught it while looking at her in confusion. "Tell you what, if you can cut down a piece of clothes on my body, I will reduce the time by 10 minutes. Issei was speechless, and overall he didn't know how to react. "You're out of your mind, Aiknasen," the knight said. "There's no way I'm going to do that." He had already had a rogue knight with the members of Hyoudou residence. There was no way he would try to bring more troubles to himself. "Let's see." Akino ignored his words and looked at herself. "I am wearing a shirt, a skirt, a bra and a panty. It seems you'll have to strip me naked, Issei-kun." Akino giggled at the idea. Issei, meanwhile, didn't feel that happy. "Don't tell me you don't like the idea. I heard that you slept naked with Rias, Asachin and Rainer last night. You must have had some great view of their bodies already, so it's only fair for me to have you look at mine as well." Issei had an urge to facepalm after hearing that. "What do you say, Issei-kun? Do you want to end this session quickly? Just so you know, sadistic or masochist, it really doesn't matter to me. I can be both, or I can be one of them, depend on your choice." Issei once again, had to make a hard decision. A part of him didn't want to end his training that quickly because he wanted to use Shuguri no Antachi without any drawback. However, the other part of him wanted to end it as soon as possible because Akino was starting to freak him out with her strange taste. Plus, he had been training for 2 hours straight anyway. Issei took a deep breath and stood up, picking the wooden sword up with him as well. "Now that is a real man." Akino giggled and made a come-over gesture with her fingers before raising her hand above her head, summoning a large magic circle that promised a massive bolt of lightning, or even multi of them. "Go on, attack me." Issei rushed forward the same time Akino brought her hand down. The knight moved with extreme speed and moved his body to the side to dodge the lightning bolt. In a blur, Issei went past Akino and stopped himself by dashing one knee and hand on the floor, with Akino's panty hanging on the tip of his sword. In a blink, Akino's uniform was separated into pieces and fell freely to the floor, leaving her standing completely naked in the middle of the empty classroom. Issei had cut her clothes with a wooden sword with speed not even the queen's eyes was able to follow. Looking at the small, triangle pieces of her uniform lying on the ground, Akino couldn't believe that he was able to cut her clothes, without gazing her skin, accurately like that. His skills amazed her and turned her on at the same time. Nasen, without turning around, with the wooden sword, Issei gave Akino her panty back. I think this is yours. Ara, Issei-kun. Akino giggled and said with a flirtatious tone of voice, don't be shy, just turn around and take a peek at my body. I don't mind at all, really. I don't think you're that unfamiliar with a woman body, right? She took the panty away from his wooden sword and threw it away. Thank you, Nasen, but I think I will pass. As tempting as it sounded, Issei decided to be a gentleman instead. He was also a knight. He had to act nobly. Asia and Reincarnated are probably waiting for me, but before he could leave, Akino walked to Issei and wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging herself close to him while leaning her face against his back. Nasen. I like you, Issei-kun. Yes, first I thought of you as a cute junior, but it's different lately. My feeling for you has been starting growing ever since I witnessed you in battle for the first time. The way your eyes harden when you wield your weapons, the way you cut down enemies with your swords, the way you enjoy a fight, all of them made a huge impact on me. Issei-kun, you fight with grace and skill, as well as something else I have never seen before. Even I will be aroused if I see a man fighting wonderfully like that. Aroused. Issei sweat dropped at her choice of words, but didn't feel surprise. Ufu, sometimes I think about you and the area around my gets hot, and I can't help it. But when I try to make you enjoy your training, they both chuckled at that. The instinct of a bully inside me rises. The more I hurt you, the more I get turned on and the lower I fall. Issei-kun, is this love? Hey love, did she just say love? Was Akino Himejima, the second most adored one-sama of Kyo, in love with him? But if I lay my hands on you, Rias might get mad. That person truly sees you, Yufufu, you are a sinful man, Issei-kun. Issei was then turned around and pushed against the wall by Akino, who then stepped forward and pressed her large S against his chest. Issei was trying his best not to stare, and kept his attention to her beautiful purple eyes. Do you want to have an affair with me? Affair? It's not like I'm in love with someone. Actually, he had a crush on Rias, his master, the woman who saved him and changed his life. It was a really big crush, but it wasn't like she was his girlfriend or anything. He didn't even know if she would return his feeling if he ever confessed to her. The gap between them was too large. She was Rias Gremory, a pure devil and the heiress of Gremory household, sister of Mao while he was a servant. He was her knight, yes, but it didn't change that he was just a low-class devil. And did he need to mention that he was deaf as well? So, you're rather obvious of that, aren't you? Akino giggled and put her arms around his neck. But that means my chance is still high. She said with a smile, I also want to experience at least once, to get devoured by a younger boy. I also have masochism within me as well. I think it's about a good time for having a man inside me now for once. Her words made his head spin. Was she talking about just now? Nasen, are you perhaps? He began with an unsure tone. Yes, I may, Yufufu. Issei-kun would be more experienced, so I would be happy if you lead me. No, I also don't have any experience. He shook his head and Akino made a shocked expression at his confession. That's a big surprise. I thought that you and Butchu had already. No, we haven't. Issei denied it immediately, shaking his head after realizing what the black-haired queen wanted to say. Why do you think it like that? Is Butchu taking it slow then? Have you done it with Issei-chan, or is it Rainer? Of course not, they're my friends. Akino giggled at his words, but frowned when she realized the story behind them. If it's Issei-kun, I thought that Butchu would have given you a big treat every night. This is certainly surprising, she said before looking at him in the eyes. So, what do you say? Issei-kun want to have an Arthur Guinevere Lancelot kind of relationship with me, but of course with a happier ending since the queen and king are both female. Should he give it a try? His feeling for Rias might not ever be returned, yet Akino was standing right in front of him, naked, literally telling him that she was in love with him and wanted to have a relationship with him. He didn't understand the secret part, the big treat, or the Arthur Guinevere Lancelot relationship, but decided to leave it for later since he wasn't too familiar with that story. Nasen. Issei then suddenly grabbed her shoulders and looked at her in surprise, making Akino widen her eyes at his sudden action. At that moment, he could no longer see the mature and sadistic woman, but a young, innocent woman who was curious and rather emotional toward love, just like any teenager girls her age. Guys, would you like to? What Issei stopped when he heard that voice. Akino. What's the meaning of this? Indeed, when he turned his head to the side, Issei saw Rias standing just a few feet away from them. She was glaring at him angrily, with her hands on her hips and a dangerous crimson aura around her body. But Akino put a hand on his lip, stopping him from saying anything to his master. We were just training, like usual. Akino answered unconcernedly and had her smile on. Is it so? But Rias wasn't convinced at all. But no matter how you look at it, weren't you trying to do something beyond that and care to explain to me that you're naked? And why does it look like Issei have a hand in this? I wasn't thinking of doing it. Akino giggled. And yes, it's him who stripped me with that wooden sword. Amazing, right? He could cut my uniform and underwear into pieces in a blink of an eye, stripped me to my birthsuit, and yet I didn't feel anything. Rias growled angrily at that. Even if you weren't, there is a limit. Even I haven't. Isn't that because you are taking it slow? It might be good reading a book about it, but it won't go as smoothly as in the manual. Akino smiled. You have to be bold, Rias, and take your opportunity as soon as you see it. They weren't glaring, but Rias and Akino were looking at each other in the eyes. Somehow he could feel the intensity. Rias then walked to Issei and glared at him heatedly. She raised her hand and pinched his cheek hard. Eyes, it seems like you were having fun. Did you get close to the Aiknuni-sama that you admire so much, she asked, with half-lifted eyes. Wowin, then do whatever you want. Idiot. Rias made an angry face and left the room, slamming the door violently behind her. Issei could only stand there and look at the spot Rias was standing a few seconds ago in confusion. It was the first time he made his king that angry, so he didn't know how to react, especially when he didn't know the reason behind it. Jealousy, she sure is cute. Akino giggled. Yufufufu. Ice-gun. It seems like you are making progress in your relationship. He turned back to look at Akino, who summoned her gym clothes and started putting them on. Aiknasen about the... Again, Akino placed a finger on his lips, stopping him from saying it. You can leave that for later, Issei-kun. Akino smiled. Are you sure? I really... Don't worry, Issei-kun. Akino shook her head with a soft smile. I put up the courage to say all those things to you, so that's enough for today, for the both of us. The black-haired queen then said you should follow Rias now. You don't want her to get angry at you because of me, do you? Yeah, you're right. Issei opened the door and was about to run after Rias, but stopped and turned his head back to look at Rias. Queen Aiknasen. Yes, thank you. He lowered his head at her. I will definitely see you later. He waved and ran away, chasing after the angry Gremory. Akino stood in the abandoned classroom, with a soft smile on her face and a hand over her chest, feeling her strong heartbeat. Line break. See you later, Mama-chan. Issei waved his hand to the pink-haired dragon empress before turning his attention to Rias. But you, aren't you going home? I will be going home afterwards. Go home without me, Rias said without bothering to look at him. Then I will be going. He lowered his head a little and grabbed his backpack. He was a bit surprised and sad that he was being treated like that by Rias, who so far had shown him nothing but kindness. The knight couldn't help but wonder if dogs who were scolded by their master felt like that as well. Isn't Bachausen going home with us? Asia asked curiously as she stood waiting at the door waiting for him with Rainier. Yeah, I guess. Issei nodded, turned his head around to look at Rias and saw that she was still pretty much the same. Did you do something? Rainier asked suspiciously when the three of them left the room. She was quite angry during club's meeting. Did something happen? No, but it's my fault. I think I will apologize to her afterwards. Asia, Rainier-chan, you don't have to worry about it. He shook his head and said with a small smile. He tried to apologize to her, but since he didn't know what exactly did he do wrong, he couldn't get the right apology and failed miserably, and only got Rias to become even angrier. I understand, but it might be my fault. Lately I have been talking back to Bachausen. Asia said it with an apologetic voice. Don't think of it like that, Asia. Rainier told the blonde-haired girl with a soft smile. I have been talking back to her too. Remember last night, if she was angry with you, she would be angry with me too. It's my fault. Issei said it with a heavy sigh and put his hands into his pocket. He had never had a friend before, so he hardly understood how they felt and how to react when they were angry at him, especially when one of his friends was also his mistress. He was Ria's servant, knight or not, he had to make her feel pleased. If he wasn't able to do that, then he would be a disappointment as a servant and a disgraceful knight. When Issei tried to open the front door for him and the girls while removing his earphones, he suddenly felt something very bad. Shiver. His sword was in his hand in less than a second and Issei had his guard on. It was a signal for warning him of extreme danger. The last time he felt like that was the time when he met Asia for the first time and took her to the church. Rainier was half an angel, wielding the power of holy light, so she wasn't affected by it as much as he was. However, she was also sweating and trembling slightly. Asia got it the worst, and she grabbed his hand with her shaking hands to find protection and comfort. Issei squeezed her hand tightly and put a finger on his lip before slowly opening the door. However, much to his surprise, he heard laughter from the living room. And this is a picture of Eyes when he was in primary school. Look, this is the picture when his togs got ripped at the swimming pool. It was very troublesome. He went to the pool slide with his togs ripped. Issei turned his head back to look at Rainier, but the only reply he got from her was a shrug of the shoulders. He took a deep breath and removed his headphones and put the sword away, but didn't lower his guard in the slightest. He walked into the living room and widened his eyes when he saw two unfamiliar women sitting around his mother. They were both young foreigners with a rosario hanging around their chest and looked about his age. One had chestnut-colored hair and the other one had blue hair with a green mesh and a rather steel-hard eyes. Both of them were quite beautiful and were wearing a white robe. By the way they behaved, Issei could tell they were no ordinary people. Welcome back, Issei-kun. His mother smiled at him and made the sign with her hands, putting the album down. The girl with chestnut hair smiled and waved her hand at him. She then put her hand on her chest and said something, but of course, he couldn't hear it. Nice to meet you. Issei greeted her with a fake smile. Don't you remember? It's me, the girl repeated her words. He's deaf, Irina. The one with blue hair said he can't hear you. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Irina looked horrified and bowed her head to him apologetically. Midori then opened the album and showed them a picture. It was the same picture with the holy sword Kiba saw a few days ago. Issei widened his eyes in surprise after he saw the young, tomboyish girl standing in a heroic pose next to him in the picture. She was Shido Irina, his childhood friend. I'm so glad that you are all safe, Rias said in relief as she brought all three of them in a tight hug, with eyes being the one between Asia and Rainier. Irina and the other girl had left their house after talking with them for nearly 30 minutes. Irina had come to Japan after a long time and apparently came back to Kyoto town because it was the town she lived in as a child. She also told Issei that she went to England because of her parents' work, making Issei believe that her parents, no doubt, related to the church. The three of them tried not to get too involved with them and left the talking to Midori, especially since Asia didn't want to get in contact with people related to the church. Issei would fight them if anything was to happen, but he was glad that they didn't come to his house with hostile intentions. After that, Rias returned home and with a pale face, just like Asia and Rainier. Are you injured? I think they knew about us being devils, but I think they couldn't lay a hand on us in a normal residence, and especially in front of your mum who is a normal human. She asked them and Asia answered with a shake of her head, smiling softly. Both Issei and I are safe, Butchausen. Rias released them, but she refused to let go of Issei and tightened her arms around his body, hugging him as if he was a valuable thing. Eyes, I'm so glad you're safe. If something were to happen to you, Rainier and Asia, after the normal club activity I was called in by Sona and was told the story about people related to the church intruding the town. And I also heard that they have a holosword with them. When Rias got close to the house, she realized the abnormal presence and came rushing in with a look of horror on her face. She also confessed that she thought of the worst when she entered the house and felt the presence of an incredible powerful holy power. I thought that the worst might have happened to my cute servants. I prepared for the worst scenario. You know, if I were to bid farewell to you after we had an argument, then I would have regretted it till death. I'm sorry. I should have treated you with more importance. It's all right, Butchu, Issei said comfortingly, giving her a strong smile. You know that I won't let anything happen to them, or myself, right? But Rias looked like she wasn't convinced by his words. It's still not stopping me from worrying about your safety, Rias said and gave another sigh of relief, shredding a tear after confirming her servant's safety. Butchausen, Asia spoke up nervously. I'm also sorry for talking back to you. I thought that Butchausen would take Issei away from me. I thought that I couldn't win. She apologized and looked away. Rias just smiled and patted Asia on her head. It's okay. Rias then wrapped her arms around her bishop. So, do you have any idea what they are doing here? Rainier asked, crossing her arms under her chest. Well, according to Sona, who had met those two at noon, they want to negotiate with me, who has this town as her territory. Excuse me, are you saying that the people from the church want to negotiate with Devil? Rainier asked in disbelief, and Rias nodded her head at that. Then is it a pact or is it a request? I'm not sure, but they are planning to come to the club room after school tomorrow. They apparently promised God that they won't attack us. Can we believe them? Issei asked curiously. He didn't remember anything about Irina, but he heard that they used to be best friends. He didn't have that many friends in his life before he would really hate it when he had to fight her. We have to believe in their belief since they are the believers of God and they are coming to request something from devils when we are supposed to be evil beings to them. They seem to be under pressure and it's certain that it's trouble. I have a bad feeling about this from their story. The priests that come to this town keep getting killed. Ria's eyes became sharp and made a serious face. Issei could only nod his head at that. Even someone who was new to the supernatural world of the three great factions could feel something big coming. Line break. Recently the holoswords Excaliburs that were kept by the Catholic Church headquarters, Vatican, Protestant Church, and Eastern Orthodox Church were stolen. The next day after school, the members of Gremory group were gathered in the club room. On the sofas were Rias, Aquino, and the two guests, who were said to be priests. The other members of their group, including Momo, were sitting in the corner of the room, listening to their conversation. Ever since Irina and her partner, the blue-haired young woman with green streak, came to the club room, they couldn't stop feeling something really, really bad. Their instincts as devils were telling them that they were extremely dangerous. Rias and Aquino were talking to them with a serious face, but the one who was the most emotionally affected by their presences was Kiba, as he was glaring at them grudgingly. Issei didn't know what was going to happen if he lost it, but Issei was sure that it wasn't going to be pretty. The first one to talk was Irina, and her words made them all widen their eyes in surprise. Excalibur's like the sword in the stone. Momo turned to Issei and asked with a surprised tone. The same one. Issei nodded his head. But why did she say Excaliburs? I thought it sword, not swords. But Momo wisely stopped speaking and stayed quiet when Rainier signaled her to do by putting a finger on her lips. Excalibur itself doesn't, or at least no longer exists. The one who answered Momo's doubt was Rias, who heard her second question for Issei and decided to answer it. I'm sorry, Momo and one of my servant are new to the world of three great factions. So can we continue this conversation while explaining about Excalibur? Irina nodded at Rias' request, though she was rather curious when Rias didn't call Momo her servant like Issei. Rias then turned to look at them and said simply, eyes, Momo. Excalibur broke in the war a long time ago. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise after hearing that. Now it looks like this. The young woman with blue hair and green mess spoke up and got her weapon, which was covered in cloth, and revealed it to me. What appeared was a long sword. It appeared as a two-handed sword with a grip long enough that can be held with three hands, with a cross in the pommel. It contained an axe-like guard and a second grip with a chain-like form connecting the guard with the blade itself being huge and long that ends with 3 points. This is Excalibur. The moment Issei looked at it, he felt something really cold running through my body. It was an ugly feeling, and no matter how much he tried to deny it, it was the first time he felt that kind of chill in his life, and couldn't stop himself from imagining a certain death just from a sleight of touch. Excalibur was broken into pieces during the war a long time ago. The fragments were collected and turned into a new form by alchemy. It was made into 7 swords. This is one of them. The girl with blue hair said the Excalibur I hold is Excalibur Destruction. It's one of the 7 holoswords that were created. The Catholic Church is in control of it. She then put the sword away by wrapping it with the white cloth, which had many spell symbols on it. Irina also took out something that looked like a long rope, which started to move as if it were alive and changed its shape right in front of them and turned into a long katana. Mine is Excalibur Mimic. I can change its shape into anything I want, so it's really useful for carrying around. Just like this, each Excalibur has its unique ability. This one is in the possession of the Protestant Church. Irina, there's no reason to tell these devils the ability of Excalibur, is there? Zenovia. Irina giggled before saying confidently, even if they are devils, we still have to form a trustworthy relationship with them in this situation. Also, even if my sword's ability is revealed, I won't fall behind all the devils here. Rather than listening to Irina's confident speech, Issei turned his head to Kiba, who was emitting a rather scary presence. He was glaring at the Excaliburs and the 2 young women with a scary face that he had never seen before. So what does the stolen Excaliburs have to do with this country located in the east of the world? Rias continued to talk with the same attitude. The Catholic Church was in possession of 2 Excaliburs, including mine. Zenovia answered, not backing down from Ria's eyes, and returned it with her own glare. The Protestant Church also had 2. Also in the Eastern Orthodox Church there were 2 as well. The last one went missing in the previous war between God, devils, and fallen angels. 1 Excalibur was stolen from each church. The ones that stole them escaped to Japan and brought them to this town. Looks like my territory is full of incidents. So who are the ones that stole the Excaliburs? The ones that stole them were the Grigori. Excuse me. Both Rainer and Rias widened their eyes in surprise at the answer. The holoswords were taken by the Fallen Angel organization. It's not a matter of mistake. But certainly it would be the Fallen Angels when it comes to stealing them. For the devils working at the top, holoswords does not give them much interest. Hey, what are you trying to say? Rainer spoke up hastily. Are you calling us? Rainer, calm down. Rias told her warningly before apologizing to Zenovia. My deepest apology. Rainer was a fallen angel before I turned her into my servant, a devil. Both priests nodded their heads in understanding. Anyway, Irina cleared her throat. We know the main culprit who stole the Excaliburs. It's one of the leaders of Grigori, Kokobil. Kokobil, one of the leaders of the fallen angels that survived the previous wars since ancient times. I never expected to hear the name of the one that appears in the Bible. Rias smirked at the name. Issei heard Rainer muttering something under her breath, but from the way she was saying it, it seemed she was expecting that name to come out. We sent priests, exorcists, to this town secretly, but they kept getting killed. Zenovia said seriously. Our request, no. Our order is to not to have any devils intrude in the battle between us and the fallen angels for the Excaliburs. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere with this incident. Ria's eyes changed after hearing the way Zenovia talked. Such manner of speech. Is it restraint? Are you thinking that we might collaborate with those fallen angels perhaps? That we might team up with them to do something with Excalibur? You have a fallen angel here as your servant, don't you? Zenovia's eyes turned to Rainer for a second. The headquarters think that it might not be impossible. Ria's gaze became cold, and Issei knew instantly that she was pissed, just like when she challenged Razor. The higher-ups don't trust devils, and especially fallen angels. We were ordered as if the holoswords are taken away from God's side, then the devils would also be happy, right? The fallen angels would also profit from it. For those reasons it won't be weird for them to form an alliance. That's why we are giving you a warning. If you form an alliance with the fallen angel Kokobil, then we will eliminate you all, even if you're the little sister of the Mau, by our boss. Zenovia said it casually without caring about Ria's glare. If you are fully aware that I am the sister of a Mau, then it means that you have lots of connections with the higher-ups in the church. Then I will say it. We will not form an alliance with the fallen angels. Never, in the name of the Gremory house. I will not do something that would tarnish the name of our Mau. But Zenovia laughed. Phew, hearing that is good enough. I had to warn you just in case that Kokobil is hiding himself in this town along with the 3 Excaliburs. If something were to happen, I would be the one to be hated by the bunch in the church headquarters. Well, we won't ask for cooperation. If you were to form an alliance with God's side temporarily, then it would affect the balance of the 3 factions, especially if it's the little sister of a Mau. After hearing Zenovia's words, Ria softened her expression and took a deep breath. Where is the person the Orthodox Church dispatched? They have that person put on hold for this case. They are planning to protect the last Excalibur if Irina and I fail. So it's just the 2 of you. You are going to retrieve the Excaliburs from the leader of the fallen angel with just the 2 of you. How reckless. Are you trying to die? Ria said it with an amazed voice. But Irina and Zenovia both said it with straight eyes. Yes, I have the same view as Irina, but if it's possible, I don't want to die. But the blue-haired woman also added, with her voice remained unchanged. You came here to Japan prepared to die. The belief in your teaching is extreme like always. Don't talk ill of our beliefs, Rias Gremory. Right. Zenovia Irina became angry at Ria's words and turned to look at her partner for support. Right. Also the church decided that it would be better to eliminate all of the Excaliburs rather than letting them get used by the fallen angels. Our minimum objective is to get the Excaliburs away from the fallen angels. To accomplish that, it's okay for us to die. The only way to fight against the Excaliburs are Excaliburs. Is it possible with only the two of you? Issei asked them for the first time. Well, we won't die in vain, Zenovia said fearlessly to his question. You seem confident, Irina. Do you have a secret weapon? Maybe. I will leave it to your imagination. Irina nodded, smiling softly. After that, the two of them just stared at each other and the conversation stopped. Irina and Zenovia looked at each other, nodding their heads and stood up. Then we will take our leave now. Let's go, Irina. So you won't drink your tea? I can prepare a snack for you. I don't need it. Zenovia declined Ria's offer right away. I'm sorry. See you. Irina did the same and turned around. However, before any of them could try to leave, they both of them looked in the same direction. It was Asia. When I saw you in Hyoudou Issei's house, I thought that maybe it was you. Are you the witch Asia Argento? I never expected to meet you in a place like this, Zenovia said with a calm tone, making Asia's body shake after she was called witch. Issei knew that word was something painful to Asia. His glare hardened and he looked at Zenovia coldly. Irina seemed like she noticed as well and stared at Asia. Are you the rumored witch, the former Hollow Maiden? You are said to have the power that can also heal devils and fallen angels, right? I heard that you were sent somewhere after getting exiled, but I never thought you became a devil. Asia stuttered, as she didn't know how to react to Irina and Zenovia's words. It's okay. I won't tell the higher-ups what I saw here, so rest assured. People who were around the Hollow Maiden Asia will also get shocked as well. Asia made a perplexed expression at Irina's words. But to become a devil, the one who was called a Hollow Maiden, you fell to the lowest place you could. Do you still believe in our God? Zenovia. There's no way that she, who became a devil, still believes in God. Irina said it with an amazed face. No, I can smell the belief from her. It might be an abstract way of saying it, but I'm sensitive to these things. There are people who betray the teachings and still have guilt within them because they couldn't forget the teachings. I can feel something similar coming from her. Zenovia said it with sharp eyes and Irina stared at Asia even more with interested eyes. Is that true, assassin? You still believe in God even if you have turned into a devil? Asia replied to that question with a sad expression. I just can't put it aside. I believed in it for my whole life. Is that so? Then you should be cut down by us this instant. If it's now, I can cut you in the name of God. Even if you have sinned, our God will forgive you. Zenovia took her sword out from the cloth and pointed it at Asia. However, in an instant, faster than Zenovia could even see it, Issei appeared in front of Asia and stood protectively in front of her. In his hand was his demonic sword, still unsheathed, and he held it high with one hand, pointing at the spot between Zenovia's eyes. Don't touch her, he said coldly, sending a murderous glare at Zenovia, which sent chill down her spine when she saw the amount of killing intent behind it. If you come close to Asia, I will cut you down and send you back to your God in a body bag. Even Issei didn't know what he was saying, and he said those words like they were perfectly normal for him. Do you even have the right to call someone like Asia a witch? Eyes, please calm. Rias tried to calm her knight down, but the moment his eyes, which remained unchanged, turned to her, she suddenly felt a cold chill that was even worse than the feelings she got from Excalibur. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, the atmosphere so tense that one could cut it with a knife. Two swordsmen and swordswomen pointed their sword at each other's face and throat, with Issei being the one who was ready to kill the woman in front of her, mercilessly. Realizing that he wasn't going to back down, even though he was standing right in front of Excalibur, Zenovia steeled her nerve and glared at Issei. Yes, I have. Right now she is a being at least fit to be called a witch. Don't fuck around. Not even a single person helped her when she needed help. Those who can't understand her kindness are a bunch of idiots. It's wrong that none of them tried to become her friend. Do you think the Hollow Maiden needed friends? Issei gritted his teeth at those words. What's important is the charity to others. The Hollow Maidens are finished when they seek friendship and love from others. She could have continued to live with the love from God. So Asia Argento didn't have the right to be a Hollow Maiden from the beginning. Zenovia said it as if it was an obvious thing. You have no idea how important friendship is, right? Issei asked emotionlessly. So you guys selfishly made her into a Hollow Maiden and then abandoned her because she's different from those who seek her? Issei growled. A dangerous aura appeared around him. None of you know what she went through. You said God loved her. That fucking God didn't do jack shit when Asia was in a dangerous situation. But Zenovia answered calmly, God loved her. If nothing happened, then it means that she didn't believe in him enough, or her belief was fake. She then asked Issei, what are you to Asia? I'm her friend, her family. Issei said it matter of fact, that's why I will help Asia. Just go ahead and try to lay a hand on her. I will make sure your death will come faster than you see the blade of my sword. Zenovia sharpened her eyes at my provocation. Is that a declaration to use all of those in the church? Something big coming out from a single devil. Gremory, I think you didn't educate him enough. Before Rias could say anything to answer Zenovia, a certain blonde swordsman appeared beside Issei, carrying a sword in his hand. His killing intent was enormous. That's good timing. I will be your opponent. Kiba said, with a smirk. Who are you? I'm your senpai, though I apparently was a failure. That instant a countless number of demonic swords appeared in the club room. Line break. A few minutes after the battle of words, it's time for them to get serious. Issei was standing at the place where they were practicing for the ball tournament with Kiba standing a bit away from him. Irina and Zenovia were standing in front of them with the very same determination. Enveloping them in their surroundings was a barrier made from red aura. The other members of the Occult Research Club were looking at us from outside the barrier. Then let's start. Irina and Zenovia took their white robe off and were wearing battle outfits, which consists of black, skin-tight, short-sleeved unitard with pauldrons, matching fingerless gloves that extend to their biceps, and thigh-high boots, all of which were adorned with straps. Zenovia took the cloth off her weapon and revealed her Excalibur, while the Excalibur that Irina had also turned into the shape of a katana. Both were ready to begin their battle. After Kiba got involved, Zenovia made a clear suggestion it might be interesting to test the strength of Rias Gremory's servants. Also, I'm interested in the strength of the so-called senpai. Zenovia accepted Kiba's challenge, and she also added that the battle wouldn't be reported to the church. Apparently they understood our position a little bit, so they made it so that it wouldn't be a problem if it was not a fight for life. The location was the place they practiced for the ball tournament near the old school building. To avoid unnecessary damage and getting noticed by others, Akino put up a barrier for them. Eyes, please listen to me. Rias spoke up to Issei from the other side of the barrier. She remembered Hyoudo's words for her and the others. She knew it was hard to keep Issei from situation like that, but she knew she would lose him again if she kept him from involving in battles. You can still back down from this. You have already made your point, there's no reason for you to fight. I made myself clear, but you, Issei said to her with a calm tone, don't try to stop me. He made every word clear to Rias. He felt rage, but also extremely calm, which made him even more dangerous. Rias and the others could see it, and they instantly knew that there was nothing they could do stop him at that moment. But you, I don't understand. Even against Excaliburs, why are you so worried? Momo decided to speak up. You said Issei was very strong, so surely he can beat them without any trouble, right? She looked at the others as well, trying to seek an answer. It's more complicated than that, Mama-san. Akino shook her head and didn't say anything more. So be it then. Rias bit her bottom lip, making up her mind, and said, but please, be cautious of the holoswords. One fight, she would let him have this fight, but I will stop this fight immediately if it gets out of hand, understood? Yes. Issei nodded his head firmly, tightening his grip in his hand. Irina, it seems you will have to fight that friend of yours. Zenovia whispered to her partner while observing their opponents, keeping a close eyes on Issei. Be careful, he's not normal. Not normal were the right words to describe Issei Hyoudou and his abnormally amount of killing intent. Even standing next to the one who would stop at nothing to kill them, his aura was overwhelming. Don't worry, Zenovia. There is nothing that will stop me from purifying him with my blade. Irina said confidently with a wink. We have God is on our side, after all. Kiba, on the other hand, had activated his sacred gear and created several demonic swords around him. He then started laughing, to the point it became really weird. Are you laughing? Yeah. The thing I wanted to defeat and destroy appeared right in front of me. I'm happy. Fufufu, I had even heard that by being close to a devil and a dragon, powers would gather. But for me to encounter it this early. Sword birth, Zenovia asked while looking at the swords around Kiba. The possessor can create any demonic sword they imagine in their head. It's unique among the demonic sword-related sacred gears. I heard that there was a subject that avoided from being disposed by the Holosword Project. Is that you? Kiba didn't answer her question. He picked up his sword and got ready to fight, or kill Zenovia from the look of it. Hyoudou Issei-kun. The one who was standing in front of Issei, Irina spoke to him, with her eyes shone. When I met the boy that I haven't seen for so long, and he turned into a devil, I was shocked. I heard that there was an accident and you also lost your memories 10 years ago. Did it change your personalities as well? She looked at him with pitiful face, with a single drop of tear falling down her cheek. A pitiful Hyoudou Issei-kun. No, I will call you Issei-kun since I knew you since a long time ago. And what trick has destiny played on us? I went to England because I found out that I can use holoswords, and I thought that I could be a representative of God. This also must be a trial that God has given me the land that I haven't been back in for so long. A harsh destiny where my childhood friend has turned into a devil. The way time moves is harsh. But by moving forward, I will turn into someone with the true belief towards God. Now, Issei-kun, I will give judgment to you with this Excalibur. Amen. Even though Irina was shedding tears, she seemed really eager to do it and pointed her sword at him. Are you done now? Issei ignored the pain from Irina's prayer. Good, because I don't need to hear what you have to say anymore. He then took his earphones away and dropped them down to the ground. His sword, while rather strong for a demonic sword, had nothing to compare to the holy power of Excalibur. He also had a feeling that it would shatter immediately if it got hit. But he had a way with that. The knight closed his eyes, took a deep breath with his mouth before opening them, steelily looking at Irina. Here I come, Issei-kun. Irina cried and rushed in, slashing towards him, but Issei simply dodged by moving to the side, raising his sword above his head and struck Irina, aiming for her head. But the chestnut-color-haired priestess saw it and dodged with the flat side of her holy sword, smiling confidentially at Issei. However, before she could react, the knight turned his body around and delivered a kick straight into her midsection, sending them stumbling backward, holding her stomach in pain. What Arena gasped in shock. Her eyes widened even further when Issei appeared right in front of her, hitting her chest with the tip of his sword, sending a point-blank force through her body too fast. A sword fight between Excalibur and a weak demonic sword was out of question for Issei, so he decided to use his punches and kicks instead. Also, he would avoid sword contact if the situation called for it. Doon. As Issei continued his onslaught, suddenly, the place where he was standing on shook and the ground started rumbling. He turned around and raised his arms to block the dirt from flying into his eyes. His eyes then widened when he saw a massive crater at the place where Zenovia was standing in the middle, with her sword stabbing into the ground. Just like that, with a single hit while shocked, Issei couldn't help but feel amazed at the power of her sword. It would seem that even after promoting himself to knight, Kiba still had little chance against Zenovia. His anger for Excalibur and the priestesses had completely clouded his judgment and made his skill dull and wild. Kiba then raised his hand above his head, created a gigantic sword, which was even higher than his height, and held it with both hands while releasing an ominous aura. Kiba then swung it down with force. The slash reached Zenovia, but she made a sigh as if she was really disappointed. Zenovia raised her sword and slashed Kiba's blade, breaking it easily, sending a large fragment of the broadsword into the air. Zenovia then hit the pommel of the hollow sword deep into the pawn's stomach, which sent a shockwave through the field. Kiba fell onto the ground after he vomited from his mouth. Kiba was done, but the fight wasn't over. "Don't underestimate me," Issei Arena cried out and attacked him from behind. She knew that he couldn't hear without his headphones and would use it as her advantage. However, before she could slash him, Issei suddenly rushed forward, accelerating to his godly knight speed in a second. Zenovia widened her eyes when she heard a sonic boom and turned around just in time to see Issei standing right in front of her, picking up Kiba's creations and using them to attack her. Zenovia raised Excalibur Destruction and blocked his attack, shattering his weapons as soon as they made contact with each other. However, Issei showed no sign of stopping and yanking more swords from the ground, continuing his onslaught on Zenovia. Swords after swords broke in his hands, but Issei kept pushing forward, striking faster and faster with each sword Excalibur destroyed. Soon, Zenovia found it hard to keep up with Issei's intense attack and had to retreat by jumping back. "SS so cool," Momo said in total amazement. "Issei-kun is so cool." Her eyes could hardly keep up with Issei's speed, but she could tell that he was winning, and see him performing some amazing swordsmanship she had never seen before. "Enough!" Zenovia cried out in frustration and slashed her sword vertically, sending a wave of pure, destructive power toward the swords on the ground, destroying them to pieces. Issei took a strong leap into the air to avoid the wave, and shot down to give Zenovia a hard blow to the head with his sword, knocking her down to the ground. Zenovia Arena tried to assist her partner, but the moment she was close enough, Issei turned around, holding his sword at his hip, one hand opened and put on the handle. Arena slashed him, but her sword went through him like he wasn't there. The brown-haired young woman widened her eyes when she saw another Issei, standing behind the one she just attacked in the same stance. "He's fast," Momo cried out excitedly and turned to Rainer. "Is that an afterimage?" "Please tell me that's an afterimage." It was the first time she had seen a battle like that in real life, and she couldn't stop herself from getting extremely excited about it. "Yes, that's an afterimage." Rainer nodded her head. Issei used his thumb to push the sword out of its scabbard and grabbed the handle. Issei then pulled his sword out and slashed relentlessly in less than 1/10 of a second before sheathing it back to place. Aino gasped slightly in surprise when Arena's battle outfit were shredded to small, tiny pieces and fell down to the ground, leaving her completely naked. Momo, meanwhile, choked on her own saliva and looked at Issei with her eyes wide in shock. "So he did have a pervert side, how nice." What the Rainer muttered in shock, while Asia didn't know what to say, and Koneko just looked at him blankly. That moves had completely ruined his image in her eyes. "Kya!" Arena cried out and immediately crouched down, using her hands to cover her body. "Issei-kun, no hentai." He didn't hear it, but he could tell what she was saying. Rias cried out and slammed her hand against the barrier. "Sorry." He lowered his head to his childhood friend with both hands clasped tightly at his sides, and then turned around to look at his friends. "I'm sorry everyone, but it's the only way to end this fight without me seriously harm her." He told them that through his own language. As Akino removed the barrier and Zenovia went to cover her friend with a white cloak, Rias walked to Issei. "There are many ways for you to end the fight." She gestured furiously. "Why did you do that?" "You know my problem, but you," Issei said and accepted the earphones from Asia, giving her a grateful smile before putting them on. "I always have a strong urge to cut down my enemies whenever I have a weapon in my hands." Zenovia and Arena insulted Asia doesn't help me either. He explained, "So when I fight them, I think about the one that I can never hurt you." Rias widened her eyes in surprise after that and started blushing while smiling wryly. "And Aiknasen, Asia, Rainer and everyone," Issei continued, making Rias drop her smile in disappointment. "Think about the people you care about the most. Aja-sama told me to do it whenever I got myself in an avoidable fight. It's the only way for me to stop myself from seriously harming them." He turned his head around and looked at the priestesses. They badmouthed Asia, but there was no reason for him to kill them, for real. A beating and humiliation were enough. His grandfather's advice for him was really helpful, but he didn't know if he could do it again the next time. Also, care to explain to me why you strip Irina off her clothes? Rias asked suspiciously. It's pretty effective, but I don't think you did it for no reason. Well, to tell you the truth, I only did that because I don't know where to cut Irina, Issei said, and Rias had an urge to face palm. I don't know much about humans' bodies, so I don't want to accidentally cut an artery or anything fatal, you know. They had Asia there to help if the situation got bad, but he didn't want to shred, because it would only fill his lust. I see. Rias nodded her head and made a sigh in relief. I'm proud of you, Eyes. She smiled at him. Thank you, but you. The knight smiled gratefully and lowered his head at his master. Ara, Issei-kun. Akino suddenly appeared at his side, hugging herself to his arm. Unlike our king, I think you deserve more than praise. How about you allow your queen to give you a reward? She asked in a sultry tone, pushing her large S into his side. Knowing Akino and her strange taste, Issei decided to refuse. I think I will pass, Akino-san. Oh, you're thinking about the kind of reward like our training, right? Akino giggled. Don't worry, Issei-kun. I'm thinking about something else. She then moved closer and whispered into his ear, something that is going to happen between your legs, of course. Her words made his face go red and annoyed Rias and the other girls to no end. That's enough, Akino. Rias pushed her queen away before she could do more harm than good. Stop trying to corrupt my eyes. Yufufu, I'm not. Plus, I'm sure that Issei-kun like the sound of that, aren't you? My knight. Akino smiled at him seductively, licking her lips in a very Yule way. Akino-senpai is so scary. Momo shuddered while looking at the elder girl. So much for the Neichiko Yamato Wanasama, Rainer said, and Momo nodded her head in agreement. The half-fallen angel then turned her head to look at Issei, who was still deep in thought, and hidden in his rib. What are you thinking, Issei-kun? Stop acting like a pervert. I thought you hate pervert. I'm sorry, Mama-chan, Rainer-chan, but what did you say again? He asked her, and the idol giggled softly while Rainer could only sigh in disappointment while shaking her head. After that, Zenovia and Irina left Kyo Academy, with the later promise to judge him for his sins at another time. Kiba also left the field after that, with his head low in defeat. After the mock fight with the duo Excalibur's wielders from the heaven side of the three great factions from the Bible, with his ultimate defeat, Kiba left the school without any other words, making Issei and the others get even more worried about him. Rias was upset, Akino and Rainer could only sigh in defeat, and Asia was very worried while Momo didn't know how to react, since she didn't know Kiba that well. Kiba was his friend, his comrade, so Issei was worried about him too, but he believed that he should let the pawn be for the time being. Even when his mind was filled with hatred, Issei knew that Kiba wouldn't try to go after the two exorcists, knowing that he would be defeated as easy as before. Sitting in the bathtub washing his hair, Issei couldn't help but wonder if he could do anything to help the young man. Zenovia and Irina were there to retrieve the holy swords, but they also said that it would be better to eliminate all of them rather than letting the swords get used by the fallen angels. Kiba wanted to destroy them too, so basically they were aiming for the same objective. Plus, the fallen angel who stole the Excaliburs, Kakabeel, and his underlings were somewhere in the town. From what he knew about the leaders of three great factions, they were the forces to be reckoned with and shouldn't be underestimated in any way. There was a possibility that Zenovia and Irina would stand no chance against them, and would lose their life while trying in vain. Issei believed that if he could convince the girls to let them help, again because they had the same objective, they would have more chances against Kakabeel and his minions. However, Issei couldn't think about a possibility where Rias and Akino would allow him to do something like that. He also didn't believe that he was strong enough to go head-to-head against a Mao-class being like Kakabeel, with or without Sugary no Ontachi. Speaking of the most powerful elemental sword, Issei believed maybe it was the time for him to. Issei flinched in surprise because he felt something touch him and abruptly turned his body around to see what, or rather who it was. However, his eyes widened in shock when he saw his mistress Rias Gremory standing in front of him without a single piece of clothes on her voluptuous body. Issei saw her saying something with a rather strange face and a bright blush on her cheeks. It took him less than a second to realize that his right hand was placed firmly on her right, and her nipple poked against the middle of his palm. His mind, at that moment, worked with night speed, which allowed Issei to actually feel and admit Rias Gremory's marvelous and wonderful asset, the wildest dream of many perverts at Kyo Academy. His fingers sank into her flesh, which was softer than the softest pillows he could ever find, and his entire hand could barely the front part of it, as each was as big as his head. He made a sound of surprise and forcefully took his hand back, making her jiggle in the process. His hands then flew around in the air in a panic, trying to make the correct signs for sorry, I didn't mean to do it and everything along those lines. However, Rias could hardly recognize any of the symbols he was trying to make, but smiled because she knew what he was trying to tell her. It's all right, Eyes, you have every right to do that from now on. Issei blushed brightly when Rias told him that with her hands. He was expecting a teasing smile, but he was surprised when he saw none. It wasn't the first time Rias had tried to enter the bathroom while he was inside, but it was actually the first time she was able to enter while he was still using it. He usually let the girls use it first, or tried to finish it as fast as possible so Rias and the other two could spend their time enjoying it before dinner. However, that day she got really lucky, because Issei was too lost in his own thoughts to acknowledge the time. Asia and Rainer had also left to the local mall to get some groceries for Issei's mother, and wasn't going to return anytime soon. I should leave. Issei spoke up with words and tried to leave, but Rias suddenly grabbed his shoulder and put a hand on his cheek. The crimson-haired young woman then pushed him against the wall of the bathroom and pressed her body against his, keeping him where she wanted. Why did he always get himself in trouble like that? He didn't know, but one thing for sure, a certain part of him was more honest than the so-called noble knight, and got excited pretty quickly when Rias pushed her body against his. Rias spoke his hand softly and made his hearing aids appear magically on his ears. Her hands gently caressed his chest, and she pressed her body against his, because she knew that he liked it more than he appeared to be. But you, what are you? The knight stuttered, but Rias silenced him by putting a finger on his lips. You know, I haven't thanked you probably for winning my freedom and ending my marriage engagement for me, eyes, she said softly, tracing his lower lip with the tip of her finger. You don't have to, but you. Yes, I don't have to, but I want to. Rias shook her head slightly and moved her head closer, putting her hands around his neck. Do you like me? Of course. He nodded his head firmly, saying that without thinking for more than a millisecond. Good. And with that, she sealed his lips with her own. It happened for an instant, and Issei had his eyes widened in shock when he felt Ria's lips against his. Her soft lips and the smell of her crimson hair froze his brain. After about a minute, Rias pulled back, their lips separated, and Issei suddenly felt disappointed and lost, somehow, but he was still too shocked to say or do anything. That was my first. Rias laughed softly as she looked at him. It's something that girls treasure in Japan, right? Issei could only nod his head dumbly at her question while muttering. Yeah, the first was really important to girls, so he was very surprised that Rias decided to give it to him. Her servant, are you okay with it? That it was with me, he asked nervously. You did something that's worth having it with me. It's a reward. Hearing that, Issei lowered his eyes and shook his head. You know, it wasn't me who defeated Razor, but you. Yes, it's you, eyes. Rias told him with a firm tone, lifting his head up to look at her. It's all thanks to you that I'm able to decide my own future and choose whoever I want to be with. You're my knight, nothing is going to change that. But you, call me Rias, she said, and Issei suddenly realized that their faces were dangerously close to each other. Call me by my name whenever you want, eyes. Aye, don't be so shy. The Gremory heiress smiled, tracing her hand around his chest. Just call me by my name, and I will give you another reward. Her smile became seductive, and Issei did the only thing that was logical at that moment. Rias harshly pushed him against the wall again, much to his surprise, and crashed her lips against his, giving him the deepest possible. With her tongue forced its way into his mouth and dominated his tongue, making his mind spin and feel weak on the knees. Much like Rias, Issei's control soon broke and he returned the favor with just as much passion. If their first was soft and gentle, then the second one was hot and passionate, with their tongue wrestle for domination. Rias suddenly pulled back to gasp for breath while looking at him with wide eyes, but not for long because she shot forward and hungrily at him again. She could barely think straight. All she could feel at the moment was the love and lust for the young man she was in. Her mouth ravished his, and yet she wanted more of him and wasn't disappointed when Issei gave it to her, hard. Soon, it's her turn to get pinned against the wall and ravished orally, but she happily welcomed it. For someone who could get just as, or even more sadistic than her queen herself, a rough treatment was something she was expecting from her knight. He had her hard, shoved his tongue into her mouth and completely dominated hers, grabbed her ass and squeezed them hard. That went on for another 3 minutes before the need for air forced them to separate again, and Rias fell down to her knees the moment Issei released her, panting hard. The first was just like what she imagined, soft and tender, but the second one was something that well suited their devilish nature. Looking at him, Rias saw that he was pretty much in the same situation as she was, and had to support his body with his hands on the wall, trying to catch his breath and keeping up with what just happened. Suddenly realized her position underneath him, Rias trailed her eyes down and widened her eyes in surprise when her vision got filled with his manhood, which was only a couple of inches from her face. Of course, it was not the first time she saw it, but his size had always impressed her, especially when it's hard. It must be something to do with the fact that he was descendant of the people who was blessed by Shinto gods. This is it. Rias mentally steeled her nerves and gathered her courage. This is my chance. There were too many girls that had feeling for him to the point it became very troublesome for her. Asia and Rainier had feeling for him for sure. Akino, at first, just wanted to mess with him, but recently she had seen something different in her queen's eyes whenever she looked at her knight. Momo, on the other hand, showed it very clearly that she had some attractions to Issei. Eyes as mine, she reached her hand out and cupped his balls, feeling their weight with her palm before moving her head forward and brought out her tongue to lick his hard. She did it. Issei had to bite the inside of his mouth to keep himself from moaning after taking that surprise attack from his mistress. His head shot back when she did it again, but slower and longer, going all the way from the base to the tip of his manhood. Rias. You taste so good, eyes. Rias spoke, licking her lips at the thought of having more of it. She moved her hand to his and gently stroked it, smiling when she saw it throbbing in her hand. Let me please you, eyes. Rias, but we can't. But she effectively shut his mouth by claiming her lips around the head of his, taking it into her mouth. She smiled mentally when Issei made a pleasurable grunt, which encouraged her to do more. With that in mind, she popped it out of her mouth and let saliva rain all over his, giving it a nice shine. As she continued to stroke the upper half of his, she lowered her head and opened her mouth wide to fill it with one of his balls. Issei moaned in pleasure as Rias sucked on his balls, alternating attention from one to the other. His rested on her cheek, dripped precum down her head and some on her face. As she paused to admire her amazing work, she felt Issei's hand on her head, pushing her towards his pole, and she happily leaned towards him, tasting the tip as it pushed into her mouth. She could suck his all day, swirling her tongue around his head, licking up the precum spilling from his tip. He tasted even better with his cum. Rias started bobbing her head, and it took her a couple of minutes to have the tip of his hit the back of her throat, but instead of stopping there, she kept pushing her head forward, plunging the whole thing into her mouth and down her throat. Being a virgin, it was too much for Issei to handle. His cry of pleasure was all the warning Rias got before her knight let loose. Her eyes flew wide open as the already thick shaft stretching her throat expanded further, causing her to gag as Issei started hosing her throat down with his thick cum. For nearly 3 minutes, she was forced to gulp down the thick creamy liquid constantly erupted from his. His sperm tasted weird and a bit salty, but she loved it. After his had stopped twitching, Rias slowly slid his softing erection out her mouth, gently sucking the entire way till she released him from her mouth with a loud pop. Issei fell to the ground, and Rias quickly crawled onto his hip, straddling his hips and pressed her lips against his for their third. It went on naturally, but she was slightly disappointed that he didn't return and she was the one who did all the ing work. "Did I make you feel good?" she asked after pulling back. The knight nodded his head dumbly. "Well then, do you want me to give you more?" She put a finger on her lip while giving him a seductive smile. "Or you want to use me yourself?" And who was he to deny such offer from his master, especially when he also had a lot of pent-up frustration lately. "You look so happy today, Raisin," Midori Hyoudou commented while the family was sitting around the dining table to enjoy dinner with each other. "Did something happen?" she asked, looking at the crimson-haired girl, who was eating her foods while giggling to herself. "Yes, Kosama." She nodded her head, smiling brightly. "Yufufu, I'm glad." She then glanced at Issei, who was sitting next to Rias. With her motherly eyes, she could see that something had happened to her son as well, and it was as clear as daylight to her that he was trying to act like normal. Ding dong. "I wonder who it is." Issei's father wondered out loud and was about to stand up, but Rias beat him to it after putting her empty bowl down. "Let me answer the door, Tausama," she said. "I'm done anyway." The parents widened their eyes in surprise, while Rainier and Asia just looked at her curiously. "She only had one bowl, didn't she?" Midori asked after Rias had disappeared and picked up Rias' bowl. "Well, you know girls these days and their diet to keep their figure." Rias walked to the door of Hyoudou residence and opened it, expecting a friend of her knight's parents, or even his grandfather who usually came to visit them. However, even before the door was fully opened, Rias widened her eyes in surprise when she saw someone she was very familiar with. "Good evening, Hajo-sama." It was Graia Lucifuge, who greeted her with a bow. "Now, let's make the greetings short. May I come into the house then, Hajo-sama?" Yes, of course." Rias nodded her head, still feeling surprised by the strongest queen's sudden arrival. "What are you doing here, Graia? Did Oni-sama tell you to come here?" She gave her brother a report about the 2 Excalibur's wielders that afternoon, but didn't think he would send someone like his queen all the way to the human world. "Not just him, Hajo-sama." Graia shook her head while entering the house. "But the entire council, including your father, sent me here to ensure the situation and your safety." What? "I will explain everything, Hajo-sama." After Graia had greeted Issei's parents, who was surprised to see such a beautiful woman like her, they moved into Issei's room and put on a silence spell to prevent their conversation from being heard by them. "I'm so glad that you've fully recovered, Graia-san," Issei said to the silver-haired queen from his position with a smile. He was relieved to see Graia in such a good shape. "Like I said before, Issei-san, there's no need for you to be so worried about. I'm a lot tougher than I look." Graia replied with a small smile, one of the rare smiles they could see from the usual stern queen. "It's all thanks to the phoenix tears that saved my life and you assassin, I was able to heal so quickly." She turned to the blonde-haired girl, who became nervous but smiled nonetheless. Asia took a large part in healing Graia a couple of days after she woke up. Without her and her sacred gear, Twilight healing, it would take her a lot more time to get back on her feet. "I am glad that I can help." Graia lowered her head a little to show her gratitude to Asia once again. "Graia, did my brother and the higher-ups really sent you here to keep eyes on everything?" Rias asked, crossing her arms on her chest. "I'm not a little girl who need to be taken care of like when I was small, you know." "By all means, Hajo-sama, Sursich-sama and Lord Gremory both agreed that you're more than capable of taking of yourself," Graia said, "but the current situation about Excaliburs is no longer something they can just sit by and see how it is going to turn out, especially when it is happening in this town, where 2 clan heiresses were residing." The silver-haired queen explained. "Serafil-sama has also sent one of her servants to watch over her sister. We're here to make sure nothing is going to happen, and to take care of things in the situation where you 2 get involved more than you should. Look, we've already made an agreement. They don't try to do anything to my servants or harm the innocent peoples in my territory and just do their job. I won't poke my nose into their business." Rias shook her head in displeasure. "Will you, Hajo-sama?" Graia asked. "The higher-ups all agreed that you're the one who need to be watched over the most." You have too many connections with the current situation. Issei Hyoudou is a victim of the Holy Sword Project and has a deep hatred to the Holy Swords, especially Excalibur. One of the two exorcists, Irina Shido, is Issei-san's childhood friend. Are you really saying that you won't get involved, even in the situation where your servants try to? I mean, yeah, but it's not like they will, won't they? She turned her head around and looked at Issei, who gave her a shrug before nodding his head, but inside he felt like Graia could read his thought. It was exactly what he thought about before Rias entered the bathroom and interrupted him. Meanwhile, Reiner and Asia did the same, following his example. I know you don't like this, Ajo-sama, but I still have doubts. The Crimson Heiress pouted. Even though the exorcists are bringing Excaliburs with them, they're not our main concern. Kakabeel is the bigger problem. We don't have much information about him, or why he chose this town, where two high-class devils are residing, of all the uncountable towns in the world, to be his hiding place. I faced him in the Great War a couple of times, Ajo-sama. He's not like Azazel or the other leaders of Grigori. He enjoys war. You can ask Reiner-san over there. I'm sure that she knows about him better than anyone. She's right, but you, Reiner said, looking away. Kakabeel-sama strongly believes that the fallen angels are the strongest race and strives to prove it, but by fighting in any hostile ways you can think about. He only wants the best for us fallen angels, but not many of us choose to follow his ideals. He has always wanted to start another great war but faced strong objection from Azazel-sama, who he has a strong hatred towards. She shrugged. It's not that hard for him to do something like that. All he has to do is hurt you, or Sona Citra-sama, with a holy weapon in order to get heaven in the picture as well. Graia nodded her head. I'm here to prepare for the worst. Kakabeel is extremely powerful. He's not someone you or your servants have the powers to fight against, at least, for the time being. Plus, Momo Mamazono, the current secretary, is living in this town. We can't risk losing her to anyone. So is there anything I should know about? Rias asked. Graia had a point. With someone like her around, there was nothing she needed to worry about, especially while she was trying to prevent Issei from getting into as many battles as possible, even after he had figured out a way to control his lust. The strongest queen wasn't just a title, after all. I will start living here from tomorrow. Excuse me, what? Rias asked in disbelief. Issei had his eyes widen in surprise, and so did Asia and Reiner. I'm pretty sure that there's at least one spare room for guests, right? Graia asked Issei with a small smile, and he could only nod his head. Issei-san's house is not very far from downtown. It's a highly strategic location. But, I will take care of Issei-san's parents' memories, so there's nothing you should worry about, Ajo-sama. Graia continued. I hope you understand, Ajo-sama, Issei-san, but it's for your safety. Sigh, alright then. Rias sighed and looked at Issei. Do you have anything to say? This is your house, after all. I'm a maid, Issei-san. Graia said. I'm very responsible and can help your parents the housework if you want me to. Well, he looked away for a second before saying Graia-san can stay. I'm grateful. Graia lowered her head. Can you three leave me and Graia alone? I would like to have a few words in private with her. Rias told her servants, who quickly left the room. I can see the difference in the way you two are looking at each other, Graia said after Issei had closed the door. As expected from you, Ajo-sama. Ria's cheeks reddened as she remembered what happened in the bathroom. Lord and Lady Gremory will be very happy when they learn about it. Hold on a second, you can't tell them yet. Rias crossed her arms together in an X. I don't know how he felt about me after we did it in the bathroom. Graia gasped slightly in surprise before smiling teasingly. Youngsters these days are so bold. It's not like that. Rias quickly defended herself. We're not at that point yet. So I assume that you're tired of waiting and made your move, something that shocked him and made him feel just as comfortable as you are now. Yeah, Rias wasn't surprised when Graia could tell it all. I mean, like you said, I'm tired of waiting. I know that I have to do something, or he'll never understand my growing feeling for him. I wanted to take it slow, Graia, but I couldn't do it anymore while the others are doing their best to show their attraction to eyes. She then asked, am I doing the right thing? Graia, I don't want to push him away, or make him hate me or see me differently in the way I don't want him to. Well, Ajo-sama, I'm not exactly the kind of people that can give you a great advice, since I'm not very successful in this kind of matter. Graia chuckled softly. He's your servant, and more importantly he's your knight. He will feel responsible for your well-being, Ajo-sama. That's the reason why he will never hate you. I see, but I do believe that you should give him some time to think about it. However, you don't have to hold it back when you want to show your feelings for him. Please don't forget that you're a devil. Issei-san is no longer human, and we don't usually follow humans' laws. Well, I will make sure to remember that, she said before looking at the clock. Look at the time. I think I should show you your room, so you can. Ajo-sama, there's also something I need to tell you. Graia suddenly straightened herself up and said to Rias seriously, making the crimson-haired girl widen her eyes at the tone Graia was using. Kakabeel, the exorcists and Excaliburs, they are not the main reason why I'm here. She paused for a couple of seconds before saying, it's Issei-san. Line break. The next morning, Issei decided to leave for school early without waiting for Rias or the other two. He barely paid any attention to his surroundings and was nearly hit by cars twice, something that was extremely unusual for an extremely careful boy. He wasn't himself that day, and he was acting like an idiot. Even Issei had to admit that. Rias and him, they made out before she did something he would never forget. To put it bluntly, she sucked his, not once or twice, but thrice last night in the bathroom. That kind of reward was too much, even for a devil, someone who had extraordinary affections for her servants. It was simply too much. It was pretty fuzzy, but he could still remember the way she looked at him when he lost it, grabbed her beautiful hair and took charge. It's more or less the same as the way Akino looked at him when she confessed her feeling. But that was while she didn't have a man shoved down her throat. He had been trying to avoid her since last night. It was not his right to do so, yes, but how could he not after he treated his master like he was the master and Rias was his to use and to do whatever he want? In Akino he felt like he had betrayed her and her feelings for him. But what about Rias? Did she have a special feeling for him too? Deep in thought, Issei didn't see the person who approached him from behind until she decided to take a jump and wrap her arms around his neck. Good morning. Handsome Issei turned his head around and saw the familiar pink hair of Momo Mamazono, who winked while waving her hand at him. Ah yes, God morning. He greeted her. What are those signs? Issei mentally slapped himself when Momo shook her head and tried to copy the incorrect signs he just made with her hands. I mean, good morning, Mama-chan. He quickly corrected himself. Ah yes, and good morning to you too, Issei-kun, the female secretary said cheerily while her hand was dancing the air. She wanted to ask where the girls who lived with him were, but she couldn't do it because her knowledge of sign language was limited at simple greetings. The two of them headed to school together, but was stopped when they saw two very familiar girls wearing white robes, praying on the road, with a painting of a saint that was drawn really badly next to them. It seemed he was lucky today. Delicious Japanese cuisine is delicious. Yes, this is it. This is the taste of the food of my homeland. Irina and Zenovia started filling their stomachs with the foods they ordered at the family restaurant Issei and Momo brought them to. When they saw them earlier, they looked at the two of them with hungry and begging eyes. After some discussions, Issei and Momo had decided to help those, before they could make a bigger scene and look more pathetic than they already were. Momo had no problem skipping school, as she had already done that multi-times before. When she asked Issei if he had any problem, he simply told her that he got a few reasons to do so and changed the topic as soon as possible. When Issei asked them if they wanted to come to a local restaurant to get some foods, they said okay straight away and followed the two of them like lost puppies. We sold our souls to the devils. But of course, their pride as exorcists and God's followers didn't allow them to accept his offer that easily, but in the end they had no choice and couldn't do anything than convincing themselves that it's all for the sake of the greater good. Phew, now and come. It's the end of the world to get helped by a devil. That was what Zenovia said after she put her dish down and used a tissue to clean her lips. TCH, we're treating them for a meal and yet they cannot stop rambling about devil this devil that, Momo said and leaned back against her chair, crossing her arms underneath her chest and her leg over the other. Fio, thank you for the meal. God, please give charity to these devils, Irina said while holding onto her cross. At that moment, Issei got an insane headache. Because he was deaf, he couldn't hear Asia praying for God, which she did randomly out of habit, so he was able to avoid headaches. With the earphones on, he could hear again and it hurt just as much as when a devil heard a prayer to the Jesus. Ah, I'm sorry. I did it without thinking. Irina smiled with a cute face. Please be careful next time, Irenessen. Momo then pointed out, and for your information, it's devil, not devils. I'm 100% human, thank you very much. Irina asked in surprise while Zenovia widened her eyes slightly. Then why did you stay with a bunch of devils and follow him around? Because Momo suddenly leaned to the side and wrapped her arms around Issei's arm. I sold my soul to the devil. He is my soul, so I have to become his servant. The exorcist's mouth dropped in shock and their eyes widened in horror. Please don't joke like that, Mama-chan. Issei chuckled forcefully. She's my client. I occasionally help her with her homework and housework, stuffs like that. The Excalibur's wielders seemed to calm down a little, but they were still looking at Momo like she was a sinner. There's also no reason for Issei to tell them about Momo being secretary just yet. Zenovia drank a cup of water and took a deep breath. She then asked, so, why did you come to us? Zenovia looked at him specifically. I can see that in your eyes, Issei Hyoudou. You want to say something, or do business with us, don't you? You two came to this country to retrieve the Excaliburs, right? Issei asked, deciding that he should get straight to the point. That's right. We already told you that before, didn't we? Zenovia nodded her head. I want to help you destroy the Excaliburs. All of them, even Momo, who had let go of his arm, looked surprised at what he just said. Irina and Zenovia turned their head to look at each other, their eyes still wide in surprise. At the moment when he began to get worried that they might not accept his offer, Zenovia opened her mouth to speak. Yeah, maybe it's okay leaving one sword to you. If you can destroy it, that is. But make sure that your identities aren't revealed. We also don't want our high-ups and enemies to think that we are connected to you guys. Hey Zenovia, are you sure even if it's Ice-kun, he's still a devil? You know, Irina raised an objection. Irina, to tell you the truth, it would really be tough to retrieve the 3 Excaliburs and to battle Cockabeel with only the 2 of us. I know that, but the minimum objectives we have to achieve are destroying the 3 Excaliburs or take them back. If our Excaliburs are going to be stolen as well, then we should break them before it happens. Even if we use the last resort, there's only a 30% chance that we will succeed in our mission and return home safely. Even so, we thought that the success rate was high enough to come to this country prepared to put our life on the line. Yeah, The high-ups also told us to continue with our mission as well and dispatched us to this country. It's almost self-sacrifice. And isn't that what we, the followers, desire for Irina asked, tilting her head to the side. I changed my mind. My beliefs are flexible, so I can act in the best way. The blue-haired swordswoman shook her head. I have been thinking about it for a long time, but your faith is a bit weird. I won't deny it, but I think that it's our duty to accomplish our mission and return safely. I'm going to live and continue fighting for God. Am I wrong? You are not wrong. But, Jay, just hold on a second there. Just when Issei decided to interrupt their non-stop argument, Momo beat him to it by raising her voice. I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems that you two don't want to accept Issei-kun's help is because he's a devil. Zenovia shrugged and looked at Irina, who was highly against the idea. Tell you what, if you have any problem with that, how about you ask for my help? She pointed at herself, making the two exorcists widen their eyes in surprise. I'm Sekiryu, the current holder of boosted gear. And instantly, Zenovia and Irina dropped their jaw and widened their eyes in shock. You must be joking, Irina gasped. Mama-chan, what are you thinking? Issei turned to the pink-haired TV show heroine to him and asked in a low tone. I mean, not that I don't appreciate you helping me and convincing them, but you don't know how to fight, yet. It could be really dangerous. Relax, Issei-kun. Momo smiled smugly. I'm helping you here. You must know to improvise in situation like this. She then turned back to the other two, still holding a smile on her face, but not before nudging his side gently. Plus, you can't actually believe that I'm going to sit still and wait for Rias Butchu to come train me, can you? Issei turned to look at her, but she only gave him a mischievous wink. That's great, Zenovia said joyfully. We don't need to ask for help from the devils. Instead, we ask for help from a dragon. The high-ups didn't tell us not to borrow the strength of a dragon. Chu never thought that I would meet Sekiryu in a distant country like this. If it's like the legend says, then you can increase your power to that of a god. Correct, if you gain a power to that of a god, then you can break the Excaliburs without breaking a sweat. I also think that it was God's doing that we had this meeting. See, certainly they didn't tell us not to borrow the power of a dragon, but you are just saying nonsense. Your belief is certainly weird. Weird is fine with me. Irina became silent at Zenovia's words, but her expression showed that she was okay with the idea for the time being. Okay then, Momo smiled. The negotiation is a success. I will lend you guys my dragon's power, and Issei-kun here will provide us some high power backup as well. I feel like a real Cayman rider now. What should I call myself? She asked herself while giggling gleefully. The others just looked at her like she had become insane, until Issei decided to clear his throat. Then can I call my friend for this cooperation, then? Line break. I understand the situation. Kiba put his mouth on the cup of coffee after he made a sigh. Momo called Kiba with her cell phone and informed him about the situation, as well as the exorcists. He came without any complaint. To tell the truth, I feel unsatisfied when the wielders of the Excaliburs are giving me the permission to destroy it. That's a rough way to speak. If you were a stray devil, I would have cut you down without any time to spare. Kiba and Zenovia started glaring at each other. So you do hold a grudge regarding the Holosword project, against the church and the Excaliburs? Kiba sharpened his eyes at Irina's words. Obviously, he replied with a low and cold voice. But Kiba-kun, thanks to that project, the research on Holosword users showed results. That's why I created people like Zenovia and I who can synchronize with the holy swords. Do you think it's a forgiving act to kill all the test subjects because the project was thought to be a failure? Kiba looked at Irina with eyes filled with hatred. It was an inhuman act for those who believed in God, and even Irina didn't know how to respond to that question. Then Zenovia spoke. That incident also became one of the worst cases among us and people felt disgusted about it. The person in charge of that project at that time was said to have a problem with his belief, so he was charged with heresy. Now he's one of those people on the fallen angel's side. On the fallen angel's side, what's the name of that person? Kiba took interest and asked Zenovia. Balba Galilei. He is the man who is called the Genocide Archbishop. If I go after fallen angels, then I can reach him for sure. Kiba nodded his head and showed great determination. Then it looks like I have to share information as well. The other day I was attacked by a person who had the Excalibur. At that time, he killed a priest. The one who was killed is probably from your organization. Everyone became surprised. What then? Why didn't you tell us about that sooner? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, excuse me if I wasn't myself then, Issei-kun. Anyway, who is it? The name of that person is Fried Zelzen. Does this name sound familiar? TCH, I should have known it was that shitty priest, Issei said in disgust. He still remembered very clearly their first encounter and how he ran away like a coward. You know him? Momo asked curiously. Enough to hate that bastard. Issei nodded, cursing under his breath. Zenovia and Irina, meanwhile, both made sharp eyes at Kiba's words. I see, so it's him, Fried Zelzen, former exorcist of the Vatican. He is the genius who became an exorcist at the age of 13. He had lots of big achievements because he kept on eliminating devils and mystical beasts. Irina explained, but he overdid it. He even killed his allies. Fried never had any beliefs towards our god from the start. The only thing he had was fighting instinct and killing intent towards monsters and an abnormal obsession for battles. It was a matter of time that he'd be charged for heresy. Is it so? Fried used the Excalibur he stole to kill our fellow followers. Zenovia said it with hatred, for us to pay the price because the disposal group couldn't take care of him that time. She then took out a pen and wrote on a memo pad, giving them her contact details anyways. Let's move on to the cooperation strategy. If something happens, call this number. Sekirute Momo Mamazono. She handed Momo the contact details before looking at Issei. Then that's it then. I'll repay you for the meal another time. Hyoudou Issei-kun. She got up after saying that. Thanks for the meal. Ice can treat me again next time as well, even if you are a devil. God will allow it if it's Ice-kun who treats me to a meal. It's okay if it's food. Arena thanked Issei while giving him a wink. Everything somehow managed to go smoothly, which Issei had nothing to complain about. He first thought it was a reckless plan, but it worked fine and better than he thought. That was quite a bold move for him, a nameless and lookless devil, especially after Rias told Graia her servants would never do such thing without her permission. It could have been the trigger for the war between the devils and people from God's side. Ice-kun, why did you do this? Kiba asked him quietly, wondering why Issei was helping him out with his revenge. Well, we are comrades, aren't we? We are both servants of Rias Gremory and belong to the same group. You helped me out before, Issei said, putting his hands into his pocket. It's not like I'm trying to repay you, but I thought I would give you a hand this time. If I act by myself, then I would cause trouble for Butchu. That's also the reason, right? Yep. The knight shrugged. You caused enough troubles for her already. Butchu would get sad if you were to go around in a rampage. Well, the fact that I made this plan by myself will cause trouble to her as well, but it's better than you becoming an exiled, right? Kiba didn't look satisfied, but he didn't say anything more. On the way home, Kiba started telling them about his tragic past. The project that the Catholic Church planned secretly. Project Holosword was the test to make lots of people who can use holoswords was taking place in a certain institute. There were boys and girls who had talents at using swords and possessors of sacred gear. Day after day, they were going through inhuman experiments. They weren't treated as humans and their lives were ignored, but they all had a dream to live on. They were forced to believe that they were loved by God, and they were just waiting for that day to come. Every single one of the subjects believed that they would become special beings, and believed that they could become people who could wield the holy weapon. But the result was disposal. Kiba and his comrades couldn't use the holoswords. Everyone died. They were killed. He said quietly, killed by those who serve God. No one saved us, just because we couldn't use the holoswords. Other boys and girls were put under poisonous gas while still alive. They put poisonous gas on us while saying amen. We vomited and suffered on the floor. Even so, we were seeking help from God. Kiba told Issei and Momo his story, and they listened to him in silence. Kiba somehow managed to escape from the laboratory, but the poisonous gas had already infected him. Apart from certain people, the test subjects who had lower abilities than average were all disposed of because they weren't needed. Kiba, who managed to escape and met Rias and that faithful knight, was saved by her as she turned him into her servant, telling him to live on for her. I want to accomplish my comrades' regrets. No, I don't want to make their deaths be in vain. I need to keep on living in their place, and I have to prove that I am stronger than Excalibur. A tear fell from the corner of Momo's eyes as she listened to his story, while Issei remained silent for the entire time. He didn't know what to say. Asia had a tragic past, but Kiba's was simply horrible. He couldn't really blame his comrade for his hatred toward the people of the church. If he was put in the same shoe as Kiba, he would probably stop at nothing to destroy those who were responsible. He was more determined in helping him more than ever. Line break. Several hours after the negotiation with the exorcists, Issei returned home at 7 o'clock in the evening. Taking off his shoes, Issei was about to enter the house when he suddenly saw a certain silver-haired maid standing there, in front of him with both hands put together in front of her. The knight reached his hand into his pocket and put on his earphones. Welcome back, Issei-san. Graia waited patiently for him to activate his hearing aids to greet him. Can I have your bag, please? Hala, yeah, sure. He wasn't used to having a maid at all, so saying that to her and giving his backpack to her was the only thing he could do. Aja-sama is waiting for you in your room, Issei-san. She was very worried and afraid that something might happen to you, she informed him, making him freeze right on the spot. I heard that you were not at school today. Please don't do that again. There's an extremely powerful enemy in this town. It's not safe for you to wander around all by yourself. You know how much in the current Sekirute? Issei asked, scratching the back of his head. She asked me to train her this morning. It was in a rush, so I couldn't inform Butchu and the others. It was an excuse Momo came up with, just in case anyone wanted to ask about their absence that day. Issei didn't know if it could fool his Rias, his friends, or even Graia or not, but it was better than nothing. I see. Graia nodded with a small smile. I'm glad to know that you didn't decide to do anything stupid, or try to handle the current situation yourself. Issei managed to keep a poker face, but he got to admit Graia was even scarier than his master, something he should have expected no less from the strongest queen. I will inform Reincarnated and Assassin. You should go to your room now, Issei-san. He really didn't need Graia to tell him to do that, because he had already made up his mind on the way home. I will. Thank you, Graia. He smiled to the silver-haired queen before climbing the stair that led to the second floor, where his room was. Issei knocked first, even though it was his room and he got every right to enter it with or without permission from the others. He knocked 3 times. Come in, please. He heard Ria's voice and grabbed the doorknob, twisted it and pushed the door open, then walked in. It was rather dark inside, so he turned the light on. Rias was sitting at his table, facing away from him. but he could see the way her arms were moving and could tell that she was wiping her eyes, or rather, she was wiping the tears away. He made her cry. "But you, welcome back, Eyes." She greeted him without turning around. "How was your day?" she asked. Good. I suppose if there was anything better than that he could come up, he would probably say it without hesitation. "Where have you been? Why were you not at school?" she continued to ask him. Mom asked me to train her, so. Did you know I was worried?" "I'm sorry," was all he could say. Sorry. At that moment, Rias snapped and exploded right into his face. She stood up from her seat, turned around to face him, and approached him before slamming her fist into his chest. "Do you have any idea who is in this town, keeping weapons that can kill you almost instantly? I was so worried that you might try to do something stupid to blow up some steam or something like that after what happened." She hit his chest several more times before saying, in a lower tone, "You ignored me and tried to avoid me all night. I thought I freaked you out and got rejected, and you don't want me. I didn't know what to do. Did you see how happy I was after that?" Rias continued on, ignoring his words. "After all that time seeing you with the others, I finally gathered enough courage to give it my all, and yet you acted like I did something really bad. But you surprised me, but you know what? I did. It's bad, and I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't walk in while you're taking a bath, or shouldn't try to sleep with you naked or get so addicted to." "Rias, listen to me." The crimson heiress flinched in shock when Issei suddenly grabbed her shoulders and cried out loudly. "What was I supposed to do? You're my master, and you suddenly came and said you wanted to reward me for earning you your freedom back. I would be blind if I couldn't see past your excuse and got the bigger picture. Let's be honest here, you're in love with me, aren't you?" Rias widened her eyes in shock. "I didn't know what to say to you, or do after that. You want to know why? It's because of Aknason." What? Rias felt a pain in her chest after she heard that. "She's in love with me too. Two of the most beautiful girls I have ever met are both in love with me. At first, I thought she just wanted to mess with me, but she confessed her feeling to me." Issei paused a second before saying, "The truth is I have always liked you ever since I entered high school, but I have never put up the courage to say it to you, even after I became your servant. Eyes, you're my master, a high-class devil, while I was just a low-class, handicapped servant. I'm your knight, but I'm still a servant no less. I thought you wouldn't return my feeling when I decided to say it to you, so I decided to keep it for myself and watch over you from behind." He then looked at Rias straight in the eyes. "After Aknason confessed her feeling for me, I thought it might actually work for the two of us, since we're not that different from each other. I grew to like her a lot, and wanted to take my chance with her. I wanted to ask her out to see where it would go, and I had the feeling that she knew what I was about to ask, but you came and stopped me from doing so." He then lowered his head. "I felt like I had betrayed her after what happened between the two of us." "Eyes, is it wrong to like two girls at the same time?" Issei asked softly. "I like you, Rias, but my feeling for Aknason has become just as strong. I don't know what to do anymore." "It's all right, Eyes." Rias put her hands on his cheeks and lifted his head up so he could look at her. "I'm so happy that you have the same feeling for me, that you like me too. I won't mind if you want to date Akino, as long as you love me, it's all right." Issei widened his eyes in shock. "But, your devil, Eyes," she said, "if you're okay with it, it's all right for you to have multi-lovers." "Rias, it doesn't matter to me how many women you're in love with. I won't care as long as you love me as your woman." She then smiled. "Also, you don't have to worry too much about our status. I don't care if you're a low-class or a mid-class devil, my feeling for you will always remain unchanged. Plus, if you feel you need to be my equal to have the right to love me, you can always raise your rank to high-class devil, remember." "Yeah, Akino, she's my best friend. I want her to feel happy, and it seems she has found a reliable stop from you, Eyes. I want you to take good care of her, Eyes. She has just as much troubles as anyone. If it's you, I'm sure she will finally find happiness." "I will, Rias. Not just Akino, but any girls who confess their love to you, you will accept them, Eyes." Issei said firmly. "Us female are usually attracted to male who are both strong and charming, like you, so I have the feeling that your harem isn't going to stop at the number of two. Promise me that you won't reject them, and acted the way you were yesterday." Issei closed his eyes and nodded his head quietly. He was such a fool. "We will finish this conversation later, Eyes." Rias moved her head closer and at him softly. "I love you." What did he do to earn such passion from his wonderful master and her queen? What good did they see from him? "Graia-san, can I talk to you for a second?" It was a few days after Graia started helping Momo with her training, and to say she was a real slave driver was a huge understatement. Currently, she was standing on the sideline of Kyo Academy's schoolyard, keeping a close eye on Momo as she was desperately trying to finish her 6th lap around the school while pulling a truck wheel behind her with a rope tied to her body. Serzech Lucifer, the current leader of the underworld and also his mistress brother, had stated very clear that Momo needed to get stronger to prepare for the worst. It's not just because her rivalry with Hakuryuku, who she was destined to fight in the near future, but also because of the threats around Kyo at the moment. Momo needed to know how to protect herself, and her power as Sekiryute would be of great help to Rias and the others in the worst scenario where they would have to fight Kakabeel and his underlings. So, it was decided by the higher-ups in all four Mao that Graia, while she was staying at the human world to keep an eye on things and protect Rias and Sona until further notice, would help Momo with her training, which had been planned by Rias from the beginning. "I'm so tired," Momo groaned breathlessly as she tried to keep herself on her feet. The past few days she had learned how scary the strongest queen of the underworld could become, and why the majority of the devil faction, which included Surzech Lucifer himself, was afraid of said woman. Please wait a few seconds, Issei. Graia called as she looked at the stopwatch in her hand. Keep it up, Mama-san. You're beating your best record. You said it like it's a big achievement. How's she doing? Issei asked, looking at his regular client. She always complained about her intense training, but he could see that she took them very seriously. He also heard that she'd been training with boosted gear on her own at her apartment, which was more than enough for him to know her determination to get stronger. She's doing fine, Graia said with a nod of her head. Usually, a normal young woman would collapse as soon as she finished her 5th lap in that kind of condition. But this is Mama-san's 7th lap, and since she still has the strength to complain, I'm sure that she can finish 3 more laps around school before reaching her limit. Please don't push her too hard, Issei said concernedly. She's human, after all. Don't worry, Issei, she'll be fine. Her predecessors, the previous Sekiryu, had a rough start just like her, because they too were human. However, each and every single one of them grew to be many of the most powerful figures in the world. Some even had the powers to rival even the dragon inside them. Graia said with a smile before turning her head to look at Issei. So, Issei, what do you want to talk about? I want to ask you a favor, Graia-san, Issei said as he looked at the sky. It's something I've been thinking lately ever since you've come here to make sure nothing bad is going to happen to Butchu and everyone. What is it? Issei-san. Graia looked at the handicapped boy strangely for a moment before asking. The tone he was using meant that he was very serious. I want you to put me down if I ever lose control of myself again. Issei looked down and kicked a rock with his right foot before I can hurt anyone. Graia said nothing, at first, because she was surprised to hear such proposal from Issei. She turned her head to look at him and saw the regret and sadness in his eyes. His grandfather must have told him everything that happened at that match against Razor Phoenix. Around here, you're the only one who has the power to do that. Issei continued. Last time, I stand no chance against you, remember? Graia said emotionless, crossing her arms over her chest while glancing at Issei. But it's because I took you by surprise, Graia-san. Also, what choice do I have? You're my best option now, Issei asked. His expression remained unchanged. My grandfather is nowhere to be found. Shigure-san has her own guardian duty at Atsuta Shrine, and I can't just pray for Amaterasu-sama's help again either. I had Razor and then the whole group of devils to keep me companies. Next time, my aim might be Butchu, Asia and the others, he said before turning his head to look at Graia. That's why I'm asking you to make that decision, Graia-san. Sai, I'm supposed to keep this from you, but since you've already asked me that, I think it'll do no harm reveal it to you, Issei. Graia took a deep breath before saying, Cockabeel and the Excaliburs aren't the only reason I'm here. The truth is, the higher-ups want someone to watch over you and prevent you from harming Rias Gremory Aja-sama, should you ever lose yourself again, even if it means I will have to kill you. Issei said nothing after what happened at the rating game match between Aja-sama and Razor Phoenix-sama. Some members of the council feels wary of your existence, and all has agreed that you're too dangerous to walk around freely. Killing you will upset the Shinto pantheon since you're the only successor of Hayato Furinji and one of the 3 guardians of Japan's imperial regalia, but it's the choice we have to make in order to keep an important figure like Aja-sama safe. Even in the past, the higher-ups had made some extremely harsh decision for the greater good of the devil faction, so something like that is somewhat completely normal for them. Graia said in a small tone. I see, Issei said with a small smile. I'm a relief that you've already prepared to do it, Graia-san. He then continued with a question. Did Butchu know? Yes, and she went straight to Surzech-sama and exploded into his face. Graia nodded her head and Issei chuckled softly at that. She really cared about him, didn't she? She even used her position as the heiress of Gremory to threaten the council, but Graia sighed. She's still too young to understand, and her growing feelings for you will never allow Aja-sama to let something like that to happen. The silver-haired queen then looked at Issei. I'm very surprised, Issei, to hear those words from you. It must be really hard for you. It's better to die as a hero than live to see myself become a monster. Issei made a small smile. Just promise me that, for Ria's and everyone's sake, you won't hesitate. I promise, Issei. Graia nodded her head before raising her hand. She was a little hesitating, at first, but then she placed it on his shoulder and squeezed gently. I also want you to promise me one thing, Issei. What's it? For Aja-sama and everyone's sake, do not lose yourself. Issei widened his eyes at that. That's all I ask. Graia-san, Issei said. He then pointed at himself, and then placed a finger on his lip before putting one of his hands on the other's palm. I promise. Line break. After school on the same day, Issei, Kiba and Momo gathered in the park and changed to the priest and sister clothes, which Momo bought on a cosplay costume website, after finishing their daily normal club activity. Issei and Kiba also wore fake crosses on their neck to finish their disguise. If the cross were real, then the two of them would have gotten seriously injured. Even though Issei had warned her that what they were doing was extremely dangerous, Momo decided to tag along because she wanted to help. She also wanted to witness an actual battle for the first time, saying it was something she had to get used to because she's definitely going to face a lot of times in the near future. Issei didn't argue with her anymore after that. The 3 of them walked around town. They walked mainly in suspicious places where there weren't any people and were reported to have strange and abnormal activities. Time went by quickly and then it was already evening. No matter how much he wanted to continue searching for Kokobile and his underlings, he knew that he would get in trouble if he didn't return soon. His action was kept secret from Butchu and the others, to begin with, and it would also be troublesome if they got caught by the student council Sona Citri. Rias would also start worrying if he didn't return before 6. Phew, Momo sighed as she put a hand on her head. If I were an evil man with black wings, where would I hide? She wondered her thought out loud. However, before she could get an answer, she bumped into Issei's back when he suddenly stopped his feet as she asked in curiosity. It's not just him, but Kiba had also stopped and started looking around. Issei-kun, you feel it too, right? Kiba asked seriously. Yeah. Issei nodded his head while he was feeling a cold chill in his body. In an instant, Issei summoned his sword, yanking it out from a magic circle. Head up, Issei cried, and when they looked up, they all saw a white-haired young priest falling down, holding a long sword in his hand. It was shaped like a long kriss and the blade appeared wide with a diamond-shaped gap through it and spikes on both edges. Peekaboo, the priest cried and tried to slash them, but Issei raised his blade and blocked it. Freed, Issei growled in a low tone, glaring at the straight exorcist. Ice-gun he. The priest smirked. Well, isn't this a weird reunion? Have you gotten stronger? Is it all right to kill you now? He asked with the same attitude like before. Issei said nothing and raised his other hand to get his second sword, but before he could make any move, Kiba jumped in and started attacking with violent strikes. But Ice-gun, as Momo tried to call for the blonde boy, but her voice fell into deaf ear. Seriously, what's wrong with him? She asked and removed the exorcist cloak, doing the same as Issei. So that's our enemy. Yes, he's a stray exorcist. Freed is a psycho who kills monsters, devils, and even people who make pacts with us for the sake of his own pleasure. Momo was taken aback by that, as she herself was someone who made a pact with devil and became Issei's regular client. Yes, Mama, there's a human like that around, and he's not the first stray exorcist I have ever met. The pink-haired girl gulped nervously. Summon your boosted gear and get for the worse. She did as she was told and summoned boosted gear, making the red dragon gauntlet appeared on her arm in a flash of light. Issei then turned his attention back to the battle, where Kiba and Freed were clashing in a battle of both swordsmanship and speed. However, the knight could see that Kiba was handling Freed quite well, even if his opponent was wielding a fragment of the ultimate holy sword Excalibur. Eventually, Kiba found an opening and threw his sword at Freed before creating several more demonic swords to attack him from every direction. That is a good circus trick, you rotten devil. Freed knocked away the demonic swords one after another with an expression of excitement. My Excalibur is Excalibur rapidly in terms of velocity. It won't lose to anything. The hollow sword that Freed held started to vibrate at the tip, and then disappeared, moving so fast that it disappeared from view. Freed destroyed all of the demonic swords and then rushed towards Kiba. It's not working. Their swords clashed, and much to his shock, the demonic swords that Kiba had in both hands crumbled. The stray exorcist then went for a killing move, slashing his sword downwards at Kiba. However, before it could get anywhere near its destination, Issei appeared between them and kicked him in his chest, sending him flying back while holding his chest in pain. Like I would let you, Issei growled and leapt forward. Ice-gun, wait, Kiba called. It couldn't reach him. I'm stronger than you, Freed called, and his sword started to glow again. He started moving with extreme speed and tried to cut Issei when he was close enough, thinking that he could neither block it with demonic swords nor fast enough to dodge it. However, much to his shock, Issei suddenly appeared behind him, with his fist aimed back. He turned his head around and thought about making a round slash, but before he could do that, Issei suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of him almost instantly, shocking the stray exorcist to the core. Charging forward with full speed, leaving a bluish aura in his path, Issei carved up the straight exorcist with a spinning slash, sending him into the air with him before striking down, leaving a deep cut on Freed's shoulder before sending him crashing down to the ground. There, Freed growled as he coughed. Momo gasped in amazement as she looked at Issei. Surprise. Asshole. Issei smirked slyly as he wiped his wide blade. You call that fast even when falling? You're slow. The exorcist gritted his teeth in anger as his taunt. He sheathed his sword back into its scabbard and turned around to look at Kiba. I will leave the rest to you, Kiba, he said. He wanted to kill the shitty priest himself, but it would be a bad move because he had started feeling his own lust. Fighting someone like Freed, there was no need for sympathy or holding back, so he needed to stop before it could get worse. Alright then, Issei-kun. Kiba nodded his head slowly while walking forward, summoning a demonic sword into his hand. However, before Kiba could approach him, there was a voice. Sword birth. It's a sacred gear that can have an infinite number of powers depending on the possessor. It was another priest who had the appearance of a short, bespectacled elderly man with gray hair and mustache, wearing a priest outfit. Is it you, old man? Balba, Freed asked while holding his shoulder to stop the bleeding. The Devils and Dragon team became shocked at Freed's word. Balba Galilei. Kiba glared at the old man with eyes full of hatred. I certainly am. The old man admitted it normally before looking at Freed. Freed, what are you doing? TCH, can you see that I'm playing with some shitty devil? Freed asked while grinning like a maniac. And one of them can bite really hard. HMPH, to think that you, the user of Excalibur, rapidly would lose against a devil in terms of speed. It seems you still can't use the hollow sword perfectly yet. Balba said casually like it was nothing. Now is not the time for playing. We have to return immediately. TCH, Freed growled before saying to Issei, I will be escaping now. The next time we meet will be the time of our ultimate battle. Freed said that, but I won't let you escape. There was someone who suddenly ran past Issei with a very fast speed before clashing swords with Fried, who used his good hand to hold Excalibur rapidly. But eventually he was still knocked back by the brutal force of the strike and its extremely destructive power. It was Zenovia, wielding Excalibur destruction in her hand. Yahoiskun, Irina, and of course, Zenovia's partner and Issei's childhood friend, Irina, was also there as well. She greeted him cheerily before pointing her hand at Balba Fried Zelzen. Balba Galilei, rebels, I will cut you both down in the name of God. Ah, don't say the name of the hateful god that I hate you. Fried and Zenovia exchanged words, but fighting Zenovia wasn't an option for him. He then reached his hand into his pocket and pulled out a ball of light, which was his way to escape. Oldman Balba, we are escaping, however, we are going to report this to the boss, Cockabeel. There's no other way. See the alliance of church and devils. Fried threw down the ball of light on the ground, making it explode on contact in a blinding flash of white light. The light covered the whole area, blinding their eyes, and by the time Issei and everyone had regained their sight, Fried and Balba were long gone. We are going after them, Irina. Okay, Zenovia and Irina nodded at each other and sprinted from there. I'm going after them too, I won't let you escape, Balba Galilei, Kiba cried and went away after them as well, leaving Issei and Momo behind. Hey Kiba, wait, for then at that moment, he felt the presence of someone behind them. When I thought that the flow of power was irregular, there was a familiar voice behind him. This is certainly troublesome. When he turned around, his eyes widened when he saw Rias, with Graia behind her, standing there, with a stern look on her face and her arm crossing underneath her chest. Eyes. What's the meaning of this? Explain. Line break. Destroying Excalibur. How reckless of you two, but you said that with an unpleasant face, and she put her hand on her forehead. After the incident with Fried and Balba, Rias took the two of them to the nearby park, where they were forced to kneel traditionally in front of the fountain. Momo was scratching the back of her head while smiling nervously at Graia, who was glaring at her with a cold expression on her face. The Red Dragon Empress truly looked like a student who did something wrong and was about to face the wrath of her teacher. So Hyoudou went after that person called Balba. Yes, I think he's with Irina and Zenovia. Issei nodded his head. I think that he's going to call us if something happens. Eyes, do you think Hyoudou, who became an Avenger, would call us? Normally Rias sighed before asking, why did you do this? Because he's my friend and I want to help him. Isn't that what his friends for? Issei asked, raising his voice a little. Helping each other. I know you only want to help him, Eyes, but what you did could have affected the world of devils. Rias shook her head. You understand that, right? Issei said nothing at first, only lowered his head while gritting his teeth. That was exactly the reason why he didn't let Rias or anyone know about his plan. I sent my familiar to search for Hyoudou. Let's go to him with the rest of the club members when he is found. We will decide what to do from there. Okay, Issei replied curtly. Rias then did something that surprised him. She got down from her seat and wrapped her arm around his head, bringing his head into her chest and hugged him gently. But you really are a reckless child, she said warmly as she patted him gently, making me worry so much like that. He wanted to help his friend and yet all he did was make her feel worried. He thought he could handle it on his own, overestimated his own ability to fight without realizing that he didn't have a proper plan for it. Maybe he had taken that matter too lightly. Let's go home, Eyes, Rias said with a small smile. We won't be able to help anyone like this. You're right, but you. Issei nodded his head with a small smile. Beside him, Momo, meanwhile, breathed out a sigh of relief and was about to stand up, but was stopped from doing so by a glare from Graia. Hey, excuse me, Momo asked in shock while pointing at herself and Issei, but I thought it's Aja-sama's choice to whether or not she need or don't need to punish her servant for his action. You, on the other hand, is not her servant. So, but as your teacher, who's not just training you to become stronger, but also responsible, it's my duty to discipline you, Graia said to Momo, who gulped nervously. Issei is quite strong in his own right, so he can handle himself. You, on the other hand, are not ready for battle yet. You're reckless, stupid, and full of yourself. Because of them, punishment needs to be served. She then raised her hand, which then glowed with magic power. 1,000 spankings should be enough. Rias and Issei could only look at Momo in sympathy while the pink-haired girl was crying out for his help. Line break. By the time Butchu and Issei arrived home, the sun was setting, showing that it was almost night time. They parted ways with Graia along our way home. The silver-haired queen had decided to go to Momo's apartment with her to teach her a couple of lessons about responsibility. She also planned to teach Momo the basic lessons of magic power and how to call for them. We are back. When Butchu and Issei were taking our shoes off and were about to walk the hallway, Mum showed her face from the kitchen. She then waved her hands at us, telling them to come silently while having a strange smile on her face. The two of them looked at each other strangely and went towards the kitchen. Come here, Asachin, Rainurchin. Ho! This is the two leapt forward as if they were pushed by his mother. Both of them were wearing aprons, with Rainar's in purple and Asia's in light blue. Issei and Rias both gasped in shock, the former more than the later, because the point wasn't the colors of their aprons, but the fact that they were currently wearing only aprons on their body. It barely covered anything and showed a lot of skin, especially in Rainar's case because she had a more mature body than Asia. Well, what is the meaning of this? Issei asked in shock with a red face. It's not like he hadn't seen anything, mind you. He had seen every single detail of their body since they slept with him naked every night. But for some reason, the sights of their naked body teasingly being hidden behind aprons were strangely appealing and even more arousing than usual. And he didn't like the fact that he was being watched by his mother as well. Ah, Asia said while fidgeting nervously, a friend of mine in our class told me that you have to wear nothing under the apron when you work in a kitchen in Japan. It is embarrassing, but I have to get used to Japanese culture, so Asia said it with a red face. At this rate, she would soon become an erotic airhead girl, something he didn't want for someone as pure as she was. He looked at Rainier. Don't look at me, Issei-kun. The girl shrugged. He could see that she wasn't that uncomfortable with her state of clothing. I tried to convince her, but she believed Kuryu more than she believes me. Then why did you? Well, I have my reason, but don't tell me that you don't like what you're seeing, Rainier said with a playful wink. He blushed beet red after that and decided to stop it before the situation could get any worse. Ah, please, put on something and yufufufu. Of course, at that moment and for some reason, his mother jumped in and stopped him from asking them to wear something. They look cute in those aprons, don't they? I'm definitely supporting these things. Yeah, I remember when I was young. Hey, I don't want to hear her story, Issei cried while making a no and absolutely not with his hand, making his mother giggle. I see. Standing behind him, Rias nodded her head with a regretful voice. So there was a strategy like that. No wonder why he didn't make any more moves even after that. She muttered under her breath before smirking at Asia. You can become a real devil. You really are a lecherous girl. Hey, I don't want to become a lecherous devil. But you smirked, and Asia replied with a troubled face and teary eyes. Rainier, you're more and more like a real devil. I like it. Rias gave the fallen a thumb up, which made her bow her head in an old-fashioned way while holding the sleeve of her apron. Wait a bit. I will also do the same, Asia, Rainier. She then declared and turned around and left the scene quickly. Wait, Rias and I will also help, Midori called and went after Rias. A moment later, she returned with an even more erotic version of Rainier's apron that was crimson red in color. The apron covered only the most important parts while leaving the rest to his eyes. As the girls went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, Issei wisely retreated into his bedroom to take a cold shower. That night, the four of them also slept together, but they were waked up when they felt an enormous pressure they had never felt before. Rias immediately jumped off the bed and stood in front of the window while Issei was standing protectively beside her. This feeling Rainier, and Rainier also got up after feeling something. You again, Issei growled when he saw Fried, somehow fully healed and had his sickening smirk on again. TCH, this feeling, it can only mean one thing. The crimson-haired heiress said it with a voice filled with hatred and clicked her fingers. She instantly got into her uniform and opened the room's door. Yahoo Iskun, Raineretin and Asetin. Fried greeted them cheerfully. Looks like you guys are in a bad mood. Were you doing alright, Ara? Were you guys having? Is it a foursome? Then I'm sorry. Not reading the atmosphere is my charming point. What do you want? Freak, Rainier asked him, but he just shook his shoulder with a laugh. Rias seemed like she noticed something and looked up. The eyes followed after hers and all widened at what they saw. It was a fallen angel taking an appearance of a young man with black hair and pointy ears. On his back, he possessed 5 pairs of black wings. He also wore a black robe with detailed accessories. He smirked after seeing Butchu. This is our first time meeting, daughter of the House of Gremory. The crimson hair is beautiful. It reminds me of your brother that I hate enough to make me want to vomit. When Issei looked closely, he could see that he was carrying a motionless person. Nice to meet you, one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kakabeel. And my name is Rias Gremory. I will also add one more thing. We in the House of Gremory are beings that are closest to the Mao and also the furthest from it. If you are here to discuss politics with me, then it's no use. This is a gift. He then threw the person he was carrying at Issei, who reacted immediately and caught them in his arm. His eyes widened in shock when he saw it was Irina. She was covered in as they were cut all over her body. She was also breathing heavily. Issei called out for the former Num and put Irina on the ground. The blonde immediately came over and started healing her. There was a green light coming out of Asia's body, which covered Irina and made her expression start to soften, and she started to breathe gently. She came into my base, so I gave her a welcome. Well, I couldn't catch the other two. Kakabeel said it with a laugh. From his story, it seemed Kiba and Zenovia escaped. Also, Rias Gremory, I wouldn't do something as stupid as talking with a Mao or someone as strong as he is. Grafia, Rias asked coldly, what did you do to her? And Momo Issei turned his head to look at Kakabeel in pure hatred. Don't worry, sister of Mao, she is being held inside a barrier that I set up myself. It will probably take her some time to notice it, though, and by the time she manages to break out of that barrier on her own, a smirk appeared on his face as he looked at Rias, who couldn't believe she was taken out of the scene just like that. Now, if I rape and kill his little sister, then Surzech's anger will be pointed towards me. That won't be bad at all. Rias then glared at Kakabeel with disdainful eyes. So what is your motive for contacting me? Kakabeel answered Rias' question with joy. I will be rampaging in this town using your base, Q Academy, as the starting point. Then Surzech will also appear, right? If you do something like that, the war between God, fallen angels, and devils will begin again, you know. That's what I'm wishing for. I thought that Michael would start a war if I steal the Excalibur, but what he sent were grunt exorcists and 2 hollow sword wielders. It's boring. I'm really bored indeed. That's why I'm going to rampage at Surzech's sister's base. See, it looks fun, right? Rias made a sound of disgust with her tongue, a proof that she was really pissed. You war freak, but you said it with hatred. But Kakabil laughed with joy. Even for a fallen angel, to think that you have fallen this far down, Rainier muttered as she glared the man she once called her leader. You like war that much? Yeah, that's it. I was bored after the war between the three sides. Azazel and Shemheza aren't that keen on the next war. They started to collect something boring like sacred gear and started to do some weird researches. Something useless like that won't be of any use to us. Well, it's a different story if it's a boosted gear like the one that girl has, but it's not something you can find so easily. Are you guys also after her sacred gear? Issei asked loudly with a firm tone. At least I'm not interested in it, but Azazel might be. His collection hobby is crazy. Kakabil said either way, I'm going to be starting a battle involving the Holoswords, Rias Gremory. For starting a war, a school where both little sisters of Surzech and Leviathans go to. It must be filled with demonic powers so that I can enjoy the chaos. It's also the best place to release the real power of Excaliburs. It's a good place for the battlefield. Haha, isn't my boss the best? His craziness is the best. So I'm also eager to do it. He even gives me treats like this. Fried took out an Excalibur. He also had one of them in each hand and two of them on his hips. The one on the right is Excalibur Rapidly. The one on the left is Excalibur Nightmare. The one on my hip is Excalibur Transparent. I also received Excalibur Mimic from the girl over there. I also feel like getting Excalibur Destruction that the other girl has. Hi, am I the first person in the world to be in possession of this many Excaliburs? I also received an element from the Geezer Balba that allows me to wield Holoswords. Right now I'm in a hyper mode that allows me to wield all of them. You know I'm invincible, I'm wonderful, I'm the strongest. Ha. Fried laughed as if he found it really funny. Balba's Holosword research. It's the real deal if it shows this much result. To tell the truth, it seemed suspicious when he joined my plan. What are you planning to do with the Excaliburs? Rias asked him. Kakabil moved his 10 black wings and moved his body in the direction of the school. Aha, let's have a war. The little sister of Surzech, Lucifer, Rias Gremory. After that, he flew away. Flash, and once again, Fried was gone in a blinding flash of light, using the same item like before. Without further ado, Rias declared, Eyes, everyone, we are going to the school. Yes, a big battle against the leader of the fallen angels was about to start. Raya-senpai, we have covered the school with a large barrier. With this, unless something disastrous happens, there will be no damage outside. Saji, one of Sona's pawns, reported the current situation to Rias. They, the Occult Research Club, Issei Hyoudou, and the Student Council, had gathered at the park located right in front of Kyo Academy. Irina had been transported to Sona's house. Her condition had been stabilized by Asia and her sacred gear, but it would take her some time to wake up. Sona had gathered everyone from the Student Council, her servants, and put a massive barrier on the school after she heard the situation from Rias. It was a measure used to keep the things occurring inside from leaking outside. The opponent was one of the leaders of the fallen angels, whose powers rivaled even those who stood at the top of the Devil's Society. This is to keep it to the minimum. To tell you the truth, if Kakabil were to fight seriously, not only this academy but the whole region would be annihilated. Adding to that, he has already gotten ready for that. My servant has seen him releasing his power on the school grounds. Sona said seriously while looking in the direction of the school with eyes filled with hatred. My servants and I will continue to place the barrier to reduce the damages. I want to minimize the damages as much as possible. It's hard to prevent having our school getting damaged. But it looks like we have to, since it's the leader of the fallen angels who is moving. Thank you, Sona. Rias nodded her head before asking, what about Graia? Tsubaki is working on the barrier that Kakabil set up around Mamazana-san's apartment. Sona answered her friend's question with a shake of her head. However, we won't be able to get to her anytime soon. That barrier is so powerful that it is not only keeping someone as strong as Graia inside but also preventing her from feeling anything abnormal. In Tsubaki's last report she said Graia was still teaching Mama-san, who is struggling. Also, it's not like she's going to think about going back to Issei Hyoudou anytime soon, at least not until Mama-san is able to manifest her magic power. I see. Issei head dropped a little after hearing that. Currently, the only one that could stand toe-to-toe against Kakabil was Graia, the strongest queen of the underworld whose powers were Mao class. She could probably stop and defeat Kakabil before he could do whatever he was planning to do or before he lost it and hurt his important friends instead of his enemy. If only he could summon Sugary no Ontachi, but his grandfather said it's too soon for him to use the sword and he had lost its trust when he lost control and used its power forcefully. Rias, Sona hesitated for a moment before saying our enemy is a monster with strength above ours. It's still not too late. We can still try to remove the barrier that is imprisoning Graia together and let her handle this while we will support her from the outside of the battlefield. We should also get your Onisama. But Rias shook her head before saying to Sona, you also didn't call your Onisama. It wasn't a question. My Onisama is your Onisama loves you. Surzech-sama will definitely move. So, I have already informed Surzech-sama. Akino, who was standing next to Issei, said it over Rias and Sona's words. Akino, but you criticized angrily while glaring at her queen, but Akinasan didn't back down from it and said back angrily. Rias, I know that you don't want to cause problems for Surzech-sama. It happened in your territory, in your base. The black-haired queen, who usually wore a gentle smile, said it firmly with her eyes hardened, and it happened after the family problem. But it's a different story if the leader of the enemy appears. It is a problem that surpasses the level that you can solve. Let's borrow the strength of a Mao. Rias seemed like she wanted to say something, but she took a deep breath and nodded. Akino put on her usual smiley face after she saw it. Thank you for understanding the situation, Butchu. Sana-sama, Surzut-sama's reinforcement will be here in 1 hour. 1 hour, I understand. In that time, we, the student council, will vow to continue to place the barriers in the name of Citri. Rias seemed like she had made her decision as well after hearing Sona's decision. So 1 hour. Now my servants, Rias called as she turned to her peerage, we will be on the offensive. We will go inside the barrier and draw Cockabille's attention. Unlike the battle against Phoenix, this is a battle of life and death. Even so, I will not forgive you if you die. We will survive and continue to attend that school. They all replied to her with energetic voices. Line break. We went in straight from the main gate. In the middle of the school field, there were 4 swords that were releasing extreme lights while floating in a circle, with a large, glowing magic circle spread in the whole school field, where Balba Galilei was sitting in the middle. What is the meaning of this? Rias spoke out her doubt. Her voice caught Balba's attention immediately. I'm going to make the 4 Excaliburs into one. Balba said it as if he found it amusing. Balba, how much longer will it take for the Excaliburs to merge? There was a voice in the sky. When all of the club members looked up, there was their most powerful enemy, Cockabille, who was sitting on a chair up floating in the sky while looking down on them, with his legs crossed confidently. It won't even take 5 minutes, Cockabille. Is that so? I will leave it to you. Cockabille moved his eyes from Balba to Rias, who was glaring at him with hatred. Is Surzut coming or is it Serafal? He asked in an amused tone. In the places of Anu-sama and Leviathan-sama, we swish BANNNG. After they heard the sound of something that flew through the air, the gym exploded, much to the shock of everyone. Boring? Well, that's okay. At least, this will be entertaining. There was a big pillar made of light where the gym was located, which, after looking closely, Issei could make out the shape of a light spear. It was the same kind of weapon Rainier usually created, only 100 or even 1,000 times bigger. Issei gulped nervously. He didn't even see that coming. Now, I will have you all fight my pet that I brought from hell. Cockabille clicked his fingers and the ground underneath them started grumbling. A portal then opened on the ground and from there, a creature emerged. It was a 3-headed dog that was over 10 meters tall. It had thick legs, each with a set of sharp claws. Each of its head has a pair of red eyes and there was fire coming out of the mouths that were lined with sharp fangs. Arr. The massive monster howled, shaking the entire schoolyard and the buildings. Cerberus, Rias said with a voice filled with disgust. See Cerberus? Yes, it's a famous creature that has the nickname of Guardog of Hell. Rias answered Asia's shaky question. It lives in the gate to hell, not in the underworld. To think he will bring something like this to the humans' world. Rias bit her thumb while saying it. We will have to blow it away. Leave it to me. Issei stepped forward with both swords in his hands, saying that enthusiastically, but before he could make a move, Rias placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Eyes, this time, we will back you up. Stay here and let us handle this. Rias told him and didn't give him the chance to argue with her by turning to Akino, Rainier, just as we planned, let's go. Guys, wait. Hi, but before he could say anything, both black-haired girls nodded their head and summoned their wings and flew into the sky. Rias also did the same, following after her servant. Maybe it's better this way, Issei thought bitterly in his hand. It'd be better he stay behind the front line and protect Asia, who was the only non-combatant of the group, but she was also the member that held the key to their survival. The 3-headed dog, Cerberus, saw them coming and made a jump toward them. One of the heads looked towards Rias and breathed out a wave of fire toward her. Too naive. Akino immediately flew down in front, stood Rias and froze the fire instantly with an ice spell. Rainier raised her hand above her head and summoned several weapons of light, which she then launched them down to Cerberus' body. The creature of hell howled out in pain when swords and spears of light stabbed into its flesh. I'm not done yet. It tried to jump into the air, but the Rainier stopped the dog from doing so by creating 4 large spears of light and threw them toward its paws. The spears pierced through the hell dog's paws and stabbed into the ground, completely immobilized it. Take this. Rias jumped out from behind Akino and released an enormous black orb of demonic power that could annihilate anything it touches toward the beast. Cerberus' middle head immediately shot out a ball of fire to counter it. The 2 attacks clashed against each other violently and seemingly equal in strength until Ria's orb of destruction started destroying the fire and pushing it back. But then Cerberus' head shot out another fireball from the 3rd head, assisting the first one that was getting pushed back by Ria's immense demonic power. The strength of the fireball increased and it started to push back. Not so fast. When Cerberus tried to shoot another fireball, Koneko, who rushed past Issei and leapt into the air, landed a powerful blow to Cerberus' head. The punch was so powerful that Issei was sure that its skull was carved in, and since Cerberus was howling in pain, it might actually happen. Here's another blow. Akino raised her hand above her head and created a yellow magic circle on the sky. The black-haired queen then brought her hand down and pointed her finger at the Cerberus, sending a massive bolt of lightning toward the beast. It was large enough to cover its entire body and packed enough power to shake the schoolyard violently when struck. Cerberus howled in pain, which became even louder when Ria's attack, which annihilated the fireballs completely, hit the side of its stomach. There was dark black coming out of the monster dog's stomach. There was smoke coming from it, but it was pretty much still alive. There's another one, Asia asked in shock when they heard another beastly howl. Another Cerberus appeared from the darkness and made a howl before coming towards him and Asia. Stay behind me, Asia, Issei said as he stood protectively in front of Asia, preparing to face the creature of hell. Come here so I can cut you to pieces, Issei growled as he stabbed one of his swords down to the ground and took a stance with the other at his hip. However, before he could do anything, Zenovia appeared and cut one of the Cerberus' head with ease. The head went up into the sky before turning to dust. It was Zenovia, the priestess who wielded one of the 7 fragments of Excalibur, Excalibur Destruction. I have come to back you up. After saying that to him, Zenovia went on slashing towards the Cerberus torso. The Cerberus howled in pain at her devastating assaults and tried to retreat, but before it could do it, Zenovia got underneath its body and slashed her sword up. The Cerberus torso split in half after receiving a fatal strike, and the Cerberus started to vaporize the same way its head did. What devastating power! The strike of the Holosword. It gives critical damage to creatures. Zenovia thrust her sword deep into the Cerberus chest to finish it off. That moment, the Cerberus body fully turned into dust and disappeared. Zenovia, Issei called before asking, where's Kiba, is he here? Zenovia didn't have to answer his question, because suddenly countless swords appeared from the ground and pierced through the Cerberus limbs, causing the Cerberus to roar out in pain as its limbs were pierced again. I won't let you escape. The person who appeared and used his sacred gear to create so many swords like that was none other than the handsome Prince of Kyo Academy and Rias Gremory's pawn, Kiba Hyoudou. Sorry, I'm late. Issei smiled in relief when he saw him, thinking that everything was going to be fine now. Flash. Aino took the opening and sent a massive bolt of lightning down at Cerberus after it lost its movement due to the demonic swords. Her attack was so big that it couldn't be compared, covering more than half of the school ground and turning the dog of hell to nothingness. As expected, Rainier said as she looked at Aino from the daughter of. Shut your damn mouth, Aino said in a cold tone as she glared at Rainier. It's bad enough that I have to fight alongside with you. Do not speak that man's name in my presence. Rainier didn't back down from her murderous glare, but she didn't say anything either. The moment the big dog disappeared, but she pointed her hand towards Cockabeel. Take this, Cockabeel, Rias cried and shot a gigantic massive demonic power that was 10 times bigger than her usual shots, putting everything she had into a single strike. Her attack gained high velocity and went toward the leader of the fallen angels, who was still sitting on his chair and smirking confidently. Much to everyone's shock, he just stretched one of his hands to the front and blocked Ria's shot with only one hand before lifting his hand up above his head. Ria's attack changed its direction, went up to the sky and disappeared. Cockabeel showed his malicious smile after seeing the smoke coming out of his hand. How pathetic, and you call yourself the sister of Surzech, Lucifer? Cockabeel started to laugh as if he found it funny, causing Rias to grit her teeth in anger. It's complete, Balba called, drawing everyone's attention to him. The 4 Excaliburs are going to become one. The 4 Excaliburs that were placed in the center of the school field started giving out incredible amounts of light that spread throughout the school field. Because of its brightness, the devils had to cover their faces with their hands. When Issei looked at the center of the school field, I saw that the 4 Excaliburs were put on top of each other. When the bright lights were gone, there was one hollow sword at the center of the field giving out a blue-white aura. Because of the light created by the Excalibur when it turned into one, the spell on the ground is also complete. This town will collapse within 20 minutes. The only way to dispel it is by beating Cockabeel. The magic circle spread around the whole school field and it started glowing and gathering power. What the fuck are you saying? Issei cried as he gritted the hilt of his sword so hard that his hand turned white. You really think that I'm going to stand here and let you destroy my home? Then try to kill me if you can, boy. Don't just stand there and let your master fight in your place. Cockabeel smirked. You're damn right I'm going to. Stop, Rias cried, but it was too late. Issei had already jumped into the air with his sword raised above his head, aiming for a deadly strike that would cut Cockabeel in half. Cockabeel smirked widen when he saw the speed Rias Gremory's knight was moving at and raised a hand to stop Issei's sword when he brought it down. Is that it? He asked, but widened his eyes when he felt a sharp pain on his left shoulder. He turned his head slightly to the side and was surprised to see it cut there. There's more for you, bastard, Issei growled and pulled his sword out of its scabbard, but couldn't attack because Cockabeel created a sword of light with his other hand and slashed Issei. Issei raised his sword to block it, but the strike was so powerful that his sword broke on contact and knocked Issei down to the ground with a deep cut on his right arm. Gah. Fortunately for Issei, Koneko jumped in and caught him before he could crash. Are you alright? Issei Senpai, the white-haired girl, gently put him down to the ground, her hands on his shoulders to make sure that he wasn't going to try to do something stupid again. Instead of answering her question, Issei turned his head up and glared at Cockabeel while gritting his teeth in pain. Being cut by holy-based weapons, there was smoke coming out of the cut on his arm. What the hell are you thinking with Rias? Asia quickly got to his side and started healing him. The pain soon disappeared, but the anger clearly didn't. The Crimson Heiress was angry at Issei and his reckless action. But he's going to destroy my hometown and kill everyone in it. Are you really thinking that I will just stand in one place and let him do that? Issei answered her without hesitation. Of course not, but Cockabeel is not someone you can fight alone. Rias shook her head. All we can do right now is, in 20 minutes this whole town will be blown to pieces, killing everyone in it, and that including my own parents. Issei suddenly stood up and snapped at Rias. You think that we can wait for your brother's reinforcement to arrive? He asked angrily. Why doesn't he come personally? What was he doing when Aknason informed him there is teleportation spell that can teleport people from place to place in a blink of an eye, and yet it will take him an all-powerful of one fucking hour to get here? He asked mockingly. Give me a break, we're on our own in this. He then summoned his second and last sword. If all you can think about is do your best to hold him until reinforcement arrives, then stay out of my way. I don't have that kind of patient. He walked past her eyes. Wait! Rias immediately snapped out of her state of shock and turned around to grab his arm, stopping him from getting himself killed. You can't do this. You will turn into a monster, he asked, emotionless. Well, that's good then. At least with that kind of power I can kill that son of a... He pointed his sword to Cockabeel, who was smirking in amusement at the scene. Admitted, it's the best chance we have right now. We're wasting our time here, so, if you're afraid then... But he stopped when he saw the tears that fell from Rias' eyes. But what about you? Rias asked shakily. You know that we cannot fight you. It's not because that we're far weaker than you and don't stand a chance, it's because we just can't. I can't. But you... His eyes softened a little, and some of his anger disappeared. How romantic! Cockabeel suddenly laughed maniacally. Is this love between the two of you, the master and the servant? He laughed before turning to the shitty priest. Freed, use the Excalibur in the circle. It shall be the last entertainment. He ordered with a smirk. Kill all of them, but leave those two for the last. I'm going to enjoy hurting them right in front of each other. Yeah, Freed said lazily while stepping forward. Geez, what an ugly scene. It's like a shitty drama romantic movie. If I were you, I would just order myself to kill those two first, he said while smiling crazily at Issei and Rias. But I have to admit that I'm so honored to use the Excalibur that has become super wonderful. Something like that. I will just chop some devils now, and I will definitely save the red and brown samurai for your amusement later, Freed exclaimed while holding the fused Excalibur with both hands. TCH, I should have killed you when I had the chance, Issei growled as he glared at Freed. Eyes you. When this is over, Issei said in a low tone, you will take me to your brother so I can get a proper explanation from him, he said with a tone that let Rias know that he was not going to take a no for an answer. I understand. Rias nodded her head softly and wiped the tears from her eyes. And to think that you didn't want to inform your brother about this in the first place. I'm going to fight, so please don't stop me. It was no longer a situation where he could just sit back and let the others handle everything. He then took a deep breath and spoke to Freed. Hey you, I will only say this once. He pointed his sword at him. What is it? Freed asked lazily while picking his ear with his pinky finger. Don't waste my time and stay out of my way. I have no business with the like of you, he stated darkly, and Freed broke out in laughter. Balba also did the same, but with a much smaller laugh and a sadistic smile on his face. To think that a lowly devil like you can say such words even in the presence of a holy weapon like Excalibur's. The short man laughed. Don't you think that you're being overly confident in your ability? I'm not, Issei said and pointed his hand to the side. Akiba, he will. After saying that, Issei suddenly disappeared from his spot in front of Rias and reappeared in front of Freed, who widened his eyes and could barely raise his sword to dodge Issei's strike. He was pushed back several feet but managed to stop by dashing his feet on the ground. But before he could say anything, Issei punched him right in the face. However, his fist wasn't the only thing that came into contact with his face. Zenovia, who reacted immediately after she saw Issei making his move, took a leap forward and kicked Freed in the face with her foot. The combination attack from both sword wielders dealt a vast amount of damage to Freed's face. His nose was broken, his lip was split, and his left was swollen, but overall he was alright and capable of fighting. Rias Gremory's knight, Zenovia, spoke to him. If the cooperation is still valid, let us destroy that Excalibur together. Is it okay? Zenovia laughed fearlessly at Kiba's words. At worst, it won't be a problem if I collect the fragment of the Excalibur that is acting as the core of it. Since Freed is wielding it, that is a holosword, but it is no longer a holosword. Even if it's a holosword, it's the same as any other weapon. It changes depending on the person using it. That is a sword of heresy. I see Issei nodded his head. However, make sure you don't get caught in my way. And together, they attacked Freed, who activated the powers of his weapon and attacked them. At that moment, Balba decided to turn his head to look at Kiba. Who are you, boy? He asked. I am a survivor of the Holosword Project. No, I am the one who was killed by you, to be more precise. I have continued living by being reincarnated into a devil, Kiba said calmly to Balba, but his eyes were filled with flames of hatred. Ooh, the survivor of that project. This is such a misfortune. To meet you in a Far East country like this. I feel fate. Phew. The straight archbishop laughed. You're the one in charge of that project, Kiba said in a low tone. Tell me why someone like you was put in charge of it. You see, I like holoswords. I like them so much that they come out in my dreams. Possibly because my heart was fascinated by the legend of Excalibur since I was a child. That's why when I found out that I can't use Excalibur, I went into despair. I held admiration for those who can wield it because I couldn't. That feeling became so powerful that I started an experiment to create those who can use them. Then it was complete. It's thanks to you and the others. What complete? You disposed of us after finding us to be a failure. Kiba lifted his eyebrows seemingly in doubt. Balba shook his head. I realized that there was an essential factor needed to wield holoswords, so I used the numerical value of the factors to investigate its capability. Most of the test subjects had the elements, but they didn't have the numerical value needed to wield the Excalibur. Then I reached a conclusion. Is there a way to take out the elements and gather them? I see. I understand now. The thing that is put inside the holosword wielders when they received a blessing is after pushing Freed and his clones back. Zenovia stopped and turned to look at Balba while gritting her teeth hatefully. That's right, holy sword wielder girl. We take out the holy elements from those who have them and crystallize them. Just like this. Balba took out an orb that was giving out light. It was a shiny, teardrop-shaped crystal. With this, the research on holosword wielders improved. Even so, those fools from the church banished me for heresy and took away my reports on the research. By looking at you, I see that the project was succeeded by someone. That Michael. He made me look like a criminal, and this is the result. Well, it's that angel we are talking about. Even if he takes the elements out from the test subjects, he wouldn't go as far as to kill them. That part only would make him more human than me. Cuckoo. Balba laughed pleasantly. I see. You killed my comrades and took out the elements needed to wield the holoswords, Kiba asked Balba with his voice filled with killing intent. That's right. This orb is from back then. I have used 3 of them on Freed though. This is the last one. Hi ha ha. Freed laughed as he started moving with extreme speed, clashing sword with Zenovia while Issei dodged to the side. Other guys beside me died because their bodies couldn't synchronize with the elements. If I think like that, that makes me special. Just like a roach. Issei growled as he kicked the left side of Freed's head, sending him several feet away. My master is a pure devil, and yet she's more human than you. Balba Galilei. How many lives have you sacrificed for your greed and experiments? Kibas asked in a very low tone. If you say that, then I will give this orb to you. My research has reached the stage where it is possible to mass produce them in the right environment. First of all, I will destroy this town with Cockabeel. Next, I will gather the legendary holoswords stored around the world. Then I will mass produce holosword wielders and start a war against Michael and the Vatican with the combined Excaliburs. I'm going to show the result of my research to those foolish angels and their followers who have convicted me. Balba threw away the orb as if he had lost interest in it. It rolled on the ground and went to Kiba's foot. The young man then leant down silently and picked it up. He patted the orb sadly, lovingly, and dearly. Everyone there was a tear on Kiba's cheek. His expression was filled with sadness and anger. Then it happened. The orb that Kiba held started giving out shallow lights, but it started to spread and eventually covered the whole school field in a soft blue light. The light then gathered into many spots and took shapes, the shape of people. There were boys and girls who were giving out blue-white lights, and they were surrounding Kiba. The various powers that are present on this battlefield made the spirits within the orbs appear. Akino said in amazement. The spirits looked at Kiba with a dear and sad expression. Everyone too. Issei stopped and looked at the spirits around Kiba in understanding and sadness in his eyes. They must be his friends, the other victims of the Holy Sword Project. I have always thought about it. Was it all right that I was the only one that survived? There were those who had more dreams than me. There were those who wanted to live more than me. Is it all right that I am the only one to have a peaceful life? Then one boy's spirit smiled more, and more tears fell from Kiba's eyes as he looked at them in surprise. Then the spirits of boys and girls started to move their lips in a rhythm, singing a song. The sacred song. Asia mumbled while putting her hand together with a sad smile. Rainier flew down and placed a hand on her shoulder, giving her friend a comforting smile. Kiba started to sing as well while shedding tears. When they were going through the painful experiment, it was the only thing they obtained to keep their hopes and dreams. It was the only support they had to continue living during their harsh life. Kiba and his late comrades had the smiles of innocent children. Their bodies started to glow blue-white. Those lights were getting brighter, with Kiba in the center. Their spirits went up into the heaven, and they turned into a big light that fell down to Kiba, who stood there with a small smile on his face. Balba Galilei, as long as I don't kill you, there will be those who would suffer the same fate as us, he said, looking at Balba with determination in his eyes. It's been said for a long time that research always comes with sacrifices. Haven't you realized that yet? Cut him down. Kiba Issei cried out. You are a member of the Gremory group and my comrade, my friend. Fight Kiba, don't waste their feelings and spirit. Hyoudou, do it, you have to finish this yourself. Surpass Excalibur, you are the servant of Rias Gremory, and for that, you will not lose to a mere Excalibur. Rias decided to follow her knight's example and encouraged him as well. Hyoudou, can I believe in you? Akino said with a soft smile. Hyoudou-senpai, Koneko joined, and please do your best. Do not let him escape this time. Rainier nodded her head. You have the chance now, finish it once and for all so you can move on. Please, do it for them, Hyoudou-san, Asia said while smiling with tears in her eyes. That's right, let us overcome this together. The feelings we couldn't say back then, the wishes we couldn't fulfill back then, right now. Right here, Kiba said as he held his hand in front of him. Please respond to my feelings now. Sword rebirth, he cried, and from the space between his hands, holy and demonic aura started emerging and formed into a single sword, balance breaker, sword of the betrayer. You shall receive the power of this sword that is both the power of light and demonic powers with your own body. As Kiba held the sword with one hand, he shot forward and promoted himself into a knight, gaining extreme speed from knight's attributes. If that was the true Excalibur, then I could not have won against it. But that Excalibur cannot cut the feelings of me and my comrades. Hey hey hey, Fried cried out in shock as he blocked Kiba's strike. Much to everyone's amazement, the sword withstood the cutting power of the fused Excalibur. This is unfair. 3 against 1. He then pushed Kiba's back and used the power of Excalibur mimic and rapidly at the same time, splitting the tip of the sword at the tip started to come at Kiba with Godspeed. It accurately tried to pierce Kiba from every direction, but I blocked and parried it with each strike. Why isn't it hitting you? You are supposed to be the unrivaled Holosword-sama, aren't you supposed to have lots of legends of being the ultimate sword? Fried shouted. I could see that his expression was filled with both enjoyment and impatience. Then I have to add this as well. He activated the power of Excalibur transparency, making the tip of his Excalibur disappear. Like you said, as Kiba dodged the transparent sword with his holy demonic sword, Issei appeared at the side and stabbed Fried rapidly with his sword. You're fighting 3-on-1, so don't take your eyes away from your other opponents. He was forced to jump back to dodge the last strike that aimed at his heart, but the force of the strike was so powerful that it sent an invisible force toward his chest, making him cry out in pain. Yes, keep him there like that. Zenovia suddenly intruded. She held the destructive holosword in her left hand and put her right hand in the air. Saint Peter, Saint Basil the Great, Saint Denis, Holy Mother Mary, please hear my voice. She started the chain and then the space beside her got distorted. Zenovia put her hand in the middle of the distorted space. She put her hand in and pulled something from the dimensional gap. It was a unicorn-shaped broadsword with a blue blade and a golden edge. The sword had a semicircular guard on the left side of the handle that extends to the bottom just above the pommel, with a small extension on the right side of the handle. Standing from the tip of the blade, the sword was slightly taller than Zenovia, surpassing the latter's height by just a few centimeters. In the names of the saints who reside within this blade, I will release it. Durandal, you were not the wielder of the Excalibur, not just Balba. Even Cockabeel couldn't hide his astonishment. Wrong. I was originally the wielder of Durandal. I was also chosen as the holder of the Excalibur. That's all. Zenovia made a stance with Durandal, two-sword style, along with the Excalibur. After learning the truth about the true ability of Excalibur's users, do you think that I still see the right for myself to continue to use it? She asked with a small smirk. Absurd. According to my research, we haven't reached the stage where someone can wield Durandal. Of course, even in the Vatican, they haven't made someone who can wield Durandal artificially. Then why? Unlike those common artificial holosword wielders like Irina, I'm a natural-born wielder. Balba became speechless at her words. So she was like him, naturally blessed with the ability to wield a legendary sword. Durandal is a sword that ravages beyond what people can imagine. It cuts anything it touches. It doesn't even listen to me most of the time. That's why I have to keep it in another dimension, otherwise it would be dangerous. Even I, the holder, have a hard time with it. Now, Fried Zelzen, thanks to you, we can have the decisive battle between Excalibur and Durandal. Right now, I'm shaking with enjoyment. Don't die in a single strike, okay? At least use the Excalibur to its fullest. Is that even allowed? It became a situation like this, you shitty. I don't need any of that for this setting. Fried shouted and moved his killing intent to Zenovia, slashing his transparent sword towards her. Gakiim. With a single side slash of Durandal, the Excalibur shattered, leaving a big hole in the schoolyard, much to their shock. So it's just a broken holosword? It can't even compete with my Durandal. Zenovia made a sigh while looking bored. Incredible, Issei muttered. For the first time ever, he was able to see the fullest potential of a legendary sword. Are you serious? Are you really serious? The legendary Excalibur is shattered into pieces. Horrible. This is really horrible. Was it wrong to use something that was broken from the start? The shallowness of humans. The foolishness of the church. I want to grow up. While taking a glimpse of it, his killing intent became weak, and Issei and Kiba both went right at him. He also couldn't respond to it as they both ran at him with godly speed. He tried to block Kiba's holodemonic sword with the remnants of his Excalibur, but a shallow shattering sound echoed. The sound of the Excalibur crumbling. Did you see it? Issei smirked as he threw the scabbard of his sword away. Our powers have surpassed Excalibur, Kiba finished, and together they cut down the strayed priest, leaving a deep X-shaped cut from his shoulders to the side of his stomach. Fried fell down while came out of the wound, probably would bleed to death. Oh, holodemonic sword, impossible. The polar opposite of two things cannot merge. Balba Galilei made a shocked expression as he fell back. Balba Galilei, prepare yourself, Kiba said as he took steps forward. I see, I understand now. Holy and demonic. It will be an explanation. If the beings that represent the two become unbalanced, then not only the Mao but the god has also. But before he could say it, a spear of light pierced through Balba's chest. Balba went down after throwing a solid amount of. Issei quickly went up to him to confirm his state, checking his pulse. He's dead, Issei said, and looked up at the leader of Fallen Angel, who was the one that ended his ally life. Balba, you were remarkable. The reason you went up to that conclusion proves that. But I don't mind whether you are with me or not. I could have done it by myself from the beginning. Cockabeel, who was up in the air, was sneering. Hey ha, Cockabeel laughed loudly and landed on the ground with an overwhelming pressure. The actual battle had begun. Now devils, he laughed confidently and fearlessly, give me your best shot. Let's see what you can do by combining your strength together. Are you trying to give us a chance? Don't mess around, Rainer shouted, but immediately Cockabeel sent her a glare that made her shake with fear. Shut your mouth, traitor. He smirked. Don't mess around, haha. You guys are the ones who are messing around. Do you guys think you can defeat me? Of course we can, But before they could react, they heard a shout of a certain girl with pink hair and an energetic personality. Everyone, it was Momo Mamazono, the secretary of their generation. She was running toward them with a smile on her face and the red dragon gauntlet, boosted gear on her left arm. That gauntlet, Cockabeel said in shock. It can't be. Momo and Issei said in surprise. You're here. Hey, guys, Momo stopped in front. Rias, I'm so glad that I make it here in time. She then turned to look at Issei, but her attention was drawn to Cockabeel instead. Whoa, who's that? 1, 2, 3, he has 10 wings, she counted and said in surprise. It's a long story, Momo. Rias shook her head and looked around to find a woman with silver hair. But how can you get out? Where is Graia? I'm sorry, but she's still being kept inside the barrier someone set up around my apartment. Momo said it's fused with extremely powerful holy attribute magic, so Graia can't get out, at least for now. She said it's specially designed to imprison devil, but since I'm a dragon I can get out easily. She said, holding her sacred gear up. I noticed a blue barrier around school and rush here as soon as possible. Sonicate, you didn't explain much, but when I said I could help she pushed me in here and told me to help you. She finished, taking a deep breath. I see, Cockabeel smirked. Welsh dragon secretary, to think that the one Graia Lucifuge was teaching is the legendary Red Dragon Emperor. He laughed loudly. This change everything. You might have the chance against me if you can unleash the full potential of your sacred gear. Well, the thing is I can't. Rias and Rainer immediately jumped in to cover her mouth, but it was too late. He's the enemy, idiot, Rainer growled and made Momo widen her eyes in surprise. Going around telling people about your inability like that? What are you? Cockabeel laughed. I see, so that's how it is. You said you could help us. How? Rias asked curiously. I can power you guys up, boost your power at least 10 times greater. Her statement made them widen their eyes in surprise. See, I can talk to my dragon and... There's no time for the explanation, Rias suddenly cried, startling Momo. This town is going to blow up in 10 minutes. You have to boost our power right now. Hey, this town is going to what? Momo cried, and the green jewel on her sacred gear started glowing. It will take some time for me to charge it full, though, cried a male voice from Momo's gauntlet. All right, take all the time you need and then transfer everything to me. I will take him down. Rias nodded her head. Eyes, Kiba and Zenovia, your 3 will. There's no need for that, Rias Gremory. Cockabeel smirked fearlessly. Take all the time you need to get a power up and attack me. After a few minutes and several boots, with each boost her power got doubled and then doubled. Momo's gauntlet started glowing brightly. It's here, Momo informed them. Now, who will you transfer it to? Cockabeel asked interestedly. Momo, Rias cried and started gathering her power, emitting a red aura from her body. Yes, Momo nodded. She placed her hand on Rias' shoulder and started transferring her power. The light on the jewel passed on to Rias, and the red aura that covered her body increased drastically. Issei could feel a great amount of power from her with his skin, and an enormous amount of power was created within her hand. It was an amount that seemed like it wouldn't even leave a single speck of dust. Eyes, everyone gets out of the way. They didn't need to be told twice and immediately got back as far away as possible. Phew, haha, good. That flow of demonic power, the demonic power I can feel right now is that of an ultimate class evil. A little bit more than you would reach that of a Mao. Rias Gremory, looks like you have a talent equal to that of your brothers. The fallen angel leader laughed as if he was truly enjoying it. His expression was colored in ecstasy. Blow from Ria's hand, the largest, most powerful wave of demonic power was shot out, covered in the power of destruction, and came at Cockabeel, who didn't move an inch of his body to dodge. It made a shockwave that shook the entire schoolyard as it made its way toward Cockabeel, who then raised both of his hands and intended to block it. Interesting indeed, Mao's sister, he said while gathering the power of light, and took Ria's shot head on. His expression surpassed that of a normal one and looked dreadful. Much to everyone's shock and horror, Ria's shot started to get pushed back and started to lose its shape. Meanwhile, Cockabeel also wasn't uninjured. His black robe was being tattered in places, and the flesh of his hands was being torn apart by her demonic power. But Issei cried and immediately got to Ria's side when she fell to her knees. Ria's breathing was ragged and she had a tired expression on her face. Impossible, the crimson-haired girl muttered in shock. Lightning. At the moment when Cockabeel was about to deflect it with his palm, Aino sent the lightning towards Cockabeel, who was concentrating on blocking Butchu's attack. But her lightning dissipated with a single movement of Cockabeel's wing. Will you stand in my way, the one who inherited her power from Barakweel? Do not put me in the same group as him. Aino widened her eyes and got enraged when she heard the name. She continued to use lightning, but they were all deflected by Cockabeel's wings. Barakweel, Issei asked in confusion. It's the name of the Vice-Governor General of the Fallen Angel. Barakweel-sama of the Holy Lightning Rainer explained. In terms of basic fighting ability, he is said to be on par with the Viceroy of the Fallen Angels, as is Sama, the one who inherited. Does that mean that? Yes, Issei-kun. Rainer nodded her head as the shock realization. Aino's spy is the daughter of Barakweel. She used to be a fallen angel. He couldn't say anything. For you to become a devil, haha, you have pleasant servants. Rias Gremory, the leftover of the Holosword project who reached Balance Breaker, and the daughter of Baraquil, you have weird tastes, just like your brother. 2 won't forgive you for insulting my brother Amao, Rias said in anger as she got up with Rainier's help. More than that, the insults you made to my servants will require your life. Then try to destroy me, Mao's sister Crimson Hair Ruined Princess. The one whom you are up against is someone who has been an archenemy of the devil since a long time ago. If you don't see this as a chance, then your reputation will be looked down on. Cockabeel laughed with his nose at Ria's anger and said provokingly. Then suddenly, Zenovia, who was behind Issei, moved. When she went past Issei, she muttered, "We will attack at the same time." She said the same thing to Kiba before charging ahead. After hearing that, both swordsmen also moved ahead. Issei put his strength into his sword and went on slashing at Cockabeel with his comrades. He was up against a Mao-class opponent, but he wielded no Excalibur, so he could attack him without worrying about losing his weapon to fight. Cockabeel dodged their moves, but Zenovia, who jumped into the air, brought her sword down as hard as she could. The 10 Wings Fallen Angel then created a sword of light with his hand and blocked her. HMPH Durandal, unlike the Excalibur that was already broken once. That light is the real thing, boo. What? Cockabeel emitted an airwave from his other hand and made Zenovia's body float before kicking her in the stomach, but like you said, it depends on the wielder. Girl, you still can't control Durandal. The previous wielder was someone who had unrivaled strength. Gah! Zenovia flew back with an anguished cry, but she quickly adjusted her stance in the air and landed on the ground. She then went on slashing towards him once again. All 3 swordsmen and swordswomen were attacking at the same time, but there was little they could do to Cockabeel, who was as fast as them and way more powerful. Who attacks at the same time from a holosword, a demonic sword and a holodemonic sword. Interesting, good indeed. Come, you can't defeat me unless you do that much. Cockabeel created another sword of light with his other hand and clashed with all 3 swords. Kiba's holodemonic sword, Zenovia's Durandal, and Issei's demonic sword, taking on their attacks as if they were nothing. Their Koneko thrust her punch from behind him. Naive's black wings turned into sharp blades and cut up Konkachan's body. Her body fell down to the ground, while came out of her body. Asia and Rainier rushed to her side to heal her, but it seemed she couldn't return to the battle anytime soon. Konkachan, hey, looking away while fighting will easily get you killed. Issei let his guard down for a second because of the damage Koneko took, and he was knocked away by a powerful slap of Cockabeel's wings. He crashed onto the ground several times before he was able to stab his sword down to the ground and stopped himself. Wiping them from his forehead, Issei growled in frustration as he realized pure skills alone couldn't defeat him, someone who fought war and had a lot more experiences than any of them. If only, oh, the autumn foliage. He started chanting, in a very low tone. It was the poem he was taught by his grandfather from the early day of his life. He once forgot it, but it came back to him naturally after that day. Why, of the hill of Kamioka. At that moment, Zenovia and Kiba were helpless against the shockwave created by Cockabeel's body, which sent them flying in the same manner as Issei. They somehow fixed their stance, but both of them were breathing hard. It's not over yet. Kiba put strength into his holodemonic sword and stood up again. He then went forward, slashing towards Cockabeel with no flaws. My good lord and sovereign. Aha, you still come at me, all right, come. Holodemonic sword. Kiba surrounded the fallen angel by making swords covered with holy and demonic aura, making him stuck in that position. Would see it in the evening. You think you've captured me with this? The 10 wings of Cockabeel, who was smirking, started to become like swords and began breaking the swords around with ease. Kiba then went forward, slashing at him from the front. But the fallen angel didn't flinch, and he stopped Kiba's holodemonic sword with just 2 fingers. It asked for it in the morning. Is this it? Cockabeel sighed. Kiba created another holodemonic sword, but that was also stopped with his other 2 fingers. Kiba opened his mouth wide and imagined to create a holodemonic sword around his mouth. The 3rd sword, which he held the grip with my teeth and moved his neck to the side roughly. On that very hill from afar, Cockabeel lets go of his swords and stepped back, and there was a single scratch on his cheek, with a bit of coming out of it. Kiba couldn't believe that he could only make that much of a damage on their enemy. Everyone was making expressions of despair and breathed violently. Only Cockabeel, who was at an advantage, was smirking. I gazed, wondering, seeing that even after losing the masters you serve, you devils and followers of God can still fight. Suddenly Cockabeel spoke, and Issei stopped with his eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Rias asked with doubt. Cockabeel started laughing aloud as if he found it truly amusing. Phew, that's right, I totally forgot the truth wasn't revealed to you lower guys. Then I will tell you. In the war between the 3 sides, not only the leader of the devil but also God died. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe what he just said. It's normal for you guys to not know about it. Who can say that God has died? Humans are an incomplete bunch. Without God, they cannot control their hearts and obey the laws. You know, even us, the fallen angels and devils, couldn't tell this to those below us. You won't know where the information about God will be leaked from. Even among the 3 powers, only the people at the top and certain people know about it. Though it seems Balba noticed it earlier. He explained with a wide smirk on his face. After the war, what was left were the angels who had lost their God, the devils that lost their Mao and the majority of high-class devils, and the fallen angels who lost most of the fallen angels apart from the leaders. So it wasn't a merely exhausted state. All of the factions fell so low that they had to rely on humans to continue their generations, especially the angels and fallen angels that could only continue their generation by mating with humans. Fallen angels can increase if the angels fall, but pure angels can't increase their numbers after losing God. Even pure devils are rare, right? At least it's a lie, Zenovia muttered as she started losing the will to fight, having a panicked expression that was too unbearable to look at by anyone. The truth is that another big war wouldn't happen unless you do it on purpose. It means that all three sides went through hell in the past war. Everyone decided that it was meaningless to continue having a war if the start of it all, God and the Mau, were dead. Even that bastard Azazel declared that there is no second war after losing the majority of his men in the war. It's hard to bear. It truly is hard to bear to lower your gun once you already shot it. Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. If we continued on from there, we could have won. Even so, is there any value in fallen angels who can only live by inviting humans who possess sacred gears? Cockabeel declared his argument strongly. His face was expressing anger. The real truth made an impact on us more than we thought. Assassin covered her mouth with her hands, opened her eyes wide, and her whole body shook. Even if she turned into a devil, her belief didn't disappear. God doesn't exist. Godie's dead. Then the love we were given by him, as Asia stuttered with tears falling from her eyes. Cockabeel answered Asia's doubt with a laugh. That's right. It's normal that there is no love from God and no divine protection from him. God is gone already. Michael is certainly doing well. He's taking the place of God and is taking care of the angels and humans. Well, if the system used by God is operating, then the prayer to God, the blessing of God, and exorcism would function. But if you compare it to the time God was present, the number of believers decreased. That holodemonic sword brat over there was able to create the holodemonic sword because the balance between God and the Mau broke. In reality, holy and demonic powers cannot merge. If the ones who rule the power of holy and demonic powers, God and the Mau, disappear, then lots of unique phenomena occur. Hearing Cockabeel's words, Assassin dropped onto the ground with her eyes lifeless. Asia, pull yourself together. Asia Rainier held her and tried to call for the former nun. From here on out, I will start a war. I will take your heads as a gift, even if it's only me. I will continue from where we left off. I'm going to show Surzech and Michael that we, the fallen angels, are the ultimate beings. Don't mess around, Issei cried as he stood up and glared at Cockabeel. I can't let you destroy my town, my family, my comrades, and my friends. Just for your selfish motives. He shot forward and attacked Cockabeel alone. However, much like his previous attempts, he got knocked down or blown away by the more powerful man, but still, he stood up and charged at Cockabeel with the intent to kill, or asks of it tomorrow. He struck left, but Cockabeel blocked it and forced him back. Sadness I feel at eve. As Issei chanted the last poem of Jito Empress under his breath and kept on attacking Cockabeel from every direction, only to be parried and knocked away. Dark clouds started gathering in the sky, and the student council was the first ones to notice the sudden change in weather. And heartrending grief at morn, the sleeves of my corset-cloth robe. What a stubborn servant you have here, Rias Gremory. Cockabeel smirked as he kicked Issei in the chest and sent him rolling on the ground. Eyes, Rias muttered as Issei once again pushed himself to his feet. His body was covered in, but the fire still burned powerfully in his eyes. Are never for a moment dry. No special ability, no sacred gear or whatsoever, and yet the sky then rumbled and a massive bolt of lightning, followed by many others, then struck the schoolyard, shocking everyone. Cockabeel looked at Akino, but she didn't show any signs of casting her spells. Hello, our great sovereign, a goddess. What are you chanting, boy? Cockabeel asked as the sky rumbled loudly. Is this what you're doing? He couldn't say it, but he had a feeling that something extremely bad was coming. Terry's on the thunder. Answer me what you are chanting. Cockabeel flew at Issei with a spear in his hand. I have him, quick. Eyes, watch out. Everyone cried out in horror when he didn't dodge. Kiba tried to get to him, but even after promoting to Knight, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Your death, Issei answered coldly as he raised his hand above his head. In the clouds of heaven a bolt of lightning then shot down from the sky and struck Issei's body and blew Cockabeel back before he could impale Issei with his spear. When the light died down, in Issei's hand was none other than the sword he was born to wield, the pure white katana with glowing golden kanji patterns along the scabbard. What is that sword? Zenovia asked in surprise. Even her, someone who wielded a legendary sword, was amazed by its power. The strongest element weapon, a lightning-based weapon, Shuguri no Ontachi. Tiba answered in amazement. What is this? Cockabeel muttered in shock as he felt its power not good. Shuguri no Ontachi. Issei muttered as he held it with both hands, taking a stance. Let's end this. However, before he could make a single move, electricity cracked violently around the length of Shuguri, causing Issei to cry out in pain and drop the sword down to the ground. He couldn't believe that Shuguri's rejection would be that bad. Rias and the other cried, but their words could no longer reach him because his earphones had been completely destroyed. To think that you're the descendant of that clan, who was blessed by the Shinto gods and goddesses, Cockabeel said as he glared at Issei. The sword that stands at the top 3 most powerful weapons in the world, but it seems you can't control it well. Can you? He asked with a smirk. Well, no matter, I will just kill you right here so that you will no longer be a threat to me. He couldn't hear anything, either the words of his friends or the threats of Cockabeel as they rushed in and put everything they got left in hope of stopping Cockabeel from killing him. He turned his head and looked at the white katana. His hand reached out and tried to grab it, but once again electricity cracked and forced him to pull his hand back. Please, Issei thought bitterly in his head, please lend me your strength, Sugary. The clock was ticking, and there were barely 3 minutes left for them. I want to protect my family, my friend, I want to protect them. He reached his hand out, as Cockabeel was nearer and nearer to Issei, shrugging every attempt to stop him like it was nothing. Please, just this time I will prove to you again in the future, just lend me your strength this time, and I promise I will never fail you again. Stay away from him, Rias cried out and got in between Issei and Cockabeel, her hands covered in demonic power. Cockabeel smirked and backhanded her away. I will enjoy raping you later, princess. The fallen angel smirked. You and your servants will be my ultimate trophies. Forming a sword in his hand, Cockabeel raised it above his head and prepared to stab Issei with it. He please, just this time, he muttered. Please, he shot his hand forward and grabbed the hilt. To his surprise, it didn't reject him. Without taking any more time to think, Issei twisted his body around and parried Cockabeel's light weapon, and much to the evil fallen angel's shock, his sword was cut in half the moment it came into contact with the blade of Sugary. Pushing himself to his feet, Issei raised his sword above his head, holding the katana with both hands while standing in the most basic and traditional stance of swordsmanship. Take this, Issei cried and slashed his sword down, blasting Cockabeel back while crying out in agony in a massive bolt of lightning, which struck him right on his chest. Eventually, when they traveled to the other side of the schoolyard, the bolt of lightning disappeared, leaving Cockabeel on the ground with smoke coming out of his body. Did I gar? Issei cried out in pain when there was a small explosion of electricity between him and Sugary, forcing him to release it. The lightning sword was thrown into the air before falling down and stabbing itself down to the ground. One strike all his sword gave him was one single strike. But he smiled, nonetheless. Thank you, he mounted the word softly while looking at the white katana. Rias cried out and ran at him to wrap her arms around him. You did it, she hugged him tightly, and since he got injured in many places, Issei grunted in pain. Oh, I am sorry, she said, and immediately released him. Her eyes then widened when Issei pointed to his earphones before making the signs. I'm sorry, but I can't hear anything. I guess the earphone circuit was fried when Sugary rejected me. I see. Rias nodded her head. But then she shot her hands out to pinch his cheeks with both of her hands. Issei cried in pain. You stupid, dummy. Rias gritted her teeth while muttering, how many times do I have to tell you to stop being so reckless? I don't think it's the proper reward for the hero of the day, Aino said while approaching them with a soft smile on her face. She then shoved Rias to the side and put her hands on Issei's cheeks, rubbing them softly. Poor you, getting treated by your master like that. It seems it's up to your queen to properly reward you for your effort, she said. Issei didn't need to hear to know what she was saying since her hand was moving down to his lower body and getting dangerously close to his crotch. He wanted to stop her but didn't need to because Cockabeel suddenly shot up to his feet and blasted a huge orb of light at them. He grabbed Aino's body and tried to use his body to shield her away from the attack, but fortunately, Zenovia jumped in between them and slashed her sword horizontally, dispersing the orb of light with her durandal. Issei looked up and glared at Cockabeel, who had a horribly burned mark on his chest, where the bolt of lightning struck him. He should have known better that a strike like that could never put him down. You damn brat. The black-haired fallen angle gritted his teeth in pure anger. To think I was hit by a lowlife like you. Everyone, prepare to fight. Rias called out to her servants. He's weakened and not as strong as he was. We can take him down together. She looked at Momo. Prepare to give your powers to the other. Yes, Momo nodded her head with a confident smile. I will try my hardest. However, her confident smile dropped when she felt an unknown fear and nervousness. Aino, who he was still holding on to, suddenly looked to the sky with her eyes widened in surprise. The next person who noticed was Rias, and soon the others, even Cockabeel, followed. Issei decided to do the same and found himself widening his eyes in surprise. There was a woman floating in the sky by a pair of dragon wings on her back, with a large energy-like feather. She had a voluptuous figure that clad in a set of revealing armor that was pure white in color and had blue gems on the armor parts. He couldn't see her face because she was wearing a helmet, but it was slightly open from behind so her long silver hair could flow freely behind her. The plate of her armor stopped just under her S, leaving her stomach uncovered. It was composed of different plates joined together, with 4 prominent tube-like ornaments on the front, right above her S, below the high armored collar. The shoulder pads are very large and sport prominent plates shaped like spikes. Her entire arms were covered in heavy plated gauntlets. For the lower part, her groin was covered by a white, thong-like armor, and she wore skin-tight mid-thighs black stockings, leaving the majority of her thighs and backside exposed. The greaves possessed matching protrusion on the gauntlets, with claws-like feet and a particularly large pair adorning the knee guards, attached to simple, thigh-high boots with high heels. The feeling of his heart being grasped by it stopped me from moving. Issei was fascinated by the white appearance that emitted a mysterious light in the night sky. His heart was taken by it instantly. Beautiful was the first thing he thought. Could it be Vanishing Dragon? His eyes widened when he heard Cockabeel said that and looked to the side to see that Aino was trying to fix his earphones with her magic. It didn't take her long to finish it, though. Vanishing Dragon, Momo muttered as she looked at the woman in white armor. So you're my rival. Her whole body was trembling. One of the longinus. Divine Dividing. If you are already in armor mode, it means that it's in the balance breaker state. Divine Dividing Scale Mail. Just like the boosted gear, it truly is an annoying thing. Cockabeel said, so you were attracted to the red, aren't you, Vanishing Dragon? If you get in my way. Before Cockabeel finished his sentence, his black wings were ripped from his back and went up into the air. It's like the wing of a crow. The Vanishing Dragon stated in a low, but femininely tone, holding Cockabeel's wings in her hands. It has a disgusting color to it. Old man's wings are much darker and have the color of everlasting darkness, you know. No one was able to catch her movement, not even Issei. Why, you my wing? Cockabeel became enraged because his wing was plucked off, but the Vanishing Dragon giggled quietly. It's a symbol that you have fallen. There's no need for wings for those who fell down even below the earth, right? Are you still planning to fly? Vanishing Dragon, are you opposing me? Cockabeel created a countless number of spears of light in the sky, but Vanishing Dragon wasn't intimidated by it and said clearly, my name is Albion. Everyone heard the sound, and the aura around Cockabeel got reduced immediately. Half of the spears of light in the sky also vanished. One of the abilities of my Divine Dividing. It halves the power every 10 seconds. Your power will become my power. You don't have time. If you don't defeat me quickly, you will become so weak that you can't even beat a human, and you have already gotten yourself in a very bad shape before I arrive, you know. Just like in the legend. The ability of the Sekiryute, Momo's ability, doubles the power of the possessor and can transfer it to others. The ability of the Hakuryuku, that woman's power, takes the power of their opponents and makes it theirs. With the remaining wings, Cockabeel tried to attack towards the Vanishing Dragon, Albion. But he couldn't catch him because he wasn't able to keep up with the movements that could be said to be as fast as the speed of light. She was toying around with him like he was nothing. Damn you, he tried to attack Albion with a spear of light and a sword of light, but Hakuryuku swung her arm to the side and vaporized them. While Cockabeel was having a hard time fighting, his powers were getting halved as well. After a few sounds, Cockabeel's movement fell so low that Issei bet even Asia could take him on with a stick. Albion sighed. Already the power of a low-level fallen angel? Huh. Boring. I thought we could have a bit more fun. Albion disappeared from his sight and went towards Cockabeel while creating tracks of light. When she stopped, her fist went deep into Cockabeel's stomach, forcing his body to bend a lot, and he vomited his on the ground. Impossible me. Well, you said a common phrase of a grunt. Impossible me. What's after that? This can't be. Is it? Albion giggled as if she found it truly amusing. I was told by old man Azazel to take you back even if by force. You acted a bit too much. So that's how it is. Azazel too. Albion then punched Cockabeel in the face, and the man crumbled down and fell onto the ground, just like that. The silver-haired woman then reached down and picked him up before putting the defeated Cockabeel on her shoulder. Looks like I have to carry Freed as well. There are things I need to ask him. We will deal with him after that. Albion walked to Freed, who was on the ground, and carried him with her arm. She then tried to fly away while spreading her wings of light after retrieving the two. There was a male voice from Momo's gauntlet. A green jewel was glowing brightly. Albion's armor jewel was also glowing white, and the dragon inside her body, Albion, spoke up. The silver-haired woman turned around so they could conversation normally. After that, the two heavenly dragons became silent. Albion then turned around and was about to walk away, but Momo stopped her by speaking up while taking a step forward. Wait, hold up. She called, You're weak. Get stronger. She flared her wings out and flew up, and at that moment, the magic circle of destruction that Cockabeel spread had already disappeared. It finished. The battle for Kuo had ended.